Chapter 601 Xiaoyu's Troubles. Shui Nai, who was walking in Yunya village with Xiaoyu and a life priest named Lu Yi, also began to look up information about life priests. Please use the pinyin domain name of this site to visit our 0-point reading. The biggest difference between life priests and holy light priests is that life priests are actually a hidden profession of wood magicians. To a large extent, the magic of the two has many similarities. However, biological priests have some abilities unique to biological goddesses, and at the same time, they also lack some offensive wood magic. This Lu Yi is very young, but the priest robe on his body has already shown that he is already a strong man of level 100. Lu Yi is also very interested in Shui Nai, and unlike Luo Yu and others who hate humans, he would talk and laugh with Xiaoyu or Shui Nai from time to time. However, just when they walked not far from the teleportation array of Yunya village, the teleportation array suddenly emitted bursts of teleportation white light. After the white light, more than a dozen players appeared in the teleportation array of Yunya village. When he saw these people, Shui Nai felt his head swelled, and Xiaoyu immediately tightened her pretty face, looking cold. Shui Nai and Lu Yi, who were closer to Xiaoyu, also felt that Xiaoyu was emitting waves of coldness. Miss Xiaoyu. More than a dozen voices sounded almost at the same time when they saw Xiaoyu, as if they had already made an appointment. But seeing their surprised expressions, Shui Nai knew that they were also wondering why they had such a high tacit understanding with the people around them. In addition to the arrow god and sword Wuking, who had met Shui Nai once, there were many people he didn't know. However, some of them were covered in blood, as if they had just finished fighting. Seeing the scars on their bodies that looked like men's medals, Shui Nai felt that the people in the thief group really died with their eyes open. Now, although there are only 3 people on Shui Nai's side, and their momentum is far weaker than the dozen people on the opposite side, the scene here is somewhat frozen for a while because of Lu Yi's presence. Xiao Yu, what suggestions do you have? Shui Nai moved his body and asked in Xiao Yu's ear. You have already made it so clear, what suggestions do I have? Xiao Yu naturally knew why Shui Nai didn't use this private chat but talked in her ear instead, and she looked at him with some displeasure. However, Xiaoyu heard Shui Nai laugh twice in a low voice. Seeing Shui Nai dare to talk to Xiaoyu so intimately in front of them, these people immediately stared readied, and a pair of eyes like swords kept scraping at Shui Nai's body, which made him a little uncomfortable. Although he wanted this result, he didn't expect that this result would be so uncomfortable. These bosses who came from thousands of miles away, although they learned that Xiaoyu had disappeared in the treehouse restaurant, they still learned from the things Xiaoyu bought when she went shopping before that her purpose was to return to this Yunya village. Therefore, after they solved the thief groups who dared to attack Xiaoyu, they hurried over. However, I don't know who leaked the news, but it attracted other suitors, and this scene appeared. For them, although this human mage is powerful, he is just a single player in this team game that pursues cooperation. They don't think this person has the ability to protect Xiaoyu, nor does he have the ability to compete with them. Now, their only weakness is that they lack a layer of relationship and lag behind this human mage in terms of emotional development. Moreover, they don't believe that this person is really Xiaoyu's boyfriend. After all, Tai Feng has always regarded himself as Xiaoyu's boyfriend. How can a girl like Xiaoyu find a man so casually? Miss Xiaoyu, I. Just when Mina was about to further stimulate these people who were already readied, they finally responded, but this reaction also appeared at the same time. It made Mina feel incredible again. Are these people really competitors? You are Xiaoyu's friends. But now we have a mission, so we shouldn't stay for long. If there is nothing, then goodbye first. Mina saw that the atmosphere had become silent again, so she could only take the initiative. In fact, in this situation of one versus more than a dozen people, Mina's initiative would often provoke a joint counterattack from these people, and this is why Mina has always wanted to stimulate them. If possible, it is best to let them fight among themselves first to reduce some of the lethality. However, in terms of time, Mina and the others did not have any advantage. And just as Mina thought, he had just finished speaking when the other side had already bombarded him with chaos. Who are you? Why do you represent Miss Xiaoyu? Please don't call Miss Xiaoyu by this title, she is not someone you can call casually. The hatred absorbed is too great, and I can't bear it. Mina whispered, and Xiaoyu beside her was also amused to the point of twitching a little, but she didn't want to laugh, so she had to reach behind Mina and pinched her hard to vent. And Lu Yi, who was behind them, could naturally see this little action, and her eyes, which were originally a little puzzled, immediately understood. He stepped forward and coughed a few times. After calming down the whole scene, he immediately said, "We have a mission now. If you really want to see Xiaoyu, please explain the matter. If not, we will leave." After Liu Yi came forward, the players on the opposite side immediately shut up. Not long after they lowered their heads to chat privately, Chunfeng Dai among them was elected. "Well, it's like this." As a representative, Chunfeng Dai tried to speak in a steady and low voice, "We hope to have a competition with this mage to see if he has the strength to stay with Miss Xiaoyu." Competition. Liu Yi glanced at Shui Nai, then looked at the dozen people on the opposite side, and asked in confusion, "Do you want to gang up on him? How is this possible? We want a oneo none, fair duel." The people behind Chunfeng Dai immediately clarified, fearing that the NPC had misunderstood. "Then you will definitely lose. He is not easy to mess with. I advise you to go back and practice more." Although Liu Yi is a level 100 strong man, he is not the strongest in this world, but he has no problem judging the strength of these low-level players. "Nonsense. You have to compete to know." Hearing this, their faces flushed. In front of Xiaoyu, being told by an NPC that they are not as good as another man, this is naturally unacceptable, especially when this person is Xiaoyu's nominal boyfriend. Alas, is the fact so hard to accept? Liu Yi sighed in a low voice, but he didn't want to waste any more time. "Wait. I haven't finished what I said yet. Now we have a mission. If you really want to compete, you have to wait until our mission is over. However, as an outsider, I have to say that whether you can stay with Xiaoyu is not up to you." When Liu Yi said the last sentence, he glanced at Xiaoyu, who had an expressionless face, but Xiaoyu could only smile bitterly. If she could have said something, she would have said it long ago, otherwise there would be no need to hide from them. For these guys who obviously don't listen to others, Xiaoyu has to let her family members sever ties with these people's families, otherwise, they will always find a chance to get close to them and be annoying. As soon as Liu Yi finished speaking, he turned around and left, and Shui Na and Xiaoyu naturally followed him. However, these people obviously didn't want to let Shui Na go, and began to speak harshly in the channel of the area where NPCs couldn't hear. "Tell me after you can fight a level 60 flame lion boss alone, otherwise, the more you come, the more time I waste." Shui Na was a little bit of Liu Yi's words just now, and immediately hit the snake with the stick, and maximized the effect of his words. After being hit by this sentence, their arrogance immediately lowered a lot. They have heard that Shui Na can solve a flame lion alone. Although they don't believe it, they are more or less hesitant after Shui Na said such a sentence so confidently. They wanted to embarrass this mage in front of Xiaoyu, but if they became a negative example, it would be a complete loss. Moreover, there were many of them who had not yet completed the promotion task. After being extinguished by Shui Nai's words, Shui Nai and his companions, who had already arrived at the entrance of the village, began to summon their mounts and ignored them completely. Liu Yi whistled, and a white colt with a sturdy body and powerful steps ran out of the open space. However, there was a blunt little horn on the forehead of this white horse, a bit like the horn of a unicorn that was reduced by more than 10 times. "This is my friend, Bai Meng, a guy with the bloodline of a 1,000-mile horse and a unicorn." Liu Yi stroked the hair on Bai Meng's neck, and Bai Meng rubbed his palm comfortably. When Xiaoyu called Xiao Bai over, the three of them immediately left Yunya village. However, as the three of them left, the people behind them also began to follow. They all hung on to Xiaoyu's back. It seemed that they believed in the good words "sincerity can move mountains and open rocks," but they didn't care about Xiaoyu's feelings. Acceleration spells were cast on the three mounts. Nai looked back at the guys behind Yanshan, who were following closely. "Ignore them. It's useless for them to follow anyway." Xiaoyu saw that Shui Nai was very interested in the people behind her, and was reluctant. "Haha, in fact, if there were more people to help, I would be happy to relax." Liu Yi seemed to want to see Xiaoyu angry, and was actually playing against Xiaoyu. If you don't want to get hurt, it's best not to team up with them, otherwise, you won't even know what death is. Xiaoyu felt deeply sad about those people behind her. If they can perform normally, then with their equipment and level, there will be no problem in fighting a serious battle. But if they team up with Xiaoyu, then there is only one way to go, which is to be wiped out. These guys have no concept of cooperation in front of me. They only care about their own performance, and they also hope that something will happen to me so that they can perform. Being teammates with these people will only cause more troubles for me. Chapter 603 Dark Zombies. After the Mine Guard team stopped Chunfeng Dai and other players, Liu Yi and Xiaoyu stepped onto the stone slab engraved with a magic circle in front of the mine entrance. When the 10 dark energy crystals were inserted into the grooves of the magic circle one by one, waves of black gas immediately appeared on the stone slab, and spread along the feet of the 3 people little by little until the black gas completely wrapped them up. The 3 people wrapped in the black gas only felt the stone slab under their feet shake, and the dark guard at the entrance in front suddenly opened a half-a-man-high translucent door. Let's go. Although the door opened at this time is a bit unstable, it should be able to support 2 hours, so we have to hurry. Liu Yi said, and then went into the half-a-man-high opening first. When Mizuna followed in, he first felt a slight resistance coming from the opening, as if preventing him from entering. But in the next moment, the black energy on his body shook, and the resistance of the dark guard immediately disappeared, and he also got in. Liu Yi, be careful. When Xiaoyu also came in, Shui Na heard the voice of the captain of the mine guard team coming from behind. Got it. Liu Yi responded, although he said it easily, but he did not go in immediately. Since we did not open this portal at noon, when the dark power is weakest, our door can only last for about 2 hours. And then, no matter what, we must leave here before this portal closes, otherwise, we will be trapped in this mine and there will be no way to leave. Liu Yi explained the situation to Shui Na. Can't we open this portal again? Shui Na asked while shooting a lighting fireball. Naturally, he didn't want to have only 2 hours a day to fight this dark energy crystal. No, because this magic was designed to prevent the dark creatures inside from coming out, so basically it does everything possible. As long as this small layer of dark guardian on our body disappears, the dark guardian outside will directly treat us as dark creatures inside and will not let us leave. It's done so thoroughly. Mina looked at the state of the dark guardian of the Azoda mine on her body and felt that this approach was too thorough. As long as the dark guardian on her body disappears, as long as the door outside is closed, she will be trapped here. Moreover, looking at the state of this body, it is still one atune corresponding. I am afraid that if I walk to other entrances and exits, I will not be able to leave. So, this portal is consistent with the existence time of the dark guardian on our body. Mina glanced at the dark guardian at the entrance of the mine. Through the portal, Mina could see the scenery outside, but this scenery was a bit like the effect of using sunglasses. Yes, in fact, they are all the effects of the stone slab outside. As long as the energy on the stone slab is not consumed, then these two can exist. I've said too much. Let's find 10 dark energy crystals first. Otherwise, we will lose money today. Liu Yi's tone is very different from the robe representing the priest of life on his body. Then, Xiaoyu, you should summon Xiaobai first. Although there has been no ghost in the outer layer of the Exoda mine, it is still necessary to be careful. After Liu Yi finished speaking, he took advantage of the lighting fireball that Mina hit in front and began to observe the surrounding environment. Understood. Xiaoyu finished speaking and began to summon Xiaobai who had just been taken back. After appeasing the reluctant Xiaobai, the 3 people and the beast immediately walked forward along the mining tunnel of the Exoda mine. The dark protection on the 2 players actually lasted less than 90 minutes, which was nearly half an hour less than the 2 hours mentioned by Liu Yi. As they walked, they cast defensive magic on everyone. Mina and the others just happened to walk to a place similar to a hall. The space here is very large. The few lighting fireballs Mina cast only covered less than 1/10 of the place, as for the further away, it is still a deep darkness. On the rock wall that was illuminated, there are more than a dozen huge tunnels leading to unknown places. And these tunnels are obviously the ore transportation channels when this mining area was still in operation, but now there is only the eerie and unsettling darkness. The air here is filled with a lot of decaying smells, and the dark breath here is stronger than the Black River village copy that Mina has experienced. If it weren't for the Dark Guardian on them, which has the corrosive effect of weakening the dark energy, I'm afraid they would continue to lose health as soon as they set foot here. Not long after the 3 people and 1 beast just stepped into the hall, bursts of strange footsteps suddenly came from the dark hall. The sound was very heavy, as if these things were carrying hundreds of kilograms of creatures. At this time, Xiaobai obviously sensed something that made it hate it, and suddenly hissed violently. If Xiaoyu hadn't held it, I'm afraid it might have rushed out. As the slow and dragging sound got closer and closer, 4 or 5 black humanoid objects appeared in front of them little by little at the edge of the lighting fireball, and behind them, there were countless vaguely visible figures wandering. Hey, what's going on? When these black zombies appeared completely in the lighting circle, Mina asked in surprise. He could only describe the scene in front of Mina as completely incomprehensible. Although there were only 7 or 8 zombies in the lighting fireball, they included creatures from the 3 kingdoms of the Holy Light Camp. Among them, there were 4 black human zombies, 2 orc zombies, 1 dwarf zombie, and 1 elf zombie. These zombies still clearly retained their clothes before death. The clothes on the human zombies and orc zombies here could only be described as tattered, just barely covering their bodies. And they looked obviously malnourished and skinny, and it seemed that they had been abused before death. As for the elf holding the black sword, it was obviously dressed like a soldier, strong and powerful. One could tell at a glance that it was a soldier before it died. On the contrary, Shuai could not tell anything from the short dwarf. It seems that you don't know about this mining area. Lui looked at Shuai with a sigh. This mining area was occupied by the human empire before the accident. Back then, our 2 countries shed blood for this mining area. In fact, our elves are not unwilling to let humans develop the resources here. After all, our elves have poor physique and cannot do high-intensity work. But the mining methods of those people in the human empire are completely unacceptable to us. They actually kept using refugees and prisoners of war as laborers here, and then they captured dwarves to smelt these ores. Although this has brought the output of this mining area to the extreme, tens of thousands of miners die here every year, and our tribe has never stopped fighting with humans for this. Lui sighed, looking at the black zombies that were getting closer and closer. His eyes were full of pity for these poor lives. Sorry, I never knew that we. Shuai was also very shocked. Although he was just a player, his identity was now a human, so he had to admit his mistakes in this regard. Hehe, I'm not blaming you humans. In fact, I also have half human blood. Speaking of which, my ancestors also have a great relationship with this mining area. Lui didn't know what he was thinking, and he was a little distracted. Mr. Lui. Shuai shook Lui's shoulder, and at the same time waved the elemental magic wand in his hand, and an ice bomb was immediately waved out. Sorry. Lui looked at the black zombies more than 10 meters away, and walked behind Shuai awkwardly. As a life priest, although they have certain combat capabilities, in front of the elemental mage, his combat capabilities are still not enough. When the ice bomb hit the fastest moving elf soldier, Shuai's magic offensive was immediately launched. Xiao Yu, impact arrow. A large number of ice bullets flew out of Shuai's magic wand, freezing all the black zombies that dared to approach. However, Shuai's ice bomb offensive did not cause much damage. For these monsters called dark zombies, Shuai knew that their magic defense ability was definitely not low, and their black skin also looked a bit like dark skin. Dark skin, Shuai had already tried it when fighting Long Tian. The existence of this thing can not only greatly enhance physical defense ability, but also has good magic defense ability. Coupled with the high defense of the zombie itself, Shuai immediately felt that this task was a bit difficult. Because now he found that these zombies obviously still retained some abilities in their lifetime, such as the high agility of elves, the high physique of dwarves and high resistance to magic. Draw out the wind demon with the staff. Mizuna and Xiaoyu knocked the 8 dark zombies away, and then slowly began to counterattack. Although these zombies are much stronger than those Mizuna had seen before, the characteristics of zombies, slow speed is still a very fatal weakness. And the characteristics of zombies afraid of fire are also retained. Mizuna changed his equipment, not only wearing a complete set of elemental combat suits, but also equipped with a lot of small equipment that increases fire damage. Xiaoyu, cooperate with me to deal with this dwarf zombie. Mizuna looked at the dark zombies around, and this dwarf zombie was the most troublesome character. With a magic defense ability that was so high that Mizuna had a headache, plus its nearly 50,000 health points, Mizuna's ice bullet technique only had a slight ice effect on it, and as for damage, there was no damage at all. Chapter 604 Dwarf Zombies. All the dark zombies in front of Mina are level 50 monsters. Although they are just ordinary monsters, the huge characteristics of the zombie race make many people feel powerless. With high HP, high defense, high attack, and poison attack effects, they have basically become the nemesis of melee professions since they appeared. Moreover, zombies are directly immune to thunder magic, wind magic has to be discounted against them, and earth magic is only defensive. As for other systems, they are only auxiliary roles. Only fire magic can be regarded as their nemesis. However, this is only a few points stronger than other magic systems. At the same time, the dark zombies in this mine are obviously very different from those Mina has encountered. Not only do they have some abilities in their lifetime, but they also have the ability to resurrect. It is said that as long as the available dark energy in their bodies is not consumed, they can continue to resurrect on the spot. Until the energy in the body is consumed, it will be transformed into the dark energy here again. However, Mina only found this ability on the official website. As for the real thing, he is now trying his best. From the information he found on the official website, he knew that the dark zombies here had actually lost their physical bodies a long time ago. After all, they were dead hundreds of years ago, and coupled with the powerful corrosive ability of dark energy, there was no way to preserve the bodies of these dead people. However, it is not known whether this mining area has too many dead people and the resentment cannot be dissipated, or because of the influence of the dark energy crystals that suddenly mutated here. The resentful spirits of the people who died here will slowly assimilate with the dark energy in the darkness, and if they get enough dark energy, they will reappear in this mining area in their pre-death appearance. Moreover, as long as the dark energy here does not disappear, they will not really disappear. When their resentful spirits accumulate enough energy, they can appear in physical form again. Mina feels very novel about this new way of refreshing, but it also means that it is difficult to fight here. After bombarding the dwarf dark zombie with explosive bombs and continuous fireballs for 2 minutes and 14 seconds, Shui Na finally killed the zombie. Regarding the situation that this explosive bomb can only deal more than 100 points of damage, Shui Na can only say that she is helpless. The dwarves themselves have high magic defense and high physical fitness, which has always been the enemy that the mage profession least wants to face. Coupled with the dark skin and the characteristics of the zombies here, the dwarf zombies here can only be described as perverted. And this is only a perversion in defense. In terms of attack, the dwarf zombies are also perverted. Since the zombies here are monsters formed by the combination of resentful spirits and dark energy, the dwarf zombies here can use this dark energy to turn into a big iron hammer. When this iron hammer hits the ground, it is like a small earthquake. However, what makes Shui Na feel even more frightened is that this dwarf can throw a flying hammer. Once, Shui Na didn't know this problem, and was targeted by a flying hammer. If Xiao Yu hadn't been quick, a shock arrow would have shot Shui Na away. Otherwise, Shui Na would have no choice but to die. However, after being hit by the strong wind of the flying hammer, Shui Na still lost nearly 100 points of health. Shui Na was really powerless against this monster that was no less powerful than the boss outside. Moreover, when Shui Na had just knocked it to the ground and had not had time to catch his breath, it stood up again. 15 seconds. This dwarf only took 15 seconds to revive on the spot. Shui Na had already calculated secretly in his mind when it fell to the ground. Well, the dwarf's resurrection time is 15 seconds, the orcs and elves is 10 seconds, and the humans is 5 seconds. Xiaoyu only remembered the resurrection time of these monsters at this time, so she immediately reminded Shui Na. So, the human zombies here are the worst. Shui Na immediately understood the reason for this system setting. Well, but it's also the strongest, because human zombies revive much more often than others, and their number accounts for 80% of the zombies here, so basically you can't kill them all. Xiaoyu said as she shot the blunt arrow in her hand and sent the elf zombie flying again. If you can't kill them all, then use this one. Shui Na, who had already used dark fire to hit the dwarf zombie, pulled out a magic cannon from his backpack and planned to blow these guys into ashes with one shot. This is... Liu Yi asked curiously when he saw Shui Na suddenly pull out something that looked like a cannon while fighting. Magic cannon. Xiao Yu beside him answered and shot another arrow. This arrow carried a trace of holy light. Xiao Bai had just given these arrows the power to kill these dark creatures. And this is why unicorns are called holy beasts and are superior to magic beasts, because the abilities of unicorns are basically not comparable to ordinary magic beasts. Magic cannon? Portable magic cannon. No, it can't be fired. Liu Yi suddenly stopped Shui Na, who was charging the magic cannon, at this time, looking anxious. Why? Shui Na asked puzzledly, and Xiao Yu also looked at him puzzledly. Why are we here? Liu Yi did not answer, but asked this question instead. Of course I came to find the dark energy crystal. But, I can tell you, if you use this thing, then, you will definitely not be able to get the crystal. Because the energy of your magic cannon will destroy the very stable dark energy crystals in their bodies. Well, there is such a thing. Mina knew that these dark zombies would randomly explode dark energy crystals, but he didn't know that this magic cannon would destroy the task props. Well, we used this magic cannon to suppress this mining area back then, but later due to the application of this dark guardian, we no longer used that kind of high consumption magic cannon. Lui heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the blue light in front of the muzzle of the magic cannon dim. Although it was a bit unfavorable to encounter this dwarf zombie at the beginning, Lui knew that this dwarf zombie must have stable dark energy crystals. For Shui Nai, who could knock down a dwarf zombie in 2 minutes, he didn't want Shui Nai to do such a thing of killing the chicken to get the eggs. As long as he could take his time, he would definitely gain something, and there was no need to be so anxious for success. However, Lui also had a certain understanding of the ability of this human mage. The speed of this mage was not inferior to that of the mages of his own race. Moreover, the lethality of his magic was far higher than the general level. This also shows that the magic attainments of this mage are very profound. If he didn't practice hard, no mage would believe it. However, Shui Nai naturally wouldn't tell him that I have such a top-notch thing as the Flame Dragon Crystal Marrow. After knocking down the dwarf dark zombie again, Shui Na immediately found that it took her less time this time, and when she was fighting this zombie just now, she also found that its defense ability was weak. The more zombies here are resurrected, the weaker they are. Shui Na asked in the team chat, and she walked around with several zombies behind her to prevent them from contacting Xiao Yu Lui. In this team without thieves and melee, Shui Na can only use multiple things. It seems that there is such a saying, but we haven't encountered it. Xiao Yu shot the zombie behind Shui Na away with an arrow, thought about it and replied. When she came here that time, she came with hundreds of players. At that time, there were only a dozen dark zombies at most, which was basically not enough for these hundreds of players to bombard. In such a chaotic situation, who could focus on the resurrection? No, it's definitely like that. Look, the health of this dwarf zombie is 5,000 less than before, and now it is only 40,000. When Shui Nai saw the dwarf zombie stand up again, she immediately moved near it. For now, only this dwarf zombie has the ability to attack from a distance. And the well-equipped elf zombie can only use the black long sword in his hand. As for the most miserable miners like orcs and humans, they can only use their own hands to catch people. However, Shui Nai believes that the people caught by these hands are probably either poisoned or in a state of dark curse. After shooting a few thunder ices to freeze the surrounding elf zombies and human zombies into popsicles, Shui Nai focused on the dwarf zombie. As for the orc zombies with high physique and strong resistance to freezing effects, they can only be left to Xiaoyu's impact arrows. This time, the dwarf zombie's defense ability is even worse. Shui Nai fired a burst of flames, directly hitting nearly 300 points of damage, and also blew it away. At the beginning of the contact, the explosion effect of Mina's explosive bomb could not even make the dwarf of the son of the earth move. Very good, it seems that this resurrection only prolongs the battle time. Mina thought that this resurrection was a terrifying skill at first, but now he is not worried anymore after seeing this. After knocking it down again, Mina found that this time, the body of the dwarf zombie actually turned into black gas the moment it fell to the ground, and slowly disappeared in this black gas-filled environment. Is it over? Mina was also fighting this for the first time, so he asked the one who had been standing 2 people not far from the entrance. Yes, it was defeated by you. Lui nodded happily. Lui already had a great understanding of the fighting power of this mage. It is not difficult for a mage to have a strong killing power. As long as he practices magic more, any mage can achieve it. However, if a mage like Mina can move forward and backward in a measured way and easily solve a dwarf zombie when surrounded by several zombies, it is not something that ordinary people can do. At least, Lui asked himself that he could not do it without using the power of the goddess of life. Now he is somewhat interested in seeing when this human mage can complete this task. Chapter 605 Human Zombie Brigade. Xiaoyu, do the zombies here really not explode other things? Mina picked up the dark crystal exploded by the dwarf zombie on the ground and asked with some regret. After fighting so hard, there is only this one task prop. Well, in addition to this crystal, there will only be some ores. However, the experience here is not low. Xiaoyu was a little amused by Mina's disappointed tone. If it was the ordinary zombies outside, they might have something. But the dark zombies here are just a bunch of monsters made of dark energy. After death, they will basically return to black gas. What can be left? Then at least there will be an ore. Mina said while putting the dark energy crystal into the backpack. However, the system prompted that this thing could not be put into the backpack, which made Mina curse the system setting. Can these 1000 dark energy crystals only be taken back by hand? However, Mina was still very satisfied with the experience of these zombies here. Like this dwarf zombie, when it died for the first time, it had an income of nearly 100,000, and each person would have 50,000 after dividing it equally. Although it was only 70,000 when it died the second time, it was much easier than the first time. Seeing Liu Yi take out a cloth bag from his arms, Shui Nai immediately knew the fate of the dark energy crystal. Not bad, not bad, you got the dark energy crystal for the first time, keep working hard. After Liu Yi put the half-fist-sized crystal into the cloth bag, he immediately encouraged Shui Nai to knock down the remaining zombies. Brother Liu Yi, why don't you purify this dark mining area thoroughly once, so that you can get rid of this place? Shui Nai asked Liu Yi loudly while pulling the monsters into a ball in the hall. At this time, the dark zombies use their eyes and noses to warn. As long as they see a living person and feel the vitality of a living person, they will rush over immediately. The warning range of their eyes alone reaches more than 50 meters. As for the nose, Shui Nai has not found it so far, but I am afraid that this aspect is much farther than the eyes. It can't be purified. We haven't even found the source of the dark energy yet, and this place has been eroded too seriously by darkness. Even if we use all the power of our elves, we can't completely control it, let alone purify it. Liu Yi naturally doesn't want this dark mining area to exist, but the elves are currently at a disadvantage because they have the will but no one. Based on the population of the elves, if the players are not included, it may be a problem to even fill this dark mining area, let alone find the source of darkness in this layered and unknown depth of the mining area. Shui Nai, who attracted several dark zombies around, activated the flame dragon possession and immediately used the firestorm on them. Xiao Yu, who was standing by, used impact arrows to hit back the zombies that were about to rush out of the firestorm one by one. Can you hold on? Shui Nai asked Xiao Yu, who is now the most important, but also the hardest. Yes. Xiao Yu nodded, her eyes focused on watching the steps of these zombies. In order to make his impact arrows produce the most powerful effect, Xiao Yu calculated his attacks to the centimeter. Often, when an arrow is fired, while one zombie is sent flying, the two zombies behind it can stop at the same time until the effect of the impact arrow disappears. And this is also because Shui Na deliberately lured these zombies into a group at the beginning. However, as these zombies began to disperse, Xiao Yu's forehead sweated more and more, and the zombies in the flames began to be somewhat out of control. However, at this time, after being burned by Shui Na's firestorm for so long, some zombies began to fall to the ground waiting for resurrection. The first to fall were the elf zombies. They inherited the characteristics of low blood and low physique of the elves, which made them suffer the most damage in the flames. Basically, in the flames, they lost nearly 500 points of health per second. With less than 30,000 health points, it is basically impossible to last long. However, it was also the one that suffered the most from Xiao Yu's impact arrows. The next to fall were human zombies. Although human zombies were slightly more resistant to magic than orcs, they were only slightly stronger than orcs in terms of health. It was only 1 point better than the elf zombies. When all the human zombies fell to the ground and began to revive, some of the orc zombies with less blood volume also fell to the ground. However, with the time difference of these falling to the ground, Xiao Yu's workload also increased a lot. Looking at the dark zombies that were getting closer and closer, Shui Na could only put away the firestorm, and then rushed to the front alone with Liu Yi's life magic. Among the 3 people and 1 beast, they dared not use the power of Liu Yi and Xiao Bai indiscriminately. Because once their power was used, they might not be able to recover in time, and as the last line of defense, they naturally had to use it carefully. However, now Shui Na is extremely eager to raise the undead shadow ring. As long as he has the undead shadow in his hand, then there will be no problem with this kind of battle. If Xiao Yu's impact arrows did not use strength, Shui Na would have wanted Xiao Yu to use the undead shadow, but Xiao Yu, who lost 50% of her strength, might not be able to do anything to these dark zombies. Fortunately, the zombies here have no intelligence, and they just know to tear the nearest living person apart. Therefore, Mina walked a few times in the zombie pile and gathered the zombies into a group again. However, this time, Mina did not plan to use the firestorm again. Seeing Xiaoyu fighting so hard, he couldn't bear it. After pulling away, Mina immediately entered the chanting state, and a fireball began to slowly form on the magic wand. Seeing this, Xiaoyu immediately knew his idea and immediately went to cooperate with his plan. With the formation and forward rush of the explosive impact, the fireball quickly rushed to the pile of zombies, and then a huge ball of flames exploded with the fireball, swallowing up the zombies. While the flame space still existed, Mina's next wave of magic was also completed. This time Mina used ice magic, and one by one, the thunder ice or ice cones kept hitting the zombies entangled by the flames. Whenever these ice magics hit the target, in addition to causing ice damage, they will also cause another damage. This damage comes from the fierce mutual restraint between ice and fire. As long as they are in the flame space, ice magic can cause additional damage to these heated targets by rapidly cooling them. This damage also has the effect of destroying armor when facing metal equipment, but for these dark zombies that are just materialized by dark energy, destroying armor becomes a useless effect. Under this round of ice and fire attacks, the elf zombie fell to the ground again. For this zombie that always walks faster than others, it naturally became the first target of Mina. In the explosion impact just now, it took all 3 types of damage from this magic. However, 10 seconds later, it stood up again. Moreover, at this time, Mina found that there was a sound of footsteps in the dark place not far away from him, that is, outside the lighting fireball. After taking a look at the remaining number of his lighting fireballs, Mina immediately shot a lighting fireball. A wizard can only control 10 lighting fireballs at the same time. Once this number is exceeded, the first ones will go out. Under normal circumstances, 10 lighting fireballs are enough for Mina, but in this mine hall, which is unknown how big it is, I am afraid that even if there are dozens of lighting fireballs, it is not known whether it will be enough. When Mina's lighting fireballs hit the air, the dozens of black zombies under the firelight immediately made Mina and Xiaoyu's faces turn pale. Liu Yi may be used to it and has no reaction at all. However, when the two of them looked at it intently, their expressions began to relax. All the zombies coming were human zombies. Although the number was a bit scary, as long as they were the same kind of zombies and their speed was the same, Mina and Xiaoyu were naturally not afraid. After calculating the distance, the zombie army was about 100 meters away from Mina and the others. However, because the lighting fireball was fired at a relatively high altitude, although the lighting range was large, the light was very blurry, and Mina could not see the specific number at all. Get rid of these zombies first. Seeing this, Liu Yi immediately reminded Mina that food should be eaten bite by bite, and zombies should be killed one by one. No longer using the kind of large-scale low-lethally magic, Mina began to use explosive bombs to kill these zombies one by one. If these zombies here could still catch people and recover slowly even if their heads were cut off, Mina would also like to give them a wind blade each and be done with it. It took almost 5 minutes for Mina to finally beat the remaining 7 zombies into black gas and disperse them. Among these 7 zombies, the orc zombies are the most durable and are listed as the second most dangerous objects by Mina. They have been taken care of by Mina all the time. As for the elf zombie, Xiaoyu kept flicking it around. Of the 7 zombies that fell, Shui Na and his team only collected 2, but they did gain hundreds of thousands of experience points, which directly upgraded Xiaoyu, who was at a low level. Moreover, they also got a dark gem from the elf zombie, which had good properties. If they hadn't been approached by hundreds of human zombies later, Shui Na and his team would have planned to take a break before pulling the monsters over to fight. Chapter 606 Icicle Wall. Being approached by a large group of dark zombies, even Shui Na didn't dare to play close to them anymore. He could only use ice magic to slow them down first, and then retreat to the back. Let's retreat back to the corridor at the entrance of the mine first, let's go. Shui Na cast an ice rain spell on the group of zombies, and immediately pulled the 2 back to the corridor they came in. When they left the hall, Shui Na turned around and took out 2 skill books from his backpack, and directly learned this magic while carrying Liu Yi. This time, the magic that Shui Na learned was only advanced magic, namely the poisonous thorns that exploded from the underground dungeon of the poisonous insect valley and the icicle technique that exploded from the dungeon of the Black River village. As for the thunder bullets and ice rings found by the unscrupulous profiteers, Shui Na did not learn them. In fact, this time, Shui Na was interested in the icicle technique. As for the poisonous thorns, Shui Nai just saw it when he took the icicle technique and wanted to play with it. This icicle technique has two different attack methods, one is to fall from the sky, and the other is to emerge from the ground. If it falls from the sky, the icicle that falls down will only cause physical damage and cannot cause elemental effects. But if it emerges from the ground, the target hit by the icicle will suffer elemental damage and elemental effects, but no physical damage. However, whether it falls from the sky or emerges from the ground, the icicles that appear after this will exist for a period of time. If they are maintained with ice magic, they can exist for a longer time. After learning these two magics, Mina immediately began to arrange them. As Mina began to chant, a blue ice crystal began to appear in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the ice crystal had turned from nothing into an ice column that was about meters wide and meters high. Damn, the chanting time of this ice column is too long. Mina didn't expect that she had a level 4 magic release, but she couldn't cast this magic instantly. However, this magic does have its long-term value. In this magic, if it is smashed from the sky, the magic will condense faster and not easy to be discovered. But if it is intended to emerge from the ground, it will be slower, and some creatures with quick reactions can easily dodge it. While Mina was preparing this defense project, the remaining people, whether Luyi or Xiaobai, were used. I saw Luyi waving the magic wand in his hand, and green vines began to emerge from the ground, entangled these slow-moving zombies, making them move even slower. Although Luyi's magic is only elementary magic, none of the zombies entangled by this magic have been able to break free so far, and all of them are tightly tied by the vines. However, I don't know whether Luyi is deliberately letting them go or something else. I only saw that he only took action when Xiaoyu couldn't defend himself. The rest of them kept cheering for the two, which made Shui Nai angry. And Xiaobai, in the face of this huge number of zombie troops, in addition to helping Xiaoyu bless the arrows with sacred power, he could only keep using the holy light emitted by his horn to try to drive them away. But under the push of these human zombies behind, its efforts only made the zombie troops move a little slower. Fortunately, Shui Nai's defense project was soon completed. You can come in. Mina saw that her icicle fence was completed, so she called the two people and the beast in. When Luyi, who was responsible for the rear guard, also came in, the last icicle in the sky immediately fell down, and the icicle fence was completely completed. Well done. Luyi knocked on the icicle and looked at the narrow gap that was suddenly left between the icicles. According to the characteristics of these dark zombies, although they only attack living creatures, if there is something in front of them that hinders their movement, they will also destroy it. However, this fence with gaps can reduce the attacks on the icicles and extend the life of the icicles. Because this fence does not completely hinder the movement of these zombies, at least their hands can reach over and wave at these living people. Wait until it is really completed. Mina is still a semi-finished product for the current icicle fence. Although it has the effect of isolating them from the zombies, it is not the safest. Standing on the icicle, Mina carefully dodged the claws of the zombies below, causing icicles to continuously emerge from the ground, not only filling the gaps in the first row of icicle fences, but also freeze the nearest dozen zombies inside. When the second row of icicles froze a dozen zombies, Mina felt relieved. Although the second row of icicles was attacked by the zombie claws behind it at the moment of formation. However, the zombies embedded in the icicles also became the target of attack by their companions, and the damage values were emerging from the icicles. After watching this scene, Mina's third row of icicles also appeared. This row was his real defensive icicles, and the second row was just a buffer area. And these 3 rows of icicles were the icicle walls in Mina's mind. Okay, you can come up. After Mina finished the 3 rows of icicles, he immediately added a dozen thunderbolt ice and quick freezing techniques. After seeing that there were no zombies that could move in the 3 rows of icicles, he immediately reminded Xiaoyu and the others. Yes, it's better than our wooden stake tactics. It seems that we need to discuss with the elders and train a few ice mages. Luyi saw the 3-meter wide safe zone. Although the zombies not far away were a bit scary, this ice pillar technique was really practical. It could not only weaken the enemy, but also play a defensive role. Wooden stakes? Originally, you also used this method to deal with these zombies. Shui Na immediately thought of a magic called wooden stakes in advanced magic. This magic is somewhat similar to icicles, but this magic can only be smashed from the air. Yes, I also prepared a dozen wooden stake scrolls, but it seems that I can save a lot. Luyi took out a green scroll from the space ring at this time. Shui Na and Xiaoyu looked at Luyi speechlessly. Hehe, I'll be embarrassed if you look at me like this. Liu Yi lowered her head shyly, twisting and turning, making Shui Na uncomfortable. Hey, Xiaoyu, is this guy really an elf? Shui Na asked in the team chat. This guy, apart from looking like an elf, his behavior is very different from the noble elves. He has human blood. When he was a child, he was rejected by the elves, so he ran to the human village and lived with them for a long time. Maybe at that time, he learned bad things. Xiaoyu didn't know how to describe this elf, so she could only use the word learned bad things. This Liu Yi didn't have a very good relationship with his fellow villagers in Silver Moon Village. At most, they were just nodding acquaintances, but he was highly valued by Diana. In the dark mining area, he also made many contributions and was deeply welcomed by the garrison of the mining area. And the most important thing is that this Liu Yi has a good relationship with the players. As long as you don't come to cause trouble, he will often help you very attentively, but of course he has to charge some fees. Hey, you know a lot of magic. When Liu Yi saw Shui Na's poisonous thorns begin to appear in several corners of the zombie pile, his eyes immediately lit up. If a wizard knows 7 types of magic, it is not a big problem. As long as he has better talent and more perseverance, it will be fine. So the knowledge he said does not mean that he can use it, but that he can master it. If you want to practice several types of high-level magic to the point of instant or near instant, it is not just a simple talent that can make it happen. This must be possible with a strong talent. However, the elemental heart in Mina can also be regarded as an acquired talent. It's just so-so. Mina replied modestly, and began to use the firestorm with all her strength. After restarting the flame dragon possession, the zombies below began to roar. As the blazing red flames and the green vines that whipped the surrounding zombies continued to attack these human zombies, one by one they were burned or whipped to the ground. But as tangible poisonous thorns, if Liu Yi hadn't used some life magic to treat them from time to time, I'm afraid they would have died long ago. As for Shui Nai's behavior of burning his own life value to gain this powerful power, Liu Yi can only use a life magic to restore his life value when he feels that his life breath is weakening. After using the firestorm for more than 10 minutes in a row, Shui Nai's magic power has reached the bottom. The firestorm of more than 500 points is really a lot of consumption. Take a break. Liu Yi saw that Shui Nai's face was a little pale. The result of using a lot of magic power, when he thought of this little guy, who used large-scale magic for more than 10 minutes in a row. He was a little curious about how this human mage grew up. Okay, I'm tired too. Shui Nai took a look at his endurance value, which had reached the bottom as well as the magic value. However, Shui Nai's harvest was not bad. Although the firestorm was not good enough against these human zombies, it was still effective. After being burned for more than 10 minutes, more than 30 human zombies were burned to death. If Mina hadn't chosen this narrow corridor as the battlefield, his 10-meter-long firestorm wouldn't have just burned so many zombies to death. Looking at the nearly 10 dark energy crystals that exploded on the ground, if it hadn't been for here were still hundreds of zombies, and Shui Nai had already risked rushing down. However, these zombies obviously did not see the dark energy crystals on the ground, but just squeezed and rushed to Shui Nai's icicle fence, which made Shui Nai feel relieved. Chapter 607 Liu Yi's life experience. By the way, the fire magic you just used doesn't seem to be a complete version. When Shui Nai was resting, Liu Yi asked with some interest, and with a wave of the magic wand in his hand, a green energy immediately hit the poisonous thorns left in the pile of zombies. In the tide of zombies below, even Liu Yi could not protect these poisonous thorns with only level 1 and little blood. Incomplete? I think so too, but it was like this when I learned it, so I have no choice. Shui Nai always felt that the name of this firestorm was somewhat inconsistent with its appearance. If that's the case, then I can't do anything about it. I thought you didn't understand it thoroughly. But you can ask those magic masters to see if they can guide you. At first, Liu Yi just thought that Shui Nai hadn't learned it completely, but after hearing what he said, he knew that he must have learned an incomplete magic. I'll have to ask about this when I have a chance. Shui Nai wrote this information down in the memo. By the way, these 3 seeds are for you. Use them with this poisonous thorn. The effect is very good. Liu Yi had to put away his wand after watching the last poisonous thorn on the ground being torn into pieces by the zombies. Seeds combined with wood magic. Shui Nai had never heard of this before, so she took the 3 green seeds from Liu Yi's hand. These seeds were only the size of a thumb, but the vitality contained in them made Xiao Yu feel it. Dragon blood vine seeds, when used with wood vine magic, can give these magics the characteristics of dragon blood vine, and the characteristics of this dragon blood vine are that it has thick blood, high defense, and is not afraid of fire, which can increase the health of these wood plants and make them immune to cutting by sharp weapons. Shui Na announced this information in the team chat. Disposable props. Xiao Yu's first thought when she heard such a perverted prop was this. No, or not entirely. These seeds can bear fruit again after use, although only 2 seeds can be produced each time. Moreover, not all seeds can inherit the characteristics of this dragon blood vine. After Shui Na said this, she started to check the information of this dragon blood vine on the official website. Entering dragon blood vine in the search engine of the official website, Shui Na immediately found it in the wood magic database on this official website. Dragon blood vine is a general term for some vine plants that have survived by obtaining dragon blood and absorbing the essence contained in it. This kind of dragon blood vine can be said to be a treasure for wood magicians. Because they can cooperate with their own wood magic, as long as the elemental energy of the wood is injected into the seed, it can directly promote its growth, and at the same time make their own wood plants have the characteristics of these plants. Good stuff. After reading this, Shui Na could only think of this, but he didn't understand the meaning of Liu Yi's approach. Mr. Liu Yi, this seed is very valuable. After checking the information of this seed, Shui Na also knew its value. This seed is a rare thing even for elves. Hey, do you know these seeds? Liu Yi looked at Shui Na with some surprise. Well, my teacher told me about this before. Shui Na directly used his teacher as a shield. That's good, then I won't bury them if I give them to you. Seeing Shui Na say this, Liu Yi knew that he didn't give this thing to the wrong person. But no merit, no reward, this kind of gift, Although these 3 seeds are top quality things, wood magic is not Shui Na's main magic. For Liu Yi, who is not very familiar with him, Shui Na doesn't want to take advantage of him. Listen to me first. Seeing Shui Na's expression, Liu Yi interrupted him directly. Actually, I have a wish, that is to completely eliminate this dark mine. I'm not afraid to tell you that my grandfather was the owner of this dark mine before the accident, and the murderer who killed these people. Liu Yi pointed to the zombie below that looked like it was about to eat someone, and said with some sadness. Ah! Shui Na and Xiao Yu didn't expect that Liu Yi, who was beside them, had such a background, and they exclaimed at the same time. This was more surprising than what they heard from Liu Yi about the origin of this dark mine, because they didn't expect Liu Yi to have such a big relationship with this mine. According to my father, my grandfather was a bad guy who did all kinds of evil at the time, and he also harmed many elf girls, and my father was born under such circumstances. However, after the accident in this mine, my grandfather took his family away and abandoned my grandmother and father here. However, the elves are really kind, and they didn't maliciously target the poor people because of this. Although some unpleasant things happened, there were still many elves who sympathized with them and accepted them, and then I was born. In the following time, my father continued to atone for my grandfather's sins in this dark mining area until he paid the price of his short life. My father, when I was alive, I always hoped that I could purify this dark mine area to reduce the sins of our family, so I chose this life priest as my profession. However, I know that with my strength, it is impossible to fulfill my father's wish, so I hope to make some powerful friends, hoping that they can help me. When Liu Yi said this, some tears flashed in the corners of his eyes. But, I am just a small wizard, with my strength. Shui Na was also moved by Liu Yi's past, but he had to let Liu Yi know a fact, that is, his strength is not as good as he saw. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. No. I already know the origin of the elemental wand in your hand. You are the apprentice of that person, the apprentice of the one known as the strongest wizard. Since he was able to close this mine area back then, he should also be able to eliminate the source of darkness in this mine area. Liu Yi said as he grabbed Shui Nai's arm, using such force that Shui Nai felt a burst of pain. You know about this elemental wand? Shui Nai was naturally shocked when he heard this, but seeing that Liu Yi's excited expression did not seem artificial, he also knew that he had placed his hope on his teacher. However, the old wizard's current situation did not allow him to help Liu Yi and remove the sin and curse in his blood. I know. Because I want this dark mine area to disappear more than anyone else, so I have studied the wizard's notes and inquired about him. When I saw the elemental wand in your hand, I was a little suspicious, and when I saw the expression of Elder Ron, I was sure that you were that person's apprentice. Although your strength is indeed still very weak, your potential is the highest I have ever seen. As long as this dark mine area can be eliminated, let alone this mere dragon blood vine, even my life will not matter. Lu Yi said excitedly. Don't be so serious. If I find my teacher, I will ask him, but please don't expect too much. Because my teacher is old and may not be able to help you. Seeing Lu Yi's crazy and excited eyes, Shui Nai couldn't help but feel sad for this elf bound by blood. Well, then you can help ask. Lu Yi nodded, but the excitement and hope in his eyes became deeper and deeper, because Shui Nai had already admitted that he was the apprentice of that person and promised to help him. After taking a look at the tasks that suddenly appeared on his task panel, Shui Nai could only ignore them temporarily. At his current level, it might be a bit difficult to see the old wizard again. If he doesn't come to find me, then I'm afraid I don't know where to find him. For current players, if this kind of errand task of finding someone is not a chain task, I'm afraid not many people will take it. Because this kind of time-wasting task often only gives pitiful experience. Take the example of Mina and Xiaoyu's previous search for Elder Diana of Silver Moon Village. This task only gave Mina a few thousand experience points. If this task was not obviously the first link of a chain task, the cost this time would have made Mina have no place to cry. After the conversation just now, the relationship between the three of them was closer, but the three of them did not say much, and the whole atmosphere was somewhat condensed. By the way, Brother Lu Yi, what do the people here think of my teacher? Mina asked Lu Yi during the fifth break. Your teacher? There are many opinions. Some people like him, some people hate him, but I know that everyone who knows him regards him as a benefactor in their hearts. Because he not only stopped the disputes between the three countries, but also united our elf empire from tribes into a country, and closed the dark mining area for us, and handed over the three sacred objects to our elves to protect the environment on which we depend for survival. It can be said that without him, there would be no elf empire today. However, after hearing this, Shui Nai knew that Lu Yi basically didn't know the grudge between the old wizard and the gods. Then how do you know that I am his apprentice? After all, it seems to have happened for hundreds of years. Shui Nai asked the question in his heart. Intuition. Moreover, I know that his strength has surpassed the level of mortals, and lifespan is just a string of numbers for him. So I know that you must be his apprentice, because this magic wand is the best proof. Lu Yi took a look at the elemental magic wand in Shui Nai's hand. For them, this weapon that can represent a great man will not be given away casually. Because as long as it is given to someone, it means that this person has inherited everything from him. I see. Shui Nai realized at this time that for a long-lived race like the elves, the old wizard was of the same generation as them. If one of them was the old wizard's enemy or had any relationship with the Holy Light Church, then he would be in big trouble. Okay, it's time for us to leave. Lu Yi saw that Shui Nai and the others had rested for a while, so he took a look at the dark guard on his body and knew that they didn't have much time. And Shui Nai, Xiaoyu and Mizuna knew that they only had 10 minutes of available time. However, there was a problem that they had to face, that is, there were still many zombies below, and the dark energy crystals on the ground had not been picked up in time. Chapter 608 Archers in the Dark. How many zombies are there in this dark mining area? Even Lu Yi, who knew this dark mining area very well, could only say that he should not dream about it. Because in the 100 years of operation of this mining area, the number of miners who died here is simply an astronomical number. And now Mizuna and Xiaoyu finally truly understood why human zombies are the weakest, but also the most powerful zombies. The hundreds of human zombies in the distance crowded the intersection of this corridor and the hall. Seeing Mizuna and Xiaoyu, they felt a chill in their spines and their hair was numb. As they built the icicle wall, the number of zombies below them continued to increase. According to Lu Yi's explanation, although these dark zombies can see things, they can't see far away, but they have a natural ability to sense living things. Lu Yi can only conservatively estimate the range of this sensing ability to be about 5 or 6 kilometers. However, since these dark zombies move very slowly, it often takes several days to walk this distance, so for them who usually only open it once a month, this effect is the same as no effect. However, for Mina and others who have to collect 1000 dark energy crystals, they have to enter this mine every day. This is both a challenge and an opportunity for them. Because in this way, they don't have to worry about finding these zombies, but it also means that they have to face tens of thousands of zombies. If they are not careful, they may die. If they face these tens of thousands of zombies, Mina doesn't dare to say that her icicle wall can hold up. Okay, I'll go down and get the dark energy crystal now. After tightening her belt, Mina switched the elemental attack of the elemental wand to ice bombs, activated the flying technique, and carefully flew to the top of the corridor. If Mina hadn't been prepared to pick up the crystal just now, and had added a few more rows of ice pillars to the intersection of the corridor and the hall, the zombies in the hall would have been stopped there. Otherwise, the zombies below would definitely be so dense that there would be no chance to get down to the ground. And this is why Mina chose to fight in this narrow corridor, because only in this way can the dark energy crystal here be obtained most safely. As long as the two sides of the corridor are blocked, the zombies inside will become sheep in the fence, allowing Mina's flames to rage. If it weren't for the lack of time, Mina was planning to burn the zombies that were still moving below into black gas. After observing in the air for a while, the ice bomb on Mina's wand was always in the firing state. He dived and picked up 3 dark energy crystals on the ground that were entangled by black air. According to Lui, dark zombies that already have entities will not look for these dark energy crystals, but those vengeful spirits that have not yet formed are not like this. They will take all the dark energy crystals they find as their own until they condense a new body. And the black air on the dark energy crystals that can transform into faces are those vengeful spirits. However, these vengeful spirits have no killing power except to scare some timid people. At least Mina has no problem at all. After going back and forth several times, Mina picked up several dark energy crystals that were easy to pick up, and he immediately set his sights on other places. However, in those places, most of the dark zombies that have not died yet are still left. For these zombies that have died several times and can only return to their positions in the last few times, Mina is really unwilling to let them go. However, he did not want to disappear due to the Dark Guardian and become neighbors with these zombies. Looking at these zombies staggering over, Mina could only cast a few acceleration spells on them, hoping that they could walk faster so that they could leave a space for picking up things. However, just when Mina hoped that these guys could come over quickly, he suddenly heard a crackling sound. Mina and his friends had never heard this kind of sound before, because the zombies here only made a rustling sound of digging ice when dealing with Mina's icicle wall. However, along with this sound, waves of zombie roars also came over. Mina, the icicles on that side have been dug open. Xiaoyu, in the eagle eye state, immediately saw that the icicle wall more than 30 meters away was finally dug open by the zombie army. Under the ice chips, dark zombie hands were constantly reaching out from the other side. So fast. Mina didn't expect that the icicle wall without her own maintenance would fall so quickly. Knowing this, Mina immediately wanted to go over and fix the defense, but when he found that the defense line was completely lost, he was powerless. If Mina had already put this ice, if he could practice the pillar technique to instantaneous, there would be a little hope. Now he could only pick up the dark energy crystals as soon as possible and leave as soon as possible. However, at this moment, Shui Nai, who was suspended in the air, suddenly felt a chill in his brows and a sharp pain followed. He didn't think about it and just dropped down quickly. A black stream of light flashed and shot towards the rock above, brushing Shui Nai's hair. With a bang, the black arrow suddenly exploded into a ball of black gas when it hit the rock in the tunnel, and the broken stones fell like rain. "Come back, that's the archer." When Lui saw the black light, his pupils shrank and he immediately told Shui Nai to go back. In this mining area, the most powerful zombies are not the dwarf zombies, but the elf archer zombies who can use bows and arrows. Damn, even this archer has it, damn. Shui Nai was attacked by the archer zombie without even seeing the position of the archer zombie. However, after seeing the zombies on the other side had walked away, revealing the dark energy crystals on the ground, there were at least a dozen of them nearby. Seeing this, Shui Nai would naturally not be frightened by such a zombie. "Xiao Yu, you go out first, I'll come later." After Shui Nai said that, he quickly changed his position in the air, and then rushed towards these dark energy crystals. And along the way, whenever Shui Nai saw scattered crystals on the ground, he would directly reach out and pick them up, and then put them into his wizard robe. The way these crystals explode is too random. Shui Nai's body moved from time to time in this pile of zombies, causing the zombies around to turn around from time to time. Looking at the zombies around that have returned to the blood-dropping state, Shui Nai has to say that the environment here is really a blessed place for zombies. In this black air, the blood recovery speed of zombies is fast enough. If it weren't for the influence of this black air, Shui Nai wouldn't have spent so much time burning this zombie at the beginning. Jumping around desperately, even though his ice crystal armor had been broken and his health was constantly decreasing, Shui Nai didn't care at all. Because he had picked up nearly 20 dark energy crystals. Just when he was about to pick up the last one, he suddenly found 3 dwarves throwing at him. Damn, it's a dwarf zombie, no wonder the ice column wall fell so quickly. Looking at the 3 increasingly large flying hammers, Shui Nai only changed his body in the air, lying horizontally in the air to take advantage of the gaps between the flying hammers. After a gust of wind, Shui Nai felt a burning pain in his chest and back at the same time, and his body was blown by the strong wind and hit a zombie. At this moment, a blunt wooden arrow suddenly appeared in front of Shui Nai. The wooden arrow hit the zombie faster than he did, and in front of Mina, a visible airflow suddenly burst out, pushing the zombie several meters away. After finally balancing in the air, Mina looked back and found Xiaoyu standing on the icicle wall, holding the bow. In this environment where archer zombies are lurking, Xiaoyu's action is simply a naked provocation to these enemies. After taking a look at the dark energy crystal a few meters away, Mina didn't even look back, and flew towards Xiaoyu. At the same time, Mina's magic wand also dragged a stream of water mist in the air. Although this method is not sure whether it will work for the dark zombie, Mina can only do this now, because this is the only way he has now, and he can only treat a dying horse as a living horse. However, when Mina was only a few meters away from Xiaoyu, he suddenly felt a surge of uneasiness in the mist around him, and a black light flashed from Mina at a very fast speed, and then shot towards Xiaoyu's beautiful body. Xiaoyu. Although Mina had called Xiaoyu's name in an instant, how could his body's reaction be faster than the arrow that had been shot? Seeing the black arrow explode into a ball of black air in front of Xiaoyu's chest, Mina felt his eyes split, and in his eyes, only Xiaoyu's body flew backwards as soft as floating catkins. However, when Mina took Xiaoyu in the air into his arms, the tension in his heart was also relieved, but his guilt was still heavy. Because he didn't expect that Xiaoyu would be so seriously injured because of himself. Looking at the longbow that was shot off in Xiaoyu's hand, Mina didn't think much about it, and flew directly to the exit with Xiaoyu. Hurry up, the door is about to close. Liu Yi, who had not yet gotten out, yelled at the 2 people flying over, and then got out. Shui Na glanced at the dark protection on his body. There was still 1 minute left before the end, but now Shui Na just wanted to send Xiaoyu out. Holding Xiaoyu tightly, Shui Na aimed at the exit and rushed out directly. Chapter 609 Pegasus. After rushing out of the exit of the Exoda mine, Shui Na only felt that the sunlight in front of him was so bright that he felt dizzy, and the moment she saw the sunlight, the green airflow on Mina disappeared. Are you okay? Mina, who protected Xiaoyu tightly, did not let her get hurt when she touched the ground, but he felt a burning pain on his back. It's nothing, but the thing in your clothes hurts me. Xiaoyu's voice was soft and gentle, which made Mina distracted. She put her hands on Mina's chest and tried to distance them shyly. But Xiaoyu, who was hugged by Mina, felt that the strength in her body seemed to disappear, and Mina's warm body temperature made her feel very comfortable. If it weren't for the people who were getting closer and closer, she would not mind Mina hugging like this. Feeling that Xiaoyu's body was a little hot, coupled with the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer, Mina let go of Xiaoyu immediately. You two, you are really messing around. It's just some dark energy crystals. Is it necessary to risk your life? At this moment, Liu Yi gently knocked the 2 people's heads with his magic wand. Although the heavy magic wand knocked them down for several points of life points, it also relieved the awkward atmosphere between the 2. Looking at Xiaoyu's blushing face, Shui Nai was lucky that she was still wearing a lurking mask on her face. Otherwise, if both of them were blushing, she really didn't know how to face these people. Looking at the people around, Shui Nai immediately felt the murderous gazes of those people. However, thinking of Xiaoyu's soft body and shy expression, he felt that it was worth it even if he was facing a knife. Cough. Liu Yi took a look at the expressions of these people and coughed heavily. How many dark energy crystals did you pick up? Hey, a lot. Mina said, and took off her belt. Then she heard a series of ding-dong sounds coming from Mina's feet, and about 20 dark energy crystals of different sizes were piled on the ground. Hiss. Amid a burst of people's gasps, Mina and Liu Yi quickly picked up the dark energy crystals on the ground and put them into the bag. Did you find the dark energy crystal mine? So many crystals. The captain of the garrison looked at the crystals on the ground in disbelief. It was hard for him to imagine that only these 3 people had produced so many crystals in less than 2 hours. Not only the NPCs couldn't accept it, but even Chunfeng Dai and other players who had played in this mining area couldn't accept it. Because they knew that it was impossible to deal with these zombies with just a few people. They had long understood the perversion of these dark zombies. They had originally planned to laugh at the incompetence of the mage when they came out. But they did not expect that Mina would create an icicle wall to make these zombies become captive experience points. And this is where the mage is powerful. As long as they have a reasonable environment, they can transform or even create a battlefield suitable for themselves. Not bad. 43 dark energy crystals were found on the first day. After deducting today's expenses, there are still 28. Liu said, while taking out 5 crystals from the already full cloth bag and handing them to the captain of the garrison here. On behalf of the soldiers of the Exoda mine, thank you. After carefully collecting the 5 dark energy crystals, the captain immediately saluted the 3. Okay, we have to go too. I only ate half of my lunch today. Liu said, and then carefully put the cloth bag into his arms. Ali, I'll borrow a few Pegasus later. Seeing the captain named Ali nod, Liu immediately blew a whistle, and then Bai Meng came out from the distant hill with Zui Feng. Bai Meng, you stay here and play today. Liu said in Bai Meng's ear, and patted Bai Meng's head. Then Bai Meng nodded and took a step back. At this time, Shui Nai's Zui Feng suddenly walked in front of Shui Nai and blew 2 hot breaths on the back of his hand. Do you want to stay too? Shui Nai asked, and he felt a little guilty about Zui Feng, who was often locked up in the pet space by himself. Zui Feng nodded, and Shui Nai could only let it go. Anyway, there was Bai Meng here, and there were a group of elf soldiers, so he didn't have to worry about any danger. Xiao Yu. Just as Shui Nai and Xiao Yu followed Liu Yi to the Pegasus Ranch, Chun Feng Yi and the others followed. However, when Xiao Yu was hugged by such a man just now, her image of a goddess in their minds collapsed. But when they saw Xiao Yu's shy and charming appearance just now, their desire and jealousy were even more burning. Sorry, we have to go back to hand in the task, goodbye. Shui Na said happily, and pulled Xiao Yu to Liu Yi. Regarding the way he and Xiao Yu appeared just now, Shui Na only felt that his relationship with Xiao Yu had taken another step forward. All along, they had basically never had any intimate contact with Xiao Yu in front of others, which made them somewhat afraid to show it to others. But now this psychological barrier was accidentally broken by Shui Nai. Moreover, when she saw the depressed expression of the person behind her who was so angry but could not lose her demeanor, Shui Nai felt happy in her heart, and her little vanity was satisfied. They followed Xiao Yu and Shui Nai to the gate of Pegasus Ranch, but under the persuasion of several elf soldiers, they could only watch Xiao Yu and Shui Nai from outside the fence. Okay, 2 is 2. When Liu Yi was talking to the people of the Pegasus Ranch, Shui Nai and Xiao Yu only heard this relatively clear sentence, and then they saw Liu Yi leading 2 snow-white Pegasus with wings on their waists. As a Pegasus mount, this Pegasus has no attack power at all, but its flying speed is very fast and it can also carry a lot of weight. Haha, luckily you are a couple, you can handle it yourself. The 2 people who saw this also knew that only these 2 Pegasus were free now. Don't mind. Shui Nai looked at Liu Yi and climbed onto the horse, and asked in a low voice. Let's go. Xiao Yu was very straightforward. She walked to the side of the Pegasus and then jumped on it directly, but her earlobes were already bright red, revealing her mood. Looking at this Pegasus that was almost 2 meters tall, Shui Nai had to say that the size of this flying creature was really huge. A pair of wings that were 5 meters long, plus a 2-meter tall body, only such a creature has the ability to allow people to fly in the sky. Chun Feng, if that mage can't get on later, let's boo him together. A group of players outside the Pegasus Ranch looked at this mount that was taller than a person, and they were immediately ready to see Shui Nai's embarrassment. In their understanding, human mages are not ordinary in terms of agility. Although they knew that this mage was very powerful, they didn't know where exactly he was strong. Generally speaking, this mage should not be able to get on this Pegasus, and if he needed Xiao Yu's help to get on the horse, then his face was completely lost. However, what surprised them was that this mage could actually sit behind Xiao Yu without any help, and what made them even more furious was that this mage actually hugged Xiao Yu's slender waist in public, and deliberately got close to Xiao Yu's back. Si Wolf. Yin Thief. Although they wanted to say this word in high spirits, they found that Xiaoyu did not refuse this intimate behavior at all, which made the fire in their hearts burn higher and higher. With the neigh of the Pegasus, it began to flap its wings, and in a vibration and shaking, the Pegasus began to rise slowly. However, although the back of the Pegasus looked very wide, there was no room for two adults like Minna to move. Behind Shui Nai, there was a pair of wings flapping constantly, and in front of Xiao Yu, there was a neck that had already stood up. They didn't dare to touch these two places. But in the elves, basically all the mounts have no reins or saddles. If these mounts don't want people to ride, then no elf can force them. If it weren't for the long mane on the Pegasus, and the Pegasus was relatively stable when flying, Shui Nai himself didn't know whether he would fall down like this. Don't be too nervous, trust them, they won't throw you down and fly away by themselves. Liu Yi, who was standing aside, watched Shui Nai and Xiao Yu nervously grabbing the Pegasus's hair, and reminded the two people who were riding Pegasus for the first time. That's right, I can fly myself, what am I afraid of? Shui Nai just forgot her identity just now, but felt that Xiao Yu in front of her was very nervous, so she was also infected by her. Enjoy the fun of this high-speed flight. Liu Yi said, and then spread her hands on the Pegasus and flew against the wind. Xiaoyu. Is there something wrong? Xiaoyu's voice was very soft, and Shui Nai's bones were a little loose. What do you say we are going to do next? Do a dungeon, or do a quest? Shui Na didn't know what to say, he just wanted to break the silence and called Xiaoyu. Well, let's find someone to upgrade your undead shadow ring first, and then we can go to the dungeon. My level is too low, and I can't seem to help you. Xiaoyu thought for a while and pointed out something Shui Na forgot. Haha, yes, first upgrade this ring, and then we should hatch a black-ringed water snake, and then we can go to the dungeon to level up. Shui Na thought for a while and added another one. In this dark mining area, it is impossible to do without ice magic, and Shui Na also feels that this black-ringed water snake must be hatched. Okay. Xiaoyu responded, then slowly leaned on Shui Na's chest, closed her eyes and relaxed to enjoy this short journey. Chapter 610 Rice Master Starrier. After the three people returned to Silver Moon Village, Liu Yi parted ways with them after getting off the Pegasus. Now he had to go back to Elder Diana to report the situation. Please use the Pinyin domain name of this site to visit our 0-point reading. See you tomorrow. After agreeing on the time and place to meet with Shui Nai and others, Liu Yi walked towards the meeting hall of Silver Moon Village. Shui Nai, led by Xiaoyu, walked around the village. From high above, Shui Nai already knew that this Silver Moon Village was actually a fusion of several separate villages. The reason for this fusion was to better protect the unicorn sacred beast here. Xiaoyu first found an old elf woman to wake up the black-ringed water snake behind Shui Nai and hatched it with magic. Looking at this little snake that was only the size of a finger, Shui Nai found it difficult to associate it with the black-ringed water snake that was nearly 10 meters long. However, the small black ring and the faint water pattern on its body are the same as the black-ringed water snake in the dungeon. Looking at such a small snake, Shui Nai thought it was a little cute and kept putting it on her palm to amuse herself. However, seeing Xiaoyu avoiding it, Shui Nai had no choice but to return it to the pet bracelet and wash her hands. Actually, it's also very cute. Shui Nai tried to make Xiaoyu accept his new pet. Really? Xiaoyu hugged his shoulders and looked away, wanting to avoid the topic. Okay. Seeing how Xiaoyu resisted, Shui Nai just changed the topic. By the way, let's go there now. The place where the two were was already a little far away from the circular pool in the center of Yunya village, and the surrounding environment was also very different from the environment they had seen before. There were no other buildings around except a large stone building complex, as if all the elves here didn't want to be with this stone building complex. Look for the dwarf I mentioned before. His name is Mistaliel, which means mithril in the elvish language. Although he is the blacksmith of our Silver Moon village, he doesn't like to be influenced by others, so he moved his workshop here. Xiaoyu pointed to the huge stone building complex they were approaching. The outer perimeter of this stone building is a Tumaturi protective wall, which tightly encloses the things inside, and outsiders can't see the situation inside at all. But it's too quiet here. Shui Nai glanced at the environment where there was no one around, and was a little surprised that this dwarf was so unsociable. There is no way. He is a person who sleeps during the day and works at night, so basically, as long as he stays, no elves will live around. Xiaoyu also has a headache for this troublesome dwarf. The dwarves are notoriously irritable, and living among these arrogant elves, their tempers will be even worse. In the elves, dwarves, creatures that like to destroy the natural environment, have always been people they hate but cannot leave. Without the dwarves, the elves would not be able to make high-quality weapons and armor. And without the protection of the elves, the dwarves would not even have freedom. For their abnormal symbiotic relationship, Xiaoyu, an elf player, can only say that the relationship between them is very subtle. When you see the dwarf later, give him the strong liquor I bought last time, which is brewed by the elves. For the dwarves, it has no taste, and I only found that this thing can attract him for a while. Xiaoyu said while talking about the weakness of the dwarf. Okay. Be quiet later. Xiaoyu directly pushed open the stone door in front of him and walked in with Mina. This door is not locked. Well, Master Mist Errol is a blacksmith who specializes in magic. This stone door is blessed with magic by him. Anyone who is an elf can directly push open this door. Xiaoyu explained. Can dwarves learn magic? Aren't they a race that can't sense elemental and magical energy? If there's no way to sense this basic fluctuation, then there's naturally no way to use magic. It's not really orthodox magic. Some people say that what he's studying is secret methods, some lost ancient magic. This kind of magic is not driven by spells, but runes, a bit like an enchanter, but in terms of function, it's all kinds of weird. Rune magic, I've heard of it. I remember seeing it in the headquarters of the Magic Guild in the Elemental City. But this technology has been lost for a long time, and even the Magic Guild doesn't have any records of it. Okay, let's wait for now. Xiaoyu and Mina walked into this not so big courtyard, and then Xiaoyu took a bottle of strong liquor from Mina, and then directly opened the mud seal, pulled out the cork, and put it on the stone table on the side. Smelling the slowly evaporating aroma of the wine, Mina himself also had the urge to drink a sip. Although he was the first player to discover that this wine could replenish endurance, he never dared to use this kind of strong liquor. Because if you are not careful and get drunk, you won't trademark even know what death is. Not long after, Shui Nai heard a door in the courtyard open, and a short figure rushed over and pounced on the stone table. After that, there was only a gulp-gulp sound, and an empty wine bottle was produced. Xiaoyu girl, you still know my heart the best. Without you, I really live a year. Mist Allier finished drinking the strong liquor on the stone table, and then rubbed his sleepy eyes and tilted his head to look at the two people who suddenly appeared. However, when he saw what Shui Nai had in his hand, he immediately pounced on him like a greedy cat and snatched the bottle in his hand into his own hand. While he was excitedly pouring wine into his mouth, Shui Nai also had time to observe him. This dwarf was slightly taller than the dwarves Shui Nai had seen, and his skin was better maintained. He didn't look like someone who often stayed in a high-temperature forging room. But the muscles on his arms were like a small mountain, solid and majestic, and you could tell at a glance that he had a lot of strength. However, when Xiaoyu said that he was a magic blacksmith, Shui Nai knew that this dwarf might not be very proficient in forging. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? After a burp, the dwarf who inherited the name of Mithril immediately asked. Xiaoyu glanced at Shui Nai, and Shui Nai also stood up consciously. Master Mist Allier, it's like this, I have a ring and want to. Stop. I'm asking Xiaoyu to speak now, not asking you to speak. The dwarf interrupted Shui Nai unhappily. What he said is what I said. Xiaoyu replied awkwardly. Hey, what is your relationship? Mist Allier saw Xiaoyu talking like this, and couldn't help but look at this human a few more times. Although he hated these pretentious humans, he had to say that this human looked no worse than an elf, but his appearance made him feel familiar. He's my boyfriend. Xiaoyu blushed, but her tone was very clear. Really? The dwarf was obviously stunned when he heard this, and then asked Shui Nai as if he couldn't react. It's true. Shui Nai nodded in response. Xiaoyu, why did you find a human to be your lover? None of the humans are good, short-lived, and selfish. Mist Allier said with great sorrow, as if he didn't want Xiaoyu to make a mistake. Grandpa Mist Allier, he is a wizard, maybe he can help you complete that thing. Xiaoyu saw that the dwarf was getting more and more verbose, so he directly told the plan in advance. Hey, just him? Although I haven't seen a human for a long time, I still know that the badge on his chest is a wizard's badge. What a wizard can do, I can do it a long time ago. Mist Allier looked at Shui Nai with disdain and disbelief, and then prepared to tell Xiaoyu to stay away from this human wizard. Sorry, it seems that his hatred for humans is deeper than I thought. Xiaoyu said apologetically in the private chat, it seems that the plan has to be advanced. Shuinai, please fly to the air. I remember that when I left the Silver Moon village, he was studying aircraft. Can you try to arouse his interest? At the beginning, Xiaoyu planned to use her relationship to improve the relationship between Shuinai and the dwarf, but she did not expect that he would not have the reaction of loving the house and the dog. Just as Xiaoyu finished speaking, the dwarf was about to teach Xiaoyu again, and a strong wind suddenly blew in the courtyard, and then Shuinai slowly flew into the sky. What is possible? This scene scared Mr. Errol, who had a deeper understanding of humans. He had never heard of a wizard who could fly directly into the sky without using props. Just now, he had been paying attention to this human being because he did not trust humans, and it was because of this that he could be sure that this wizard had not used any props. I'm right, right. Xiaoyu also added at this time, with his ability, he will definitely be able to help you. Who are you? However, Xiaoyu's words did not expect to cause a counter effect. Because now Mr. Errol was looking at Shuinai in the sky with hostility, and a thick hand had already reached out to the stone table, ready to use the stone table as a weapon to attack the mage at any time. Now Mr. Errol suddenly remembered one thing, that is, the green airflow on Shuinai seemed to have been seen many years ago. For this already very vague memory, he has only two ways to distinguish, that is, it is not a friend, it can only be the memory of the enemy. Well, I have no ill intentions, I just heard from Xiaoyu that you may encounter some bottlenecks in the research process, so I want to help you, I really have no ill intentions. Shuinai said while landing on the ground, no longer looking down at him. And as Shuinai came down, the dwarf did restrain himself a little. Chapter 611 Dark Mine Cave Dungeon. At this time, Shuinai instinctively used two water-hiding techniques to hide himself and Xiaoyu. For these people, Shuinai knew that it was useless to just escape, but he also knew that these rich kids were not so easy to understand. As expected, when the white light disappeared, the group of Chunfeng Deyi who had just returned appeared in front of them. However, looking at the number of these people, it was obviously less than before. I don't trademark to know if they gave up or had other things to do. Looking at these rivals who were obviously coming with bad intentions, Shuinai felt a little headache. For these people, even if they were killed, it was only a temporary solution. Every time they were killed, it would only increase their resentment towards themselves, but they didn't trademark to want to be implicated in boredom, so they had no choice but to escape. Everyone, go out and look for him. Once you find him, let us know. I have already identified several people as the human mage. However, judging from the information, they are just ordinary people and cannot be compared with us. Diamond King has been busy these days. He has been investigating Xiaoyu's middle school classmates before she returned to the Cheng family. Based on the current information, these people are the most suitable candidates for this human mage. Moreover, they have also investigated the game IDs of rich kids like Tai Feng. There is nothing wrong with them, and they cannot be this human mage. Are you sure? Chunfeng Dai asked immediately. He himself has used a lot of tricks, but he has not found anything yet. Even his sister has not gained anything at all. Not yet, because I can only roughly identify a range, but I can be sure that he is not from any of the major families, so in this regard, we still have an advantage. Diamond King's words immediately gave these people a reassurance. Transactions between families, in many cases, cannot tolerate personal feelings, and these people know better than anyone else. Watching them disperse in the Silver Moon village one by one, Shui Na and Xiaoyu said nothing and walked directly to the teleportation array. Don't worry about them, let's go. Shui Na took Xiaoyu's hand and walked towards a cave outside the strange village. The two had used the teleportation array 3 times in a row just now, and then they came to talk about Eden Village. Now, they came here to find the Dark Mine Cave Dungeon. This dungeon belongs to the players, not like the Black River Village, which has a history belonging to NPCs. It is said that this dungeon was accidentally discovered by an unknown small team, and it took half a month to slowly grind through and open this Dark Mine Cave dungeon. This Dark Mine Cave is somewhat similar to the monsters in the Dark Mine area, but because this Dark Mine Cave is far away from the Dark Mine area and there is no dark energy replenishment, the monsters here are not strong, and generally have no ability to revive. However, the most important thing is that this mine cave is said to have 3 different levels of dungeon entrances, corresponding to levels 40, 60, and 80 respectively. However, for now, this mine cave seems to have not been developed to the level of 80. Because the strength of an ordinary monster there is close to the level 60 boss, and under the condition of low player level, it has caused several powerful teams or guild elite groups to be wiped out several times. In addition, the resources of this dark mine cave are not high, and there are no good things. If it were not for the high experience and slow zombies here, it would probably not be very popular if it were not a paradise for mages to level up. According to the coordinates and map, the two searched for a long time in the mountains behind the village, and then found the traces of a team of players and followed them from a distance, and then found this dark mine cave. The entrance of this dark mine cave is very small, and it can only accommodate 3 people at a time, and its height is less than 3 meters. At a glance, it is clear that this mine cave should be a private nature or a black mine. Looking at the dozen players guarding the entrance of this mine cave, Mina saw that the people of the previous team were allowed to enter after paying a certain fee. There are many people who guard the dungeon entrance to earn extra money, no matter where they are. However, since the system does not punish such overlords, ordinary players can only pay money. After a look from a distance, Shui Na knew that these people were from the same guild. For this kind of thing like territory, it has always been an indicator of how strong a guild is. The more dungeons a guild controls, the higher its income will be, and as an enemy, the more it will be suppressed. Moreover, this situation is even more rampant in a country like the Elf Empire where there are no wild monsters and no foreign enemies. Often several guilds will fight for several days because of a dungeon. After paying 20 gold coins, Shui Na and Xiao Yu rejected the guides who recommended themselves and entered the dark mine. For a team of only 2 people like Shui Na, these people guarding the mine will naturally find a way to collect the oil and water. And their most common method is after they paid the gold coins, they tried their best to join the team, and then they would share their spoils with the absolute number of people. For their behavior, Mina had found many examples in the forum. According to the suggestions behind these examples, Mina appeared very high profile this time with the wind wand in her hand, and Xiaoyu also concealed her face with a lurking mask. Although the wind wand in Mina's hand was just a blank piece of equipment, it could represent his professional level, a level that was superior to these gatekeepers. For a wizard, these members guarding the dungeon had no interest in making things difficult for him, because they knew that a wizard was very powerful now, and it was best not to provoke him if possible. After the two followed the team in front and walked for a while in this dark mine, Mina finally found the first fork in the road in this mine. And this fork was the door to the level 40 dungeon that Mina and his team were going to enter now. Since Xiaoyu was only level 45, they couldn't go deeper like the previous team. Although they knew that there should be some high-level monsters that had not been killed in the deeper part of the mine, that is, the level 80 dungeon, but even Shui Na didn't dare to go in there. It is said that the place is the world of elf zombies, and many of the teams that came here to open up the wasteland and pass the level fell under the sharp arrows of the archer zombies. When the two stepped into the fork representing the level 40 dungeon, a selection panel immediately appeared in front of them. There was only one option on it, and Shui Na, as the team leader, directly clicked on the normal difficulty. After that, they only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the scenery changed, and they came to the dungeon map. The terrain of this dungeon is still based on the previous mine, but the width takes care of the players. The mine tunnel they are in now is 4 people wide. However, even if this allows players to reduce the space for contact with monsters, if they encounter zombies in this environment, no matter how large the mine is, there is no way to prevent them from fighting these zombies. Once the zombies approach, it will be a tragedy for melee players. After taking a quick look at the mine, Mina immediately began to arrange it. Mina threw a series of icicles from the top of the mine and began to block the mine. At this time, Xiaoyu also used impact arrows to bounce away the zombies that had discovered them. However, in such a narrow space, Xiaoyu's impact arrows were very ineffective. Many times, they only bounced these zombies less than half a meter and were pushed down by the zombies behind. As a last resort, Xiaoyu could only take out the special arrows she had just bought. She put a frozen arrow with an ice blue magic rune engraved on the arrowhead and a small ice crystal core and laid on it into her quiver. Afterwards, the zombies shot by the freezing arrows, in addition to a not so big physical damage, will also add a freezing damage and a frozen state. After Xiaoyu froze the zombies in the first 2 rows, the speed of these zombies also slowed down significantly. At this time, Shui Na's arrangement was also completed. The last icicle fell down, and a thin icicle wall separated the two from these zombies. Okay, now you can fire as much as you want. Shui Na took the lead and jumped directly onto the icicle wall. After removing a large piece of ice rain, Shui Na immediately began to summon her pet. However, when Xiaoyu saw a slippery and twisting little snake appear at her feet, she was startled on the spot, screamed and jumped directly below. Is it so scary? Shui Na looked at this first-level pet that was happily wandering on the icicle wall, and was very interested in Xiaoyu's changes. Can you let me know when you take it out next time? Xiaoyu said unhappily after seeing Shui Na move the little snake to a corner. Hee. Shui Na didn't say much, just smiled and started to work. The zombies attracted by the two people's breath were all human zombies. Although their combat power was the weakest among all zombies, the ice column wall could not withstand their ghost claws, and ice chips began to fly among the people. After that, Shui Na continued to strengthen the ice column wall, while Xiaoyu replaced the freezing arrows and took out the red flame arrows, shooting at the back of the zombie group. Because there was no black air in this copy, these zombies could not recover blood, so Xiaoyu's flame arrows, even if the attack power was not too strong, also slowly harvested a few zombies. As for Shui Na, he was beside Xiaoyu, helping ordinary arrows to attach flame magic. Although this kind of ordinary enchantment has a great loss and does not last long, it is better than the magic arrows bought back, and it is also very cheap. Therefore, Mina is also happy to be a full-time logistics staff for Xiaoyu. Chapter 612 Skill Training Field. Although it takes a long time for Xiaoyu to kill these zombies, but the results are also outstanding. Please use the Pinyin domain name of this site to visit our 0-point reading. When Xiaoyu cleaned up the zombies here, she also upgraded directly. While Xiaoyu was resting, Mina quickly cleaned up this passage. In this copy, zombies will not explode anything. They will turn into black gas and disappear directly like the zombies in the dark mine area, but they will not explode dark energy crystals, but it is easy to explode gold ore here. Basically, as long as you kill 10 zombies, you can get a piece of gold ore worth 5 gold coins. This is much higher than those dark mine zombies that have to be killed more than 10 times before they occasionally explode. Xiaoyu, it seems that we have to go up. The zombies inside are too slow. Mina just took a look inside and reminded Xiaoyu when she came out. If it weren't for the fact that her magic cannon was not on her, Mina planned to use the magic cannon to open the way directly, so as to open other difficulties. Then let's go. Xiaoyu jumped down directly, walking very fast, as if there was something terrible behind. At this time, Shui Na walked to the icicle wall and picked up the little snake on the wall. After the high experience nourishment just now, the black ring water snake is now as thick as half an arm, and its level has also risen to level 19, and it has learned the 2 magic beast skills of ice arrow and water arrow. Seeing this change, as the owner, Shui Na is the happiest. He happily picked up the pet and let it coil on his arm. The terrain of this copy is a mine tunnel that goes straight to the end, without any forks or secret passages. And the last boss is a huge human zombie, but this zombie looks like it is made up of a dozen human zombies by cutting and combining, which is very huge. The dense suture wounds on the body are like huge centipedes, which are very disgusting and make people feel goosebumps. When Xiaoyu saw this guy, his combat power was directly reduced to 0, and he retreated to the back as if he was running away and didn't come out. Thinking of Xiaoyu, a college student studying medicine, Mina could only say that she was really not suitable for this major. Alas, the design of this copy is too disgusting. Mina cursed the copy while hanging it from a distance with a flaming bomb. This guy called Fat Zombie has 6 hands, but except for the 2 hands on the top, the other hands are empty. What's more terrifying is that some dark green liquid will ooze out of the connection between this guy's limbs, and it will directly emit green smoke when it splashes on the ground. It can be seen at a glance that it is a highly toxic component. However, what makes Mina feel most uncomfortable is that the rotten stench on this guy seems to have been rotting for hundreds of years, which makes people feel a bit of a poisoning reaction, and it also has a slight toxin effect. This guy is simply the nemesis of melee combat. Mina chatted with Xiaoyu behind him while beating him. For this kind of guy with thick skin and tough flesh but not fast speed, the magic of the mage can just restrain him. Alas, I should have known not to leave the magic cannon there. Shui Na looked at the boss with an unbelievably thick blood, and felt a little powerless. After fighting for a long time, he only killed a quarter of its people. Although this result was enough for many teams to make those mages dig a hole in the ground to get in, Shui Na was very dissatisfied with this situation. Continuously using explosive impacts and combining explosive bombs with the ice and water magic of the black ring water snake, it was able to steadily exploit its health. However, Shui Nai, who became more and more irritated, had to use the ability of the shadow clone and called out the vampire mortal at the same time. Although the effect of this clone made its health value disappear by half, this upgraded undead shadow could allow both the main body and the clone to have 75% of the attribute value at the same time, which was equivalent to Shui Nai increasing the attribute by 50% in disguise. However, even so, it took Mina and the others half an hour to completely knock down the boss who had the last chance to revive. However, during the resurrection of this fat zombie boss, Mina felt that the dinner he had yesterday was churning in his stomach. The resurrection of this zombie was not actually a resurrection in the original place and state, at least its appearance had changed. When Mina knocked down this fat zombie, it did not immediately turn into black gas and disappear, but directly exploded, blowing nearly half of its flesh and blood all around. After that, the flesh and blood at the core position began to wriggle constantly, and slowly combined into a smaller fat zombie. After watching this flesh and blood wriggling like a worm and leaving the disgusting slippery bloodstains, Mina's heart was shaken. If he had not been too close to it at the beginning, he would have been splashed with oil by this poisonous flesh and blood. When killing this zombie boss, nothing dropped, but the experience allowed Xiaoyu and the black-ringed water snake to upgrade again. Only a team like theirs can achieve such a big effect. After exiting the dungeon, the two immediately entered the next difficult dungeon again. The next difficulty was not a big problem for the two, it just took a little longer. However, in the expert-level dungeon, Xiaoyu was immediately overwhelmed. Under the attack of a large number of elite zombies, Mina began to switch from auxiliary to main attack. Otherwise, before Xiaoyu eliminated these zombies, her icicle wall would have to fall. In this situation where there were no outsiders, Mina's elemental bird flashed in this narrow passage from time to time. With Mina's joining, Xiaoyu's pressure was immediately relieved, but without Mina's enchanted arrows, her lethality also dropped immediately. Fortunately, these elite zombies were quickly controlled by Mina at a safe level. In this environment, the elemental bird is much more useful than the magic of explosive bombs, but it makes Mina feel a little stressed in terms of mana consumption. After the black-ringed water snake used an ice arrow rain, Mina's ice rain followed, and then Mina began to work as a full-time logistics person again. The two of them kept brushing these monsters in this dungeon. Although Xiaoyu's level was too high later, it was no longer possible to soar like a rocket at the beginning, but it was still slowly increasing, waiting for the opportunity to accumulate strength. Then let's see you tomorrow. When it was time to log off, Mina and Xiaoyu were also ready to log off. Well, goodbye. Although the two were in the same university, because their class time was the same, and both of them had their own things to do, they had no chance to meet in the real world. Therefore, they paid special attention to the time spent in the game. After logging off, Mina got up and took a look at his schedule, which was densely filled with plans for this week. Since he had the honor of participating in the tutor's personal research, his afternoon time has been occupied by the tutor. Although this made his life very fulfilling, he felt somewhat sorry for Xiaoyu. With this kind of relationship between the two, they had no other encounters in the real world except for a few chance encounters. And these situations were before the two really started dating. Forget it, we will meet naturally if we are destined to. Mina comforted herself like this, and then went to do morning exercises as usual. Back in the game world again, Mina and Xiaoyu have already thought of their main plan for the next period of time. Use the evening time to go to the dungeon, the morning time to practice skills, then go to the dark mining area at noon, and find another dungeon in the afternoon. Of course, this is just a general plan, and it is not necessary to follow this. At least, like this afternoon, they have to go to Master Mist Errol. Following Xiaoyu to the main city of Silver Moon Village Moonlight City, Xiaoyu came to the skill training ground with ease. Since both of them took off the eye-catching equipment on their bodies, and with the help of the lurking mask, they easily found a venue in the public area and started practicing directly. The skill training ground is a unique place in the Elf Empire. In this place, all skills that hit the target will basically gain 2 points of proficiency. Moreover, the skill training grounds in these main cities will also provide a special potion at regular intervals, which can increase the player's skill proficiency growth rate by 20%, but the cost is a bit scary. Since the skill damage of Shui Na and Xiaoyu is very different, they did not practice in the same area. But they found 2 adjacent areas, which were only a dozen meters apart. In the magic area, Shui Na looked at the 10 magic targets 20 meters away and began to hit them one by one with fireballs, ice bombs, and lightning bombs. In addition to these 3 magics, air bombs of the wind system, vines of the wood system, and stone arrows of the earth system also appeared on them. These magics are all what Shui Na has just learned. For people who have legendary magic wands such as the elemental wand, if they don't trademark to know these basic magics, then the value of this elemental wand will be directly depreciated by half. After practicing for a while, Mizuna found that the speed of switching between elements was not satisfactory, so she just practiced one of the elements first. Mizuna had no way to solve this problem, because it was already a system problem. In this magic system, even if Mizuna can cast 3 magics in 1 second, these 3 magics must be the same magic. If they are 3 different magics, then the speed will be greatly reduced. And the element he chose now is the wind-based air bomb. This magic is the most effective magic for the dark mining area among the 3 magics he just learned. After practicing hard for a long time, coupled with the skilled blessing ability of the elemental magic wand, Mizuna quickly practiced this air bomb to level 8. Looking at the time, Mizuna and Xiaoyu agreed to walk out of the skill training field. After checking out, Mizuna and Xiaoyu went directly back to the Silver U village, preparing for the noon trip to the Exoda mine. Chapter 613 Give up the icicle guard wall. Xiaoyu and Mina came to the entrance of the Exoda mine and immediately found several suspicious players near the entrance of the mine. Looking at these people who were obviously squatting and keeping watch, Mina and Xiaoyu ignored them directly, and then prepared to enter the dark mining area at noon. Opening the door at noon will have a better effect, and it is still very stable and will not be affected by the dark energy, so today, we can stay in it longer. Liu Yi said while asking someone to open the magic circle under his feet. The 3 of them only felt that the stone slab below shook slightly. This vibration was lighter than yesterday's. If you don't pay attention, you won't notice it. He took a look at the Dark Guardian on his body. Now the existence time of this Dark Guardian has reached 180 minutes, which is twice as long as yesterday. Afterwards, when Mina passed through this giant Dark Guardian, he also clearly found that the resistance was almost gone, not as obvious as yesterday. After thinking about it, Shui Na also knew that this might be related to the amount of energy in the magic slate. If the portal is opened at noon, when the dark energy is weakest, the energy consumed to open the portal will be reduced to a minimum, and this energy can be fully utilized for the Dark Guard, so naturally there will be more time. According to the plan they agreed on, this time, Shui Na will go first. As soon as he entered, he directly activated the flying technique and shot down lighting fireballs along the way. His current task is to find the archer zombie hiding in the darkness and then disperse it. As for the 3 dwarves, Liu Yi will be in charge, and Xiao Yu's task is to protect Liu Yi's safety. Although such a plan is very reluctant for them, since neither Shui Na nor Xiao Yu want to show their true strength in front of outsiders, they can only do it by themselves. I have found the archer. How is the situation over there? As soon as he flew into the hall, Mina found the wandering elf archer zombie among the zombies. Looking at this guy with a black body and stiff joints, he really couldn't imagine that the deadly black light was emitted by it. However, just now, he had dodged one of its arrows, so he had to kill this guy. Moreover, yesterday, it was this zombie that almost took Xiaoyu's life. Mina wanted to avenge this hatred even more. Mina, who had the air advantage, completely ignored the zombies that were gathering below, and just kept throwing explosive bombs. The life and magic defense of the archer zombie were really not high, and there was a big gap with the surrounding zombies. After fighting for about 5 minutes, all 5 chances of resurrection were used up. In these 5 minutes, Mina had already figured out the ability of this archer zombie. After each arrow is shot, there is no way to attack again within the next 30 seconds, but these archer zombies can use several skill arrows. Once, Shui Na was hit by a wave of dozens of arrows. If these arrows were not powerful and the attack range was not large, he would probably fall to the ground like a hedgehog. Throwing away these hundreds of zombies, Shui Na went directly back to the entrance of the mine. Here, dozens of green vines were like a flood control embankment, firmly blocking the nearly 100 zombies behind. However, seeing the sweat on Liu Yi's forehead, he also knew that Liu Yi had tried his best now. Shui Na looked at the 3 dwarf zombies tightly wrapped by green vines, and threw a few icicles directly on them. As the icicles emerged from the ground, they began to take over Liu Yi's green embankment. Hey! I almost had to use the scroll. Liu Yi was relieved to see that Mina had completed the icicle wall yesterday. Take a break first, and leave the rest to us. Mina said, and began to summon pets, while Xiaoyu had already started to summon. With the appearance of the unicorn and the black-ringed water snake, Mina activated the undead shadow and split it into two. One of them was responsible for using the firestorm with all his strength, and the other activated the flame dragon possession, using the explosive flame column and the flame wall in a targeted manner. For a while, the heat wave was overwhelming in this dark mine. Moreover, after activating the flame dragon possession, Mina's body could also find the dark energy crystals and other ores on the ground in the flames. If it weren't for the fact that the energy gathering rate of the flame dragon on his body increased a little too fast, Mina really planned to kill zombies directly in the flames. Because the black-ringed water snake was not of a high level and its skills were a little weak, Mina did not let it fight, but just let it take care of the icicle wall. Its intelligence is not low, and its ice attribute makes it extremely sensitive to changes in the icicle wall. If it hadn't had a lot of magic power, Mina would have planned to let it maintain the icicle wall by itself. Mina didn't find much pet food, and the food bought from the pet store was only some food to fill the stomach, but nothing to increase the pet's mana recovery. As for the player's potion, Mina knew that the pet would die immediately after taking it. Although this death would not downgrade, the loss of loyalty was a big problem. As the zombies in the hall began to pour in, Mina's pressure suddenly increased. Although Xiaoyu had tried her best to help, in this black air-filled environment, the blood recovery speed of the zombies here was basically not comparable to her bow and arrow, and only her frozen arrows could play a role. Seeing that the zombies in the mine tunnel had merged with the zombies in the hall, Mina immediately felt that the icicle wall was shaking a little. Adding up to about 500 zombies, they pushed the icicle wall together. Even if the power was lost in the transmission, it was not something that this thin icicle wall could withstand. As a last resort, Mina could only strengthen the icicle wall, turning the original 3 rows of icicles into 6 rows. However, seeing this method that was like drinking poison to quench thirst, Mina was a little worried. Because Mina couldn't move the zombies frozen inside, but this meant that they were still alive, and as long as the icicles melted, they would continue to attack them. Moreover, the most troublesome thing was that as soon as they left, the unmaintained icicle wall would soon melt, and the zombies inside would block the entrance to the Exoda mine. Today, if Mina didn't have the flying skill, she would have been hit as soon as she came in. So when Mina saw the growing icicle wall, she didn't feel good. However, this method was the best one at present. It would be great if the violent evil poisonous spider could climb the wall. In fact, Mina had always wanted to release the violent evil poisonous spider, but facing the endless army of zombies, Mina didn't dare to do anything. However, Mina, who thought of this, obviously had a flash of inspiration, and then a plan came up immediately. "Brother Liu Yi, can you let yourself climb up this rock?" Mina asked Liu Yi. He and Xiaoyu both have spider crawling skills and can crawl on this mountain wall. "Sure, but in this case, then you." Liu Yi glanced at them. "Xiaoyu, put away Xiaobai, let's climb up the wall." Seeing this, Mina immediately asked Xiaoyu to act. It is not a solution to keep using this icicle to protect the wall, because this method is only effective when there are few zombies, but facing this sea of zombies, Mina dare not use it again. "What are you going to do?" Liu Yi walked in front of Mina. "Use the space in the hall to slowly kill these guys. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave this passage anymore." After taking a look at this place, Shui Nai saw that the time for his clone was almost up, so he waited for a while. "I'll go over and take a look at the situation first." Shui Nai, who flew into the air, looked at the large number of dark energy crystals at the feet of the zombie. It took them an hour to create this. If it weren't for the increasing number of zombies here, Shui Nai really wanted to rush down. After walking around the hall and finding no trace of archers and dwarves, Shui Nai immediately stuck to the wall and started using the firestorm. Since his current task was to lure all the zombies out of this passage, he did not use this time-limited shadow clone. As Xiao Yu and Liu Yi slowly came over, the zombies below also slowly came over. However, Shui Nai was also very curious about the way Liu Yi was moving now. Liu Yi was now emitting a green light, and he held a vine in each of his hands. He used both hands to wrap the vines in his hands one by one into the gap between the rocks above, and then used the swinging method to come over. The green light on his body, Shui Na knew that it was a floating technique, but he didn't recognize the vines in his hands that looked like living things. "Hey, I'm dying of walking." It was only a short 1,000 meters from their location to here, but Liu Yi's face was blue and sweaty. Haha, sit down and rest for a while. Shui Na pointed to the iron bars on the rock wall, which he specially made for Xiaoyu and Liu Yi to rest. Although the spider crawling technique has no time limit, this skill is a stamina-consuming skill, which can easily consume the player's stamina. Okay, then I'll take a rest first. Liu Yi looked really tired. When he saw the platform made of iron bars, he immediately sat down and closed his eyes to rest. Chapter 614 Hot Air Balloon. Although they gave up the icicle wall, it was difficult for Mina and his team to attack. However, as long as there were no archer zombies, they would be absolutely safe. Based on Liu Yi's understanding of this dark mining area, he seemed to have never seen these zombies climb the wall. However, in this half-hanging posture, Liu Yi also had no way to support Mina. However, with his current magic power, except for a few life-saving magics in his hand, he probably couldn't use other magics. After fighting for nearly an hour, Shui Na saw that all the zombies had come to the hall, so he flew back to the passage quickly and collected all the things that exploded on the ground. The ice column wall at the beginning had melted and disappeared, without even a trace of water left. This time, they came with a small cloth bag in their hands. Although the bag was not large, it could hold the dark energy crystals here, and it could also isolate the attachment of the resentful spirits here. It was brought out by Liu Yi from Yunya village. After collecting the things here, Shui Na immediately chose a suitable place to rebuild an ice column wall. At this time, Xiaoyu and Liu Yi also slowly moved over. He took a look at the black ring water snake on his arm. He didn't know whether the black ring water snake itself had a little bit of dark attributes, or it was not affected by the black air. It was like a fish in water here, very active. This is somewhat different from what Shui Na knows. The black air filled in the dark mining area is a curse that affects the combat effectiveness of non-dark creatures without the protection of dark guardians, and there is no way to eliminate it. However, this black ringed water snake is different. Not only is it particularly sharp in attack, but it is also particularly hardworking in learning skills. Although it is less than level 30 now, it already has nearly 5 skills, which is comparable to the top Kality pets mentioned outside. However, its skills are all magic based, and there is not even a single melee skill. Looking at this obviously magical pet, Shui Na can only say that this is related to the environment in which it lives. However, Shui Na has no objection to its choice. After all, for him, the blood pets that ordinary mages like are of no use to him. Because he himself is not the kind of turret-type mage, he does not need any pet to protect him. However, as a mage pet, its ice and water magic does not seem to be too strong, and it can only play an auxiliary role at present. Now Shui Na can only hope that it can awaken some powerful magic to make up for its lack of attack power. After building the icicle wall, Xiaoyu and Liu Yi also came over, and the zombies following their scent also came over. Looking at the dark mass of at least 500 dark zombies, Shui Na really felt a little powerless. He had been burning zombies for so long, but the number remained at 500, which made him annoyed. I say, you two, can't you settle down a little? Liu Yi fell to the ground as soon as he returned to the back of the icicle wall. Haha, these zombies won't stop for a while, can we settle down? Shui Na said with a smile, but the explosive impact in his hand had already been fired. Looking at the zombies in the flame space in the distance, Xiaoyu's freezing arrows also began to be fired. Okay, it's time for us to retreat. Shui Na looked at the more than 400 zombies in front of the icicle wall. These were the result of their efforts for an hour. Seeing that the clone was about to disappear, Shui Na looked at the time. Now the dark protection on them was less than 20 minutes. Okay, then we will go out first, and you should stop messing around. Liu Yi got up from the ground as soon as he heard that he was going out. Okay, I will go out after picking up the things. Shui Na said, and then he started the flying technique directly. After exchanging a cloth bag with Xiaoyu, he flew to the hall. When Xiaoyu helped Liu Yi leave the Azoda mine, all the zombies in the mine rushed towards Shui Na. Although this jumping battle was a bit strenuous for Liu Yi and the others, it was easier for Shui Na to get rewards than to stick to one point. Return to the hall and pick up a bag of dark energy crystals. After waiting in the hall for a while, Shui Na calculated the time and flew back to the Azoda mine. Taking advantage of the speed difference between these zombies and himself, he once again calmly picked up all the dark energy crystals scattered on the ground. Come out, close the door. Liu Yi saw Shui Nai coming out from inside, and immediately asked someone to cut off the portal. With a crisp sound, the 10 dark energy crystals on the stone slab exploded into pieces, and the dark protection on Shui Nai also disappeared at this time. How much did you collect? Liu Yi sat on the ground without caring about his image, and asked a little weakly. I got 35 pieces. Shui Nai was picking up and recording just now. I have 27 pieces here. After Shui Nai finished speaking, Xiao Yu also raised the almost full cloth bag in his hand. Well, very good, seeing how you are, I won't go with you tomorrow to suffer this. Today, Liu Yi has not taken any action except for taking action against the 3 dwarf zombies at the beginning. Moreover, he also knew that although these 3 dwarf zombies were strong, they were only a little dangerous to Shui Nai and others in close combat, but both Shui Nai and Xiao Yu were not so easy to get close to. Well, let's talk about this tomorrow. Mina glanced at the players in the distance. He dared not let the guys who were lingering know that Liu Yi would not enter the mine tomorrow. For these guys, Shui Na and Xiao Yu only felt a headache. Although the saying goes that fists should not hit smiling people, but when seeing their smiling faces trying to please Xiao Yu, Shui Na felt like beating them up. Let's go, let's borrow 2 more Pegasus today. Liu Yi dealt with the dark energy crystal, said hello, and walked towards the Pegasus ranch. Okay, be careful on the road. Brother, I can help you once, but I can't help you next time. You'd better get rid of these tails by yourself. Liu Yi walked, and suddenly slowed down, then said this to the 2 of them, and walked to the front again. And Shui Na and Xiao Yu glanced at the people behind them, sighed softly, and followed. Perseverance is good, but Shui Na is not good when facing them. Mina was flying in the sky. When leaving the Exoda mining area, she found several trails of smoke and dust flying on the ground. Xiao Yu, it seems that they are really persistent. Mina said a little depressed. I don't like people who are too persistent, because the things they are persistent about are often not what you want. What do you mean? Mina asked. They just can't let go of their face. For what I heard yesterday, I am a little worried about you. Although these guys won't do anything out of the ordinary, they will definitely cause trouble for you. Xiao Yu couldn't help but say worriedly when she thought of what she heard yesterday when she was invisible. Well, I don't have any problem with this. He was very confident in his skills. Okay, don't think about this for now, let's solve the hot air balloon problem first. Mina interrupted Xiao Yu when she saw that Xiao Yu wanted to say something again. Any questions? Xiao Yu was also a little confused when she heard his uncertain tone. I don't know if the system will recognize the existence of this hot air balloon. After all, this thing is not from this world. Shui Na had actually thought of this problem when he proposed this bet, but he felt that he could give it a try. But at the last moment, Shui Na felt a little nervous. I think the problem should not be big. After all, this world is based on the real world. There should be no problem with this hot air balloon. Xiao Yu slowly leaned on Shui Na's chest and changed to a comfortable posture. I think so too, but I always worry in the end. I said, what are you 2 talking about intimately? At this time, Liu Yi suddenly flew to the 2 of them and looked at Shui Na and Xiao Yu. Nothing, just talking about a bet with Master Mist Errol. Bet? Liu Yi asked doubtfully. Well, the bet we made yesterday, we have to try it later. Haha, what's the bet? So Shui Na briefly talked about what happened yesterday, but Liu Yi was also interested. Such a fun thing, I have to go and see it later. Liu Yi said, and then signaled the 2 people behind to speed up. After returning to Silver Moon Village, Shui Na and Liu Yi parted ways and went to Mistalier's forging workshop. You are here. The things you want me to prepare are inside. Mistalier knew that Shui Na and Xiao Yu had come in when they pushed the door in, so he walked out and led them to another open-air workshop. Is it this? Mistalier asked Shui Na, who was checking. He had been guessing the intention of the things that this human mage asked him to prepare, and he had a few clearer ideas in his mind, but he still had to see what his intention was. Well, this one is fine. Shui Na nodded. Although the shape of this thing was a little different from what he thought, as long as it was sewn with needle and thread, it could barely be used, but the size of this balloon was a little small, and he didn't know if it could take people flying. Finally, after some modifications by Mina and Xiao Yu, a layer of black glue was applied to the seams, and a small hanging basket was attached. The first simple hot air balloon in this world was born. Chapter 615 Flying Skateboard Plan. Because the size of this hot air balloon was a little different from what he imagined, there were only Mina and Master Mist Allier riding on it this time. Under the heating of Mina's flame gloves, the hot air balloon rose very smoothly, but because it could not accommodate much heated air, it did not fly too high. Looking at the scenery dozens of meters below, Mina did not react. After all, he was used to it, but for Mist Allier, who had never left the ground in his life, this flight was exciting and painful. The excitement was that it turned out that a flight trip only cost such a small price, which he had never thought of. The pain was that the dwarves were born with a fear of heights. Once they left the ground too far, they would not only lose strength, but also feel dizzy. Let's go down. Shui Na looked at the pale but excited dwarf and said with some worry. It's okay. You won for flying for so long. The dwarf looked at the scenery below. Although he felt dizzy, he still tried hard to remember the scenery below. At this moment, Lu Yi suddenly rode Pegasus around the hot air balloon. Brother, is this the hot air balloon you mentioned? Didn't you say that you don't need magic? Lu Yi looked at Shui Nai's flaming hands. It was clearly using magic. It's just a flame. Just change it to fuel or something like that. I just saved a few steps. Shui Nai didn't expect that Lu Yi, who looked very smart, would ask such a question. This is also okay. Lu Yi glanced at Mist Errol, but he only saw the dwarf's expression of pain and fanaticism. We are going down. Please help notify the people in the square below. The most troublesome thing about the hot air balloon is that there is no way to control the direction, and it can only go with the wind. Fortunately, the wind direction was good today, and it blew it to Silver Moon Village. With the help of Lu Yi, Shui Nai landed directly in the big square of Silver Moon Village, but it also attracted a group of onlookers. This is a hot air balloon. Among the players who were watching the excitement, they immediately recognized this thing, but they were all surprised by this thing that suddenly appeared in the game world. However, when they found Shui Nai on this hot air balloon, they suddenly thought of a task in Silver Moon Village, a task that might be hidden. As for Master Mist Errol, the dwarf magic blacksmith, they all knew that he was studying how to make his homemade spaceship fly into the sky, and this was obviously a hidden task. But with the current ability of players, there is basically no way to complete it, so no one has triggered this task. But when they saw that Shui Nai actually bypassed the spaceship made by Master Mist Errol and used such a traditional and effective hot air balloon, these players immediately cried out that they had miscalculated. After losing the heating of Shui Nai's flame, the balloon's sack began to slowly droop and fell to the ground in the square. Shui Nai helped Mist Allier down, who was already fainted and powerless. I say, you really didn't use magic just now. Lu Yi got off the Pegasus and looked at the ugly hot air balloon in confusion. For them, this way of flying in the sky with only a small fire can only be described as magical. No wonder they suspect that this thing may have added levitation or other wind magic. No. Mist Allier shook his head and said affirmatively. Except for the magical nature of the human wizard's flame, the rest of the things were provided by himself. He naturally knew whether there were any magical elements. I'm afraid it will take a few days for you to start transforming the things you want me to transform. However, before that, you have to prepare more materials. Now help me take this thing back, I have to study it again. After Mist Allier finished speaking, he staggered towards his workshop, leaving Shui Nai who was a little stunned. I take this thing back by myself. Shui Na looked at the flattened hot air balloon, but when he glanced at the Pegasus beside Lu Yi, an idea immediately came to his mind. Lu Yi, can you do me a favor? Although Shui Na said so, his eyes were on the Pegasus. Sure, but I want to sit for a while. Lu Yi pointed to the basket of the hot air balloon. Okay, if you are not afraid of falling, sit down. Shui Na thought that Lu Yi himself could float, and even if the quality of the hot air balloon was not up to standard, he would not fall to death, so he did not stop him. As for those elf children who were also interested, Shui Na did not dare to let them go up, and could only let them pay attention to Master Mist Errol's research. This thing is much more stable than Pegasus, but the speed. Lu Yi, who had sat on it once, did not have a high opinion of this hot air balloon. This is a civilian thing, and it is useless to have speed. Shui Na also pointed out the significance of this hot air balloon. That's right. This thing is very cheap to make, but you have to spend some time on the flame. Lu Yi and Shui Nai tried their best to expel the air from the hot air balloon, folded it up, and put it in the place designated by Mr. Errol. Okay, I should go back and rest for a while. Goodbye. Lui said while yawning, and rode away on Pegasus. Afterwards, Mr. Errol asked for the ore that Shuai had exploded today, and asked about the magic cannon. Mr. Errol had already checked these 3 magic cannons and listed a series of materials needed. In fact, the main materials are all available in the dark mining area, but some auxiliary things can only be solved by Shuai himself. By the way, Master Mr. Errol, I have a suggestion that is related to flying, but I don't know if it suits you. Shuai saw that the magic metal on his body was gone again, but this time he had no complaints. Go ahead. Master Mr. Errol took a look at the spaceship he had worked hard on for several years, but now he found that it could not be used with Shuai's hot air balloon, and he felt a little depressed. I think the reason why your spaceship can't fly is probably the weight problem. If you can find a way to turn this flying system into a single-person one, then it should be no problem to fly. Shuai thought about it and said carefully. Single person? What does it mean? Mr. Errol frowned and looked at Shuai. He naturally knew the weight problem, but he didn't have much materials and didn't have enough energy to make it fly. For example, put the flying system on a flat plate. Shuai paused and said, I thought about it. If you directly put a magic circle of floating spell, then one person should be able to float up. If in this case, use it. Shuai looked at the gleam in Master Mr. Errol's eyes getting brighter and brighter, and didn't say anything more. After all, he didn't know much about this flying system, and he just explained his suggestions in the most basic way, so he knew the benefits of stopping when he saw the good. Alas, why can't I think of this aspect? Am I old? Mr. Errol looked at his spaceship again and said a little sadly. No, it's just that Master, you wanted everyone to enjoy the fun of flying together from the beginning, so this preconceived process occurred. Okay, you guys leave first, I have to think about it carefully, don't come to me these days, you should prepare those materials first. After Mr. Errol finished speaking, he ignored Mina and the others, walked back to his studio, and started to design drawings. What do you want Master Mr. Errol to do? Xiaoyu was also a little curious about Mina's proposal. Flying skateboard, this is what I want. If hot air balloons are for civilian use, then flying skateboards are for military use. Mina thought about it and said, but he didn't know that it was because of his bold plan that the value of flying pets in this world plummeted. Let's go, let's find a dungeon to fight. Although there is a lot of experience gained in the Exoda mine, Xiaoyu still needs to accumulate more to upgrade. Okay, but I have to replenish it first. We don't have much potion. Xiaoyu glanced at her backpack. The behavior of burning zombies like Mina is basically a thing to burn potions. Now, whether it is Mina or Xiaoyu, they have to carry a lot of magic recovery potions in their backpacks every time they go out. Well, let's go. Mina sent the list of materials for transforming the magic cannon to the unscrupulous profiteer, asking him to pay attention, and then walked towards Yunya village with Xiaoyu. However, at this time, 2 figures suddenly ran out of the woods on one side, and immediately shouted when they saw Xiaoyu's back. Sister! So you are here. Mina and Xiaoyu were shocked at the same time when they heard this voice, but their facial expressions were not consistent. When Xiaoyu heard this name, her brows frowned and her face turned ashen. When Mizuna heard this voice, she suddenly had an urge to run away. If Xiaoyu hadn't been holding her hand, she would have run away long ago. I told you, she must be here. She used to hide here with Master Mr. Errol. The man who shouted at the beginning came over with a smile and a chat with the person next to him. It can't be that person. Mizuna and Xiaoyu just stood there without looking back. Who else would call me like that? Xiaoyu's words seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Seeing Xiaoyu so angry, and thinking of the man's name just now, Mizuna just felt funny. Haha, this man should be my legendary brother-in-law. The man's voice was completely familiar, and he patted Mizuna's shoulder enthusiastically. However, when he turned to Mizuna and saw Mizuna's front, he suddenly opened his mouth, pointed at Mizuna's face, and looked at the angry Xiaoyu, but couldn't say a word. Chapter 616 Taifeng. When the owner of the male voice came around in front of him, Shuai found a big bull head in front of him. Looking at his stunned expression, Shuai just felt that he looked like he had eaten 100 flies that had just come out of the toilet. He rubbed his eyes, looked at Shuai seriously for a few times, and then opened his mouth again. SHH. Find a copy first. Shui Nai saw that he was about to speak, and immediately covered his mouth with his hand, and then looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was more familiar with the environment here. No, come with me. Xiaoyu said with some disinterest. After entering Yunya village, Xiaoyu took the two to a tree house. Seeing Xiaoyu take out the key to open the tree house, Shui Nai just felt a little strange. This is my home. Xiaoyu explained. It turned out that this tree house was the additional reward Xiaoyu received when she became a unicorn knight. However, since she was not from this world, she did not need this tree house much. Alas, it is really different fates for the same people. I wanted to come in and take a look before, but I couldn't. Now I just got a little help from you. Alas, I was so good to you before. The old man said sadly. This is my second time back. Xiaoyu said a little unbearable. After Mina closed the wooden door, she kicked the old man who rushed over to the ground. Tai Feng, don't be so excited. Mina said with a headache, and then he looked at the human priest who had been silent and just smiled behind Tai Feng. By the way, I forgot to introduce, this is my girlfriend, Qin Lixu. This is my brother. Mina, right? You have said it many times. The female priest named Qin Lixu interrupted Tai Feng's introduction, walked to Mina very generously, and stretched out her right hand. Hello. Mina took off her mask, and was hugged tightly by Tai Feng after a light grip. I say, you are too much of a lover than a friend. I called you for so long but you didn't come. You came up as soon as Xiaoyu called you. Tai Feng had used reconnaissance skills to check Shui Nai's information, but he was blocked by the lurking mask. Coupled with his preconceived ideas, he naturally thought that he was a novice. By the way, I saw you holding hands just now. Your relationship has developed too fast. Have you been having an underground relationship before? Looking at Xiaoyu who was preparing tea, Tai Feng suddenly asked Shui Nai in her ear. However, when Tai Feng finished saying this, Xiaoyu gave him a sword-like look. Haha, just kidding, just kidding. Tai Feng surrendered immediately when he saw Xiaoyu's blushing but murderous look. You only know how to provoke your cousin. Qin Lixu seemed to have been used to it for a long time and didn't feel strange at all. Haha, it's not bad to be angry, at least you look like a human being. Tai Feng's mouth was completely like there was no lid at all, and Xiaoyu was so angry that she almost poured the tea in her hand on his head. Humph, get out if you say that again. Xiaoyu snorted heavily. Okay, I won't say anything. But I want to ask, when did you get together with Xiaoyu? I remember hearing people say that Xiaoyu was with a magician, how could it be yours? Well, take a look at his information again. Qin Lixu stroked her forehead and said with a headache. Hey, level 65. Tai Feng jumped up from the rattan chair with an unbelievable look. Magic apprentice is you. Don't jump, this wooden house will collapse, and I will have to pay for it if it collapses. Xiaoyu looked at the huge body of Tai Feng and jumped, and the whole treehouse actually shook. This treehouse has been taken care of by Yunya village. Although it is free, if Tai Feng jumps through a hole, you have to pay for the repairs yourself. Hehe, there is another identity. Seeing Tai Feng's big move, Shui Nai didn't mind scaring him again. As for Qin Lixu, he believed in Tai Feng and Xiaoyu's vision. Damn, you are Fanfiction. Just when Shui Nai tore off the human skin mask on her face, even Qin Lixu covered her rosy little mouth and almost cried out. For Fanfiction, a player who was hunted by the church everywhere, they were all shocked in their hearts. What bad things did he do to offend this big force? Therefore, when they saw Shui Nai was Fanfiction, they were surprised. You lied to me. Tai Feng pointed at Shui Nai and said angrily. Hehe, didn't I have any problems at that time? Besides, you never asked me did I play games, so actually, I didn't lie to you, I just didn't say it. Shui Na smiled and took a sip of tea, completely ignoring Tai Feng's angry glare. Humph, if I had known it was you, I wouldn't have come here. As soon as I heard that Xiaoyu had found a boyfriend, I flew over to see the situation. I was really kind-hearted and didn't do it. Some things can't be rushed. Shui Na glanced at Xiaoyu who was sitting next to her, and said indifferently. If she had followed Tai Feng's plan, she might not have walked with Xiaoyu. Okay, stop complaining. Didn't you say you had something for Xiaoyu? Qin Lixu saw that Tai Feng wanted to say something again, and immediately spoke to guide the topic. Oh, by the way, I was so distracted by this guy that I even forgot what I was supposed to do. Tai Feng said, looking at Shui Nai proudly, Xiaoyu, this is a Thunder Eagle egg, and the other is a large pet space crystal. Hey, you actually got this. Shui Nai looked at the Thunder Eagle egg that Tai Feng clearly placed in front of her, and looked at it in surprise. The Thunder Eagle is an authentic flying monster. It is not only fast, but also has strong attack power. In addition, the nest of this monster is often on a cliff, and ordinary people don't even have the opportunity to see it. Of course, it's also Don T. You see who we are? We found a Thunder Eagle refresh point on a plateau, and finally found the eggs of these Thunder Eagles. Tai Feng said proudly. There are 2 ways to get pet eggs. One is to get them by hunting, but the probability of getting them in this way is very random and depends on luck. The other is to find a nest, which has a high probability. Basically, as long as you get through the nest, you will definitely find pet eggs. Some pet species do not lay eggs, so players can only capture their cubs to cultivate. How about it? This gift is big enough. And I heard that if you use this large pet space crystal to raise a Thunder Eagle, it will definitely become a flying mount. Are flying mounts related to large pet space crystals? This is the first time Shui Nai has heard of this, but he knows that the orcs are the best at taming animals, so it's basically true. Of course, flying mounts are often huge creatures, and the space of ordinary pet space crystals cannot have a large enough space for them to grow, so they often limit the direction of their growth. Tai Feng's explanation reminded Shui Nai of the Pegasus he had just ridden. These behemoths were 4 or 5 meters long when they spread their wings, and ordinary pet space crystals did not have such a large space. So, if other pets are also raised with large pet space crystals, can they also? Shui Nai didn't know why, but suddenly thought of the huge black-ringed water snake he encountered in the Black River Village dungeon. Correct. Tai Feng snapped his fingers and said proudly, however, this large pet space crystal is very difficult to get. Shui Nai saw Tai Feng's come and beg me, I will give you one look, so Shui Nai ignored it directly. No one doesn't know how hard it is to get this large pet space crystal. Just in the pet store, only small pet space crystals are sold, which shows this fact. Let's not talk about this for now, let's talk about your level first. Shui Nai and Xiao Yu didn't touch the things on the table, but asked Tai Feng. Now Tai Feng's professional level and actual level are a bit out of touch, that is, after he was promoted, he was killed again. Don't mention it, the last time we found a leveling point, it was taken away by others. I played a few games with them before, and the results were mixed. Then you are here now, that leveling point? No, now in the Orc Kingdom, basically everyone knows that place. It has been trampled by players for a long time, and there is no grass growing there, so what is there to level up? Tai Feng said depressedly. So your guild is disbanded. Shui Nai knew that Tai Feng's guild was founded by their high school classmates, and with the addition of some alumni from the same school, this guild still has some strength. How dare you say that? Xiao Yu was kidnapped without even notifying us. Without Xiao Yu as a spiritual pillar, our guild has long been in form but scattered in spirit. Now basically no one listens to me. Tai Feng did not complain about this matter, and looked very relaxed, just deliberately complaining about Shui Nai. But, I seem to have heard that those guys are coming to find Xiao Yu, and they may come soon. Tai Feng looked at Shui Nai and Xiao Yu with some gloating, and smiled a little grimly. By the way, I have a good thing in my hand, and I originally wanted to give it to you, but... Shui Nai said while putting the red dragon ball in the palm of her hand. Dragon ball. Tai Feng called out its name as soon as he saw it. Chapter 617, Flame Dragon Bloodline. Dragon balls are something that most players have never heard of, because only dragons at the Dragon King level can condense them. Although there have been more than 1 or 2 incidents of players discovering dragon skeletons, and many people have obtained dragon crystals because of this, no player has ever heard of obtaining dragon balls. However, even if they did, they would probably be disposed of carelessly because they don't know the origin of this item. Not everyone can meet a weird old wizard like Mina. I say, how do you use this thing? You can't just swallow it. Tai Feng looked at the dragon ball in his hand. After the excitement just now, he has calmed down. The dragon people are a natural warrior race, which is many times stronger than the orcs, but this race is a race that is naturally unable to use magic, and the beneficial magic will also be discounted. However, its strong physique and unique fighting skills of the dragon people have always been the talents that all countries hope to get. However, for some reason, the history of the dragon people has begun to be lost on the official website. I don't know what, anyway, when I took it, it reacted by itself. Shui Na said casually while checking the information on the internet. I remember there is a Dragon God mountain range in our country, where there is a guy who claims to be the leader of the dragon people. There seems to be a task there to find the bloodline of the dragon people, but no player has successfully triggered it yet. Seeing that Shui Na was absent-minded, Tai Feng knew that he was looking up information on the official website, so he told him what he knew. Bloodline? Tell me more about it. Shui Na immediately became alert when he heard the dragon tribe leader. Well, I just heard it from my friends. A player can only trigger that task once. Whether you succeed or fail, he will ignore you the second time. Tai Feng closed his eyes and said thoughtfully, I remember that a friend of mine went there at that time, but the tribe leader looked at him and said that he didn't have any dragon bloodline, so he let him go. And the second time he went there, he was directly ignored by the NPC. Bloodline, what is this thing again? Shui Na had never heard of this thing in the Human Empire, but he had heard of it several times in the Elf Empire and the Orc Kingdom. I think this bloodline should refer to the changes in bloodline caused by obtaining dragon blood or other things with dragon essence. Shui Na explained while thinking about the dragon blood vine. What about your crystal marrow? Xiaoyu asked at this time. If we talk about the essence of the dragon race, Shui Na has the most. Well, I think the dragon essence can be divided into two types. One represents the dragon's physique, and the other represents the dragon's soul, which is the magic ability. The official website introduces that pure dragons use magic, but the dragon people do not have the ability to use magic. So I boldly guess that the dragon people actually only got the essence representing the dragon's physique, but they can't get the essence representing magic. Shui Na thought about it and said that only this guess is the most realistic, but it also shows that mages with dragon souls are very rare. I don't understand what you are talking about. Tai Feng looked at the couple talking one after another, completely ignoring his feelings, so he interrupted their communication. Seeing this, Shui Na had to briefly talk about the matter of the dragon crystal marrow. However, looking at Tai Feng's expression, it was obvious that he didn't care about Shui Na's adventure, because he had several adventures. So what do you think this thing is for? Although he also had a high-level bloodline belonging to the Minotaur in his body, there was no way to compare it with the dragon clan. Since it is a bloodline, it should be related to blood. Shui Na had the worst understanding of bloodlines among all of them. In the Human Empire, there was basically no such thing as bloodlines, but in the Elven Empire, Shui Na already knew the bloodlines of the three major elven races. Then I know. After Tai Feng finished speaking, he took out a knife from his backpack and cut his wrist directly. After that, he put the dragon ball on the wound and let the surging blood stain the dragon ball. However, his direct and reckless approach made Xiaoyu and Qun Lixu frown, and Shui Na had already taken out the elemental magic wand just in case. As time passed, Tai Feng's health value had been lost by half as the blood flowed away, but Tai Feng had no intention of stopping. Instead, his pale face began to show an excited expression. There is a reaction. Tai Feng said excitedly, because he now felt the heat from the dragon ball. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw that the dragon ball, which was originally like jade, actually showed signs of melting and softening. Finally, the dragon ball suddenly turned into a torrent of flames with the bright red, and rushed directly into Tai Feng's wrist. As soon as the torrent entered the body, Tai Feng's body began to burn, but this time, the flame was lethal. Qun Lixu, who was closest to him, was burned by the fire, and nearly 100 points of damage were burned, and her fingers were burned black. Disperse, Qun Lixu, add blood. Shui Na was no longer unfamiliar with this scene, so she calmly commanded the only priest here. Qun Lixu, who heard Shui Na's loud singing, also recovered a little calmness from the panic, stepped back a few steps, and began to cast healing spells one by one. Tai Feng, drink the potion, you must keep your health above 50%. Shui Na said while preparing the Ring of Life, but he did not dare to use the water healing magic. Okay, don't worry, my health is still very long. Tai Feng looked at the health that had stabilized and said with some ease. Although the Tauren race is known for its strength, the characteristics of the Orc race are long health and resistance. And as Tai Feng said, his health is really long. During the whole process, even if the power of the flames became stronger and stronger, it has never been able to burn more than half of his health. When the last flame exploded, which represented the end, Tai Feng's health was still nearly 40%, but the sudden burst of flames made the surrounding wooden furniture become scrapped items, and the floor was about to be burned through. "What's it like?" Mina asked immediately after seeing the flames on Tai Feng extinguished, and Xiaoyu and Qun Lixu also looked concerned. "Well, there is a new state in the body, called the Flame Dragon Bloodline, but it has not yet awakened. However, the blood of the Minotaur was blown away." Tai Feng said a little depressed after taking a look. "Minotaur? The phantom just now." Shui Nai saw a phantom flying out of Tai Feng when the flame exploded just now, but it didn't fly far and dissipated directly. At first Shui Nai thought it was dazzled by the flame. Yes, it was blown away when it exploded. It took a lot of time to catch that blood, and now it's gone. Tai Feng took a look at his attributes. Without this high-level blood, his attributes have dropped by 20% across the board, and the power of some of the Minotaur's racial skills has also been discounted. There are gains and losses, this is certain. Shui Nai nodded and said. "What about you, don't you have 4 kinds of dragon blood in your body?" Tai Feng saw Shui Nai talking so freely and got a little angry. "It doesn't seem that what I have is blood, at least it's not written that way." Shui Na couldn't explain it clearly, so he just said it casually. "I think the blood of the flame dragon should be awakened by the dragon clan leader? Don't you orcs and elves have some awakening tasks?" Qun Lixu thought for a while and said. "That should be the case. By the way, Tai Feng, you just said that you caught this blood yourself, what's the matter? This is the talent of our race. We can get special blood from some powerful monsters, but no one has studied the way to get it so far. However, my Minotaur has a high-level bloodline. I didn't expect it to be in less than half a month. Sorry. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come." But when Shui Na said this, Xiaoyu and Qun Lixu suddenly looked at Shui Na with sharp eyes, which made him feel uneasy. "Well, let's go and awaken this flame dragon bloodline first." Tai Feng saw Shui Na said the wrong thing, so he immediately proposed this plan. "But, we have a mission, we must come back tomorrow at noon." Shui Na also wanted to see the awakening of the dragon people, but time was a bit troublesome. "Let's go, in this world, only problems that can be solved with money are not problems," Tai Feng said proudly. "Then you should pay for the maintenance costs here first." Xiao Yu stopped Tai Feng, who had already walked to the door at this time. The 4 people directly used the teleportation array, and after spending thousands of gold coins, they came to the city near the Dragon God Mountains in the Orc Kingdom. "Tisk tisk, you have a lot of money." Shui Nai didn't expect that Tai Feng would pay for the teleportation of the 4 of them alone. "It's okay, anyway, the money is not mine, and I can just find a reason to hide it." Tai Feng's words reminded Shui Nai of his guild. He didn't expect Tai Feng to embezzle the guild's money. It is said that there are real dragons in the Dragon God Mountains, but no one has seen them. Tai Feng pointed to the majestic and towering Mian Mountains in the distance. There should be dragons. For some reason, as soon as Shui Nai set foot here, he felt a strange sensation in his body, and the speed of the elemental heart in his body also accelerated. "Come with me, the chief of the dragon tribe is a distance away from here, we have to hurry." As Tai Feng's words fell, Qun Lixu suddenly jumped onto Tai Feng's back, holding Tai Feng's horns with both hands, and then Tai Feng ran away. This mount is too strong." Shui Nai looked at Tai Feng, who left a cloud of dust, and said in surprise. "Let's go too." Seeing this, Shui Nai didn't care if there were any players around, and directly carried Xiaoyu and flew towards Tai Feng. Chapter 618 Acting Clan Leader. "Damn, you can fly." Tai Feng looked behind him, but found that there was no one behind him. When he came to his senses, he immediately thought that Shui Nai was a mage. However, when he found that there was a black shadow following him, he saw Shui Nai and Xiaoyu flying in the sky. "What is unpopular around here?" Shui Nai asked Tai Feng below. "Of course not, the monsters here are all warcraft above level 60, and they are more or less stained with the blood of the dragon clan. Basically, they are not something that current players can beat." Tai Feng also knew what Shui Nai was worried about, so he said it easily. Although this place also represents rich resources and wealth, the inability to survive is the most troublesome thing for players. Shui Nai, who flew high in the sky, soon found that a smoke suddenly rose in this mountain forest. Is there anyone in front? Is it there? It should be. The monsters here are so strong that ordinary people basically have no way to survive, so it must be the leader of the dragon tribe. Tai Feng looked at the direction pointed by Shui Nai, checked the map again, and said affirmatively. After a while, the two of them came to a small hillside, and on this hillside, a simple wooden house stood here. However, for some reason, an old man and a young man were seen in front of the wooden house. The two male NPCs were standing there respectfully. Shui Nai slowly landed and walked up with Tai Feng. Dragon Envoy, it's really a dragon envoy. As Shui Nai and the others walked up, the old NPC suddenly came to greet them. Dragon Envoy. The four people were very confused, but they knew that this title was related to Shui Nai. Yes, I didn't expect the Dragon Envoy to come, and he also brought back a dragon man who was about to awaken. It seems that the dragon god is still blessing our dragon clan. The old man was a little hunched. If it weren't for the pair of short dragon horns on his head that proved that he was not a pure human, Shui Nai would not dare to believe that this person was the leader of the dragon clan. Damn, it seems like I brought you here, and now all the credit is attributed to this kid. Tai Feng muttered in the team chat. After that, the two men welcomed the group into the house. However, since the wooden house was not big, they came to the small yard behind the wooden house. After that, the four people learned some problems of the dragon clan under the excited explanation of the old man. It turned out that the dragon clan had always been short of people. However, this short of people did not refer to the number of people, but to the number of people who awakened the blood of the dragon clan. This big problem made the patriarch, who knew that he had not much time left, feel very anxious. As the patriarch of the dragon clan, this old man can be said to be the last known awakened dragon clan member. Even his dear grandson has not awakened. However, the awakening of the dragon clan is often very random, so the patriarch of the dragon clan has already seen it. However, the dilemma of the dragon clan having no successors has always troubled him. Hearing what he said, my guess is correct. The dragon people inherited the physical energy of the dragons, and I inherited their magical energy. Shui Na said happily in the team chat. Lord Dragon Envoy, now I beg you to become the acting patriarch of our dragon people, and keep and teach our dragon people's heritage for our dragon people. The dragon people's patriarch said, while handing a simple ring in his hand to Shui Na. This, old patriarch, I don't understand it. You can actually give this to your grandson for safekeeping. After all, he knows the dragon people much better than I do. Isn't this better? Shui Na didn't know the origin of this ring, nor did he know what responsibility this thing had. Without understanding, he didn't dare to accept it casually. It's not that I don't believe in my grandson, but this is the treasure of my dragon clan. It contains the inheritance of our dragon clan. To open this treasure, only those who have awakened the dragon bloodline can do so. But I'm not a member of the dragon clan. No, although you don't inherit the physical strength of the dragon like us dragon clan, you also have the power of the dragon in your body, and this power can enable you to open this dragon ring. In this case, I will keep it for the time being. When the time is right, I will return it to the dragon clan. Just now, Shui Na had touched the ring and learned about this task from it. This task is not difficult. It's just that when the time is right, the dragon ring can be passed on to other dragon clans. During this period, he can freely use the dragon ring. For such a benefit, Shui Na will naturally not let it go. At the beginning, he was still worried that this task was to promote the development of the dragon clan. If it was this mission, I would know how many dragon balls and dragon blood I would need to find that day to allow these people to have dragon blood. Thank you for the selfless help of the dragon envoy. I have no way to repay you for this great kindness. Please don't despise this small gift. After the clan leader saw Shui Na accept the dragon ring, he immediately took out a huge green crystal core. Shui Na, who saw the crystal core, immediately knew that it was the dragon crystal of the wind dragon, and Shui Na accepted it without saying much. Although it is not difficult to keep the dragon ring, it is of great significance to the dragon clan, and he should also get some rewards. However, at this time, Tai Feng on the side poked Shui Na. By the way, clan leader, how can my friend awaken the flame dragon blood in his body? Although Shui Na and the others already knew that the awakening problem was not determined by the mission, he still wanted to ask. Well, awakening is often something that cannot be forced, but you can find an environment that is suitable for this bloodline in order to stimulate its awakening, Just like we did. The patriarch with the bloodline of the earth dragon has stayed in this barren mountain with abundant earth elements for many years in order to allow his grandson to awaken this bloodline as soon as possible, but there is no way to control this awakening. The most disappointed of the 4 people who heard this was Tai Feng. Not only did he lose the powerful bloodline of his own clan in his body, but he also got a blank check that he didn't know how long it would take to cash. After leaving a way to contact Tai Feng, Shui Na and the others also said goodbye to the patriarch of the dragon clan. However, at the same time, Shui Na also found that there was a new identity on his attribute panel. For the dragon tribe leader who was about to die, although Shui Na was not an ideal leader, for him who had no choice, this was his greatest wish in his life. Let's go, we have to go back to the city and find a place to log off. Shui Na looked around. Although it was not too dangerous, he didn't want to stay here. The 4 people who went online again the next day spent a lot of gold coins again and returned to the Elf Empire. After that, they directly opened a dark mine dungeon and planned to check the contents of the dragon ring inside. However, this dragon ring could not be opened in Shui Nai's normal state. It could only be opened when Shui Na activated those special states. In fact, this dragon ring is a space ring, but the size of this space ring is the largest that Shui Na has seen so far. It actually has 1,500 grids, and there are hundreds of stone tablets recording various skills inside. Looking at these stone tablets, Tai Feng couldn't control his saliva. If he hadn't awakened the blood of the flame dragon yet and couldn't practice, otherwise, Shui Nai's dragon ring would not be in his hand. However, the reason why Shui Na agreed to be the acting patriarch of the dragon clan was just to get this title first, so that he could pass it directly to Tai Feng. Looking at these stone tablets here, Shui Na didn't find any skills that he could use. After all, these stone tablets are the inherited skills of the dragon clan, and he, the so-called dragon envoy, has no connection with the dragon clan, which makes Shui Na more and more depressed. Okay, enough, if we don't help them, I'm afraid there will be danger. Shui Na woke up Tai Feng, who was still a little dazed with excitement. Although this copy is only at the expert level, it is still a bit reluctant for Xiaoyu, Qunlixu and a group of pets to take on these zombies. Oh, but I'll forget about fighting these zombies. Tai Feng glanced at the sound of fighting in the distance, and he had no intention of fighting. Fighting close combat with zombies, unless you have a set of divine weapons, is just asking for trouble. However, with the existence of Qunlixu, a human priest, the difficulty of this dark mine dungeon is also decreasing sharply. Xiaoyu, who has a large number of self-made scrolls of Shui Na, plus the vampire mortals who have been sent inside, has already given Xiaoyu and the other 2 a foundation for invincibility. If the vampire mortals could not coexist with Qunlixu's holy light magic, I'm afraid the vampire mortals would become their most solid line of defense. Watching the 2 girls talking and laughing while hitting the zombies under the icicle wall, Shui Na also found that he had underestimated them a little. Qunlixu's holy light magic kept bombarding the zombies below, which had little blood value, and it would purify them into black gas in 2 hits. If there are more, Xiaoyu's impact arrows and the ice magic of the dark water snake will also appear immediately. Moreover, Qunlixu and Tai Feng's 2 pets are waiting here. Tai Feng's pet is a red flame lizard, and Qunlixu's is a yellow earth giant bear. However, in this not-so-eyed mine tunnel, these 2 pets cannot exert their maximum capabilities. With the addition of Shui Na, the 4 of them soon arrived at the open space where the boss was. There, the Blood Clan Fanfiction was already fighting fiercely with the fat zombie there and several bosses there. Shui Na saw this and immediately joined the battle. Chapter 619 The Battle on the Training Ground, Part 1. This was the first time that Tai Feng teamed up with Shui Na to go to the dungeon, but in just a few dozen minutes, he discovered several unique characteristics of Shui Na, the mage. The magic attack was so high that it was outrageous. When hitting dark creatures, the damage was actually close to Qunlixu's holy light magic. You know, Qunlixu is a combat priest, and facing this dark creature, her power is increased by 50%. Although her mobility is not as good as that of a thief, it is not much worse than that of a warrior like him. As long as he wants, the monsters here can't even get close to him by 10 meters. What puzzles Tai Feng and Qunlixu the most is that the accuracy of the magic in Shui Nai's hand is surprisingly high. The magic on the wand has never failed, as if he has already calculated the movement trajectory of these bosses and is waiting for them to hit the magic. For most players, this kind of free target without a meat shield warrior in front is the most difficult to attack. It's okay for melee, as long as the sword hits, it will definitely cause damage, but magic is different, especially the fire magic with a slow movement speed. If you miss a second, you may miss it. Okay, I'll leave the last few moves to you. After grinding these bosses to the point where they were just skin and blood, Shui Nai and the vampire Fan Chen immediately retreated. For now, the three of them have the lowest level. If they are not allowed to improve, they will not be able to survive in the Exoda mine. I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time. When Tai Feng heard this, he picked up the double-sided giant axe beside him and rushed to the front. His weapon was a giant weapon that was 2 meters long. In the narrow mine tunnel just now, it could not be used at all. And these poisonous bosses here, the venom alone can make them live or die. So when he heard what Mina said, he was excited. However, although he ran the earliest, he was not faster than the speed of magic and arrows. I saw a white light and several arrows with flames flying from both sides of him, and hit a fat zombie on one side. And Tai Feng also arrived at this time, and then he directly used a skill called Whirlwind Slash, swinging this 2-meter-long giant axe so that even the main body could not be seen. I saw a piece of axe light and countless muffled sounds of puff puff puff, and a red damage value appeared from the zombie boss. Although the damage was not high, the boss could not withstand the large number and fast speed, and Tai Feng's strength was a little higher than it. It didn't even have a chance to fight back, and was chopped back by Tai Feng until it was chopped away. Tai Feng, who had long known that this zombie had the skills of self-destruction and resurrection, deliberately increased the power in the last axe and chopped it away directly. After that, he immediately activated the quick charge skill and retreated from the battlefield. It's really a disadvantage to fight this zombie in close combat. Mina glanced at Tai Feng, whose health value had already lost 10%, and had to say that the venom of this fat zombie was very fierce. Even the orc's high-resistance physique couldn't stand it, and it only lasted for a dozen seconds. So this is why I hate staying in this elf empire the most. Tai Feng took over. This elf empire has never been a mainstream country for players, nor has it been a place that close combat players like. Okay, leave it to us now. Shui Nai looked at the 3 bosses that had been resurrected, and immediately walked forward with the vampire. Although the physique of the vampire was not completely immune to the venom of the zombie, it was very resistant. In addition, his blood sword had the ability to absorb blood, so as long as Shui Nai cast a hydrotherapy from time to time, he could continue to fight. As for Shui Nai, as long as his magic power was enough, his endurance was basically incomparable to ordinary people. Until these 3 smaller fat zombies were transformed into piles of experience, Shui Nai's health was still full. After that, the 4 of them used up all 5 opportunities of the day in this dark mine dungeon, and then they walked towards the skill training area of Moonlight City under the morning light outside. During this period, Tai Feng and Qian Lixu went to find the suitable environment mentioned by the former patriarch of the Dragon Clan. However, Shui Nai knew that there seemed to be no volcanic area in the Elf Empire, and the environment here was suitable for all seasons and pleasant. On the other side of the Orc Kingdom, basically all extreme environments have left traces there. When thinking about Tai Feng and Qian Lixu embezzling public funds to use the teleportation array again, Shui Nai had to feel sad for this guild. After training the air bomb to level 10, Shui Nai finally strengthened the air bomb as he wished. The effect of this strengthening is that when the air bomb hits the target, there is a 30% chance of triggering an air explosion, which can not only bounce back more powerful targets, but also has a small range of damage effect. However, the damage in this small range is a bit too small, but Shui Nai knows that the size of this small range is related to the skill level after this. After stopping the practice of this magic, Shui Nai began to practice the ice pillar technique. This magic is not high in terms of damage. Unless it is a critical hit or a creature restrained by it, this magic will only have an auxiliary effect. But for Shui Nai, this magic is not strong, mainly compared with other magics. If someone dares to be attacked by Mina's magic, then even if Mina doesn't use the effects of the 2 bracelets, it's not something that ordinary people can bear, because Mina's magic damage is already very high. As for this magic diamond gold bracelet, Mina completely ignored the advice given by the Diamond King. As long as the life value is enough to pay for this kind of top-grade mage equipment, no one will give up. Therefore, Mina now knows that he and the Diamond King can no longer negotiate, but because Xiaoyu is there, he dare not mess around in front of him. However, when Mina was practicing this ice pillar technique, he found that there was a sight behind him staring at him. Turning around, Mina found that there was an acquaintance behind him. I saw that the Diamond King stared at his 2 bracelets, and immediately knew that he should not be able to tell which one was his magic diamond gold bracelet. This Lionheart bracelet and the magic diamond gold bracelet are very similar in appearance without opening the equipment halo. In addition, they were not very close now, and Mina's loose sleeves covered most of it, so the Diamond King had no way to tell. "Are you looking for me for something?" Mina knew that his identity had been discovered, and then he thought about it and immediately realized that it was his elemental wand that had revealed his identity. Although his elemental wand also did not have the equipment halo turned on, the purple on this elemental wand crystal, but very unique. "Yes, it's something, but it's your business." Diamond King moved his eyes from the bracelet to Mina's face. Instead of looking directly at her, there was a hint of sneer on the corner of his mouth. "I already know your true identity. I personally advise you not to dream of soaring to the sky after getting Xiaoyu. Our world is not for ordinary people like you to enter. If you are willing to leave Xiaoyu, I don't want the magic diamond gold bracelet. Just treat it as the reward for your breakup." Although Diamond King did not see Mina's real expression, he knew that his words would definitely work. For this ordinary person with no family background and no backstage, no matter how brilliant and dazzling his future is, he will naturally look down on them, the members of their family. Because as long as they are willing, as long as they put in a little effort, he will have no chance of development, and this is why they look down on ordinary people. As for this mage, he is not a fool to have come this far, and he can understand the pros and cons. Otherwise, he would not have found Xiaoyu, the golden branch that can save him a lifetime of struggle. "I say, were you fooled by me last time? You dare to say such words? This magic diamond gold bracelet has always been in my hand. How can you still think it is yours? You are too shameless." Shuai couldn't figure out the thinking mode of such a person. For such a person who thinks he is the center of everyone, he only feels that his IQ tends to decline when talking to such a person. "You, don't forget, I am the owner of this magic diamond gold bracelet. That was the previous owner. Now it has been in my hand. Please don't forget it." After interrupting him, Shuai turned around and ignored this person. Unless Xiaoyu asked him to do so herself, he would dream about it if he wanted him to leave Xiaoyu. "Humph, don't think we'll just let it go. In the outside world, you're basically not worthy of Xiaoyu's status. Think about your own status. Don't be so delusional as toads want to eat swan meat. If you keep thinking about Xiaoyu's status and identity, then you're also not worthy of her, because you approach Xiaoyu with a goal. You're such a person. No wonder Xiaoyu won't choose you." Mina's tone was very sarcastic, making the Diamond King behind him feel like a lump in his throat, and he had an urge to kill Mina. "Humph, just wait, I'll let everyone know the identity of the toad." Diamond King looked at Mina's back and said viciously. "Whatever you want, anyway, I don't think I need to pay attention to the threats of a male creature like you who is not even a man." Mina saw that he actually used this to threaten himself, and naturally he wouldn't give him a good look. However, he didn't expect that this Diamond King would be so petty. He came here to make trouble and couldn't talk to him, so he would actually take action directly. When Mina felt the danger, the electric net composed of lightning had already covered Mina with flashing electric light. This lightning net is a magic of wizard level. Although it is not as lethal as the magic of thunder, this magic wins in paralysis and continuous damage. As long as this lightning net does not disappear, the creatures inside will always be stimulated by the electric current. "Go to hell." I saw that the Diamond King's magic wand rushed out one after another, constantly rushing towards Mina. Chapter 620 The Battle on the Training Ground, Part 2. Seeing this series of explosive bombs coming over, Mina was not worried but happy, because he was now annoyed by the lightning net on his body. The lightning net, which is composed of lightning elements, is actually not strong. As long as there is a destructive force from the outside, this magic can be broken up and restored to lightning elements. But for those who have been caught in the net and paralyzed, it is an unsolvable situation. Because once a person is covered by this lightning net, unless he is directly immune to the paralysis effect of the electric current, he will be hurt by the electric current. After a bang, Mina was blown away. He shook his dizzy head. Although it hurt a little bit to be blown by the explosive bomb, it was just as Mina thought, and the lightning net was blown apart. After coming out of the net, Mina waved the magic wand in his hand, and several air bombs appeared on the magic wand. Although the size and appearance of these air bombs are the same, and they look like the player's own magic, half of this series of air bombs are shot by the elemental magic wand. And this is exactly why Mina can cast 6 air bombs at the same time in 1 second. After casting the air bomb, Mina immediately stepped back a few steps, and at this time, a burst of heat from the explosion blew in front of him. Although the air bomb can also bounce magic, the Diamond King's explosive bombs are connected in a line. Therefore, even if Mina bounces the explosive bomb back, it will only hit the explosive bomb behind it, and the result will also explode. However, Mina's 6 consecutive air bombs actually all triggered the air explosion effect. Although the effect was not ideal in terms of lethality, it bounced all the flames of the explosive bomb away, making it impossible for the flames of the explosive bomb to burn Shui Nai. He took a look at his own health value. When he was covered by the lightning net just now, he only lost less than 300 points of Shui Nai's health value, but the explosive bomb that hit him took away nearly 1,000 points of health. These 1,000 points of health value are already a lot for Shui Nai, who currently has only about 6,000 health points. However, after seeing this value, the perpetrator, Diamond King, almost popped his eyes out. He knew the power of his explosive bomb best. With his nearly 3,500 magic damage, plus the damage of the explosive bomb itself and the bonus of his fire expertise, the total damage of this magic has exceeded 5,000, and this has not yet counted the 20% magic bonus of his race. However, this result means that the magic defense ability of this human mage has reached nearly 5,000 points. Given the very rare pattern of defense values in this game, this is already a value that makes mages feel desperate. However, for Mina, this 1,000 points of damage is already very high. His own magic defense has reached 1,500, plus the 2,000 points added by the True Sky Dragon, the weakening effects of the Elemental Wand, Elemental Battlesuit set and Snake Eye Necklace. Diamond King is already worthy of praise for hitting this 1,000 points of damage. However, Diamond King didn't know this. Now he only knew that he was restrained by this mage. As an elf mage, his magic has always dominated the PK field. Often, as long as his magic appears, as long as the health value is not too high, it often ends in instant kill. But now he found that he couldn't deal with such a low blood mage. While Diamond King was in a daze, Mina gave himself a few recovery spells, and then a hydrotherapy spell, and his revenge action began. I saw Shui Nai step back a few steps, and a flash of lightning flashed on the elemental magic wand. After the flash of lightning, a lightning as thick as an arm appeared in the sky and struck directly at the top of Diamond King's head. "Master, be careful!" At this moment, a thief who had been standing behind Diamond King suddenly rushed up, threw the dagger in his hand, and quickly pulled with the other hand to block the thunder magic that had already hit Diamond King's head. Good skills. Shui Nai didn't expect that the speed and reaction of this thief would be so fast that he could save his master in this situation. Seeing that one thunder was useless, Shui Nai immediately came up with several in a row, and at the same time, there were chain lightning. Looking at the thunder all over the sky, the bodyguards and subordinates around Diamond King immediately acted in a panic. I saw them throwing the metal daggers or other things in their hands into the sky, trying to divert the thunder. However, the chain lightning inside was not so easy to lead away. As the chain lightning struck, the unprepared bodyguards were immediately hit. However, the Diamond King, who Mina wanted to deal with the most, did not know to activate the effect of the equipment and activated the magic shield. Then he ran to the center of the bodyguards with the lightning above his head. However, fortunately, since the Diamond King and these bodyguards maintained a team mode, when the Diamond King attacked Mina, he also made these guys red-named. Therefore, Mina was now very good at fighting. Seeing that the lightning magic was so easily broken, Mina immediately used the wind blade. I saw pieces of wind blades flying out of Mina's magic wand, rushing towards the heads of those red-named people in all directions. However, I don't know whether this Diamond King had already calculated Mina trademark S ability, or his subordinates' trademark reactions were amazing. 2 Templar warriors in silver armor suddenly rushed out of the queue, waving their narrow swords quickly, and blocked the dozen wind blades in the narrow space at the entrance of the training ground. Although many of these wind blades still hit the bright armor, leaving crisscross scratches, it was obvious that these guys did not suffer any damage. Seeing them block the wind blades so neatly, Mina immediately switched to lightning magic. However, when he saw the crossbows in the sky, he actually knocked down the lightning magic one by one, which made him depressed. It seems that in conventional offensive and defensive battles, the side with fewer people will suffer more. Looking at the dozen people attacking and defending in an orderly manner, the crossbows made Mina dodge left and right. Glancing at the position of the Diamond King with the corner of his eye, Mina immediately ran to the inside of the training ground, and in the process, Mina continued to cast flame walls behind him. If these red-named guys can't kill me now, then they will lose more than they gain. Although the NPC administrator and guards of this skill training ground haven't come yet, they can't run away either, because there are guards waiting at the entrance of this skill training ground. As for escaping over the wall, with the speed of Diamond King, there is only one way to go. Although time is on Mina's side, he still doesn't want to let these guys go. First, these guys have threatened him just now. Second, these guys have been trying to kill him first. Therefore, Mina now seems to be running away to delay time, but in fact he is preparing to teach these guys who are looking for death a lesson. Mina, who was hiding in the flame wall, immediately found that the crossbows and magic could accurately find his position. After doing this several times in a row, Mina immediately knew that there should be spies around these guys. It seems that Diamond King has a lot of people, and they have already ambushed around him. He took a look at the training ground protected by a transparent magic shield. Although this magic shield prevented people from outside from entering, Mina couldn't get out either. Mizuna, who was furious after being beaten, took out a few scrolls and pinched them. Ice pillars emerged from Mizuna's feet. The cold ice pillars quickly surrounded Mizuna. Crossbows and magic hit the ice pillars, and Mizuna, who was inside, lowered his head and chanted spells without being seen by others, and the green light on his body became brighter and brighter. Everyone be careful, that guy is preparing a large-scale magic. I don't know who saw the green light in the ice pillar and shouted directly in the regional channel. However, to everyone's disappointment, Mizuna's magic was basically not a large-scale magic, and it was an auxiliary magic with no attack power at all. Mizuna, with the green light on her body, appeared directly above the heads of Diamond King and others. After activating the ability to stay in the air, Mizuna just stood above the heads of these people. After that, 3 explosive bombs emerged from Mizuna's elemental magic wand and pressed directly at the top of Diamond King's head. Although those people found Mina's trace in an instant, Mina was only a few meters away from them. In this few meters, the explosive bomb only took less than 1 second to reach the target. Mina also activated the teleportation again at this moment and came to the other side. Wind blades were emerging from the magic wand. With a bang, the 3 explosive bombs exploded almost at the same time. Although the 3 explosive bombs did not attack the target at the same time and then exploded, the power of this chain explosion was not something that the people below could withstand. After the explosion, the explosive bombs killed the thieves with low health on the spot. Diamond King, who was closer to these thieves, escaped because of the effect of the magic shield. However, his magic power was also exhausted because of the power of the explosive bomb explosion. He shook and disappeared. After receiving the report from his subordinates, Diamond King gave a retreat order in the team chat and took out a scroll to leave. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a pain in his back, and a cold arrow with great force came out of his chest. Diamond King, whose health was almost exhausted, just saw Xiaoyu drawing the bow and shooting the second arrow from the corner of his eye. Chapter 621 New Ways to Fight Indiana the Dark Mining Area. After Xiaoyu joined the battle group, Diamond King's men actually escaped in an instant using the random teleportation scroll. From their appearance, it seemed that this was not the first time they killed people in this main city. And just after they left, several NPCs holding giant bows rushed to several towering arrow towers, but they only saw them shoot an arrow and then come down in anger. It seems that the murderer just now has run far away. As the players' levels increase, the NPC guards in the main city are no longer able to keep up with the players' strength, which has led to more and more players challenging the guards in the main city. Although most people were beaten to death by the surging NPC guards, there are still many people who seek excitement in such group fights. As the victims in this incident, Mina and Xiaoyu also received due compensation. Although this was a grudge between players, it happened in this skill training field, so Mina's fees for today were waived. Are you okay? When the people around who were watching the excitement dispersed, Xiaoyu walked to Mina and asked. No, but their behavior is really... Mina thought of the few training area administrators just now. Although they were very polite, there was a feeling of disgust for players in their eyes, which made him feel very uncomfortable. If you know the cases related to players that happen every day in Moonlight City, then you can understand their feelings. Xiaoyu has also seen the lawlessness of players. For the NPCs here, the evil players are more terrifying than the ferocious monsters, because players are invincible. Okay, let's practice more quickly, it's free. Mina saw that this topic was not good, so she immediately changed the topic. The two practiced in the skill training field for a long time, and then they left when they saw that the time was almost up. However, this time, Mina and the others finished replenishing their skills. After packing the things in the backpack, he went to the warehouse management center and took out some things. With these things, it will be much easier to burn those zombies. Shui Na looked at the nearly 100 groups of bottles in the backpack, and couldn't help but admire the work efficiency of the unscrupulous profiteers. These small bottles are in groups, and they are all filled with high-grade kerosene. One bottle can burn for a long time. Let's go find Lu Yi. When they came to the Isoda mine, the three of them found that there were no other players around, which surprised Lu Yi and Shui Nai. Tai Feng, where are you? We have arrived at the Isoda mine. After they finished the dungeon today, Tai Feng said that he would come by himself, but now it is almost time to open the door, but they are still not seen. Here, wait a minute, just went to replenish supplies. As soon as Tai Feng's words fell from the private chat, the sharp-eyed Shui Nai immediately found two figures in the Isoda village. Hehe, those people are really obedient, they actually left. When Tai Feng came here, he saw that there were only NPCs around, and immediately put his arm around Shui Nai's head and whispered. What did you say to those people? Shui Nai couldn't help but ask when she heard this. Nothing, just told them some things Xiaoyu likes or dislikes, and then they left. Alas, those kids are so pitiful, they keep chasing Xiaoyu in this way. Looking at Tai Feng's face, he finally understood why this guy would use private chat. It seems that he obviously sold Xiaoyu just now. By the way, did you have a conflict with Wang's fifth brother just now? Tai Feng saw Shui Nai didn't speak, so he glanced at the two people on the other side and asked in a low voice. Well, I fought him, but he was killed by Xiaoyu. Poor kid. He died at the hands of the woman he loved. Let's go. If Xiaoyu knew what you did just now, you might be even more pitiful. Shui Nai had seen Lu Yi motioning them to go over. Is this the helper you found? Lu Yi glanced at Tai Feng and Qian Li Shuet. Although he had just heard that Shui Nai would find two friends to collect the dark energy crystals, he frowned when he saw that one was a Tauren and the other was a holy light priest. Yes, their fighting power is not bad, they can help. Shui Nai saw Lu Yi's expression and immediately knew what he was thinking. In the dark mining area, melee professions have no place to play. If you fight alone, you can still give it a try, but now there are more than 400 dark zombies guarding the entrance of the cave. A melee profession would just be looking for death if he went there. As for Qun Lixu, the holy light priest, whether she can play any role in the darkness is still unknown. However, Shui Nai will take them in anyway, because there is a lot of experience here, and it is an absolute treasure land for leveling up. Okay, but you have to be careful. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility. Lu Yi thought about it and knew that Shui Nai was not a person who would let his companions and friends die, so he agreed. Okay, we will be careful. Shui Nai said while passing two skill books to Tai Feng and Qun Lixu from behind. Then he said in the team chat, after learning, once you go in, climb up the rock wall if there is danger. Understood. Tai Feng's words were very straightforward. He trusted Shui Nai very much. This time, Shui Nai was the first to go in. As soon as he entered, he flew directly to the hall. During this time, he was also paying attention to the situation of the dark zombies below. However, the result of the inspection was that among the 400 dark zombies, only the 3 dwarf zombies that appeared the day before yesterday were still somewhat threatening. The others were just human zombies or orc zombies, and they were not threatening at all. Back in the mine tunnel, Shui Nai motioned the 3 outside to come in while starting to build an icicle wall. Use the magic scroll to speed up the construction. Although the effect of the magic scroll is not good, it can at least stop the pace of these zombies. Then, Tai Feng and the other 3 immediately jumped onto the icicle wall and began to attack the zombies coming from below. Sister-in-law, can your holy light magic still be used? Shui Nai asked Qian Lixu, who is now the most unstable variable here. It can barely be used, but the effect is only on 1/3 of the original. Qian Lixu took a look at her condition. Although the dark protection on her body can isolate the erosion of the dark energy here, it also reduces the power of her holy light magic. In addition, this place is the home of darkness, so her holy light magic has to be discounted again, and the result is only 1/3 left. Not bad, then you will be responsible for dealing with the zombies that I have frozen. Hearing this, Shui Nai was relieved. Even if Qunlixu's skill power is only on at herd, it is still much stronger than Liu Yi, because the player's magic power can use without regard to consumption. Moreover, the biggest difference between Holy Light Magic and Life Magic is that Holy Light Magic can directly act on these frozen dark zombies, while Life Magic cannot. Tai Feng, when I set the fire later, you throw these kerosene bottles in. Remember, throw them to the place where zombies are densely packed. Shui Nai took out some kerosene bottles from her backpack while building the third row of ice column walls. At this time, Tai Feng, who was on the ice column wall, holding a huge axe to chop the zombies below, also took these things immediately. After the arrangement, Shui Nai and the others began to summon their pets, but this time Xiaoyu did not summon her own Xiaobai, but a newly hatched thunder eagle that was only the size of a palm. After that, Tai Feng and Qunlixu also summoned their own thunder eagles, but theirs had obviously been upgraded and were much larger in size than Xiaoyu. Although the three thunder eagles looked very majestic when they were flying freely, when Shui Nai's Blood Clan mortal appeared, they instinctively felt the danger and all of them moved away from Blood Clan mortal's position. I say, brother, you keep this dark pet, aren't you afraid of being discovered? Tai Feng said in the team chat. Don't I dare to release it only in front of you. Shui Nai replied while setting fire. In this dark environment, Blood Clan mortal's attributes have been comprehensively improved, and he has also received a state of blessing from darkness, and his health and Blood Clan energy recovery speed have increased significantly. And, most importantly, the zombies here have no reaction to him at all. Even if he pokes a few holes in those zombies, they still ignore his existence. Shui Nai and Xiaoyu were stunned by this. If Shui Nai had known it would be like this, he would have put Blood Clan mortal here. Seeing this, Shui Nai immediately asked Blood Clan mortal to deal with the three dwarf zombies in the zombie pile. He and his clone worked hard to set fire to the zombies under the wall, and let the black-ringed water snake maintain the icicle wall. The two most leisurely people on the wall were Xiaoyu and Tai Feng, one of whom was constantly practicing various archery skills with the zombies below, and the other was constantly throwing kerosene bottles. When he got tired of throwing, he picked up the long axe beside him and chopped the zombies below a few times. Although this way of fighting was boring, they gained a lot. When Qunlixu purified all the zombies in the icicle wall into black gas and dissipated them, the four of them had already upgraded. Among them, Xiaoyu upgraded 2 levels in a row and reached level 50. Although the fully autonomous pet of the Blood Clan Fanfiction did not give experience points to the player, he also helped them a lot. At least when picking up the dark energy crystals, Shui Nai didn't have to worry at all. With him picking up the scattered dark energy crystals, Shui Nai and the others didn't need to use the spider crawling technique to attract these dark zombies. Although this new fighting style took Mizuna a lot of effort to maintain the icicle wall, it was efficient. Moreover, as Mizuna increased the icicle wall to 10 rows, the hundreds of dark zombies outside could no longer push the huge icicle wall. Chapter 622 Big Harvest. The group with the kerosene bottle and someone in charge of the zombies in the icicle wall, Mizuna's icicle wall has been constantly moving forward and swallowing up, and Tai Feng has also begun to change from a thrower on the front line to an icebreaker in the back. Xiaoyu, give one to the dozen zombies on the left and the pile on the right. Mizuna and his clone used firestorms at almost the same time. The two overlapping firestorms also caused a red digital cloud to appear above the heads of the zombies below. Even Mizuna, the creator, could not see through the damage value of this piece. Just looking at it for a while would make people dizzy. After burning for more than half an hour, both Shui Nai, who set the zombies on fire, and Xiaoyu, who was shooting arrows and throwing kerosene bottles, were already sweating profusely. Okay, let's take a break. Shui Nai saw that her clone had disappeared, so she asked the vampire Fan Chen, who was killing zombies in the distance, to come and pick up the dark energy crystals on the ground. In the place where the firestorm raged, there were several zombies that were stained with kerosene but not completely burned. They were coming towards Shui Nai with flames all over their bodies, but Shui Nai ignored them. The kerosene obtained by the unscrupulous profiteers was very powerful. Once stained, if it was not completely burned, it would never go out. And the damage value of this burning was not much less than that of Shui Nai's firestorm. It was just that these kerosene were supplies for battle, even if the unscrupulous profiteers only found hundreds of bottles, which made Shui Nai and the others have to use them carefully for fear of wasting them. Although the dark zombies here are much harder to fight than the monsters outside, this is really a treasure land for leveling up. The one that is leveling up the fastest is Xiaoyu's Thunder Eagle, which is slowly growing larger at a speed that can be seen with the naked eye. However, in this place, no matter how fast they level up, there is no way Token T make any contribution. Hey! No, I have to rest for a while. As Tai Feng said this, the sound of breaking ice in the back also stopped. In this half hour, Tai Feng broke dozens of ice pillars, almost bending the axe in his hand, but there were still many that he didn't break in time. These dark zombies that were frozen in ice basically had no way to recover their health when they couldn't contact the black air, which also reduced Qinlixu's troubles and greatly accelerated the purification speed. However, now they are somewhat hoping that there will be hundreds more zombies, but this wish has never been fulfilled. With the four people's crazy killing just now, Qinlixu's purification, and the interception of the Blood Clan Fanfiction in the distance, the more than 400 dark zombies accumulated here have been burned by nearly 300, leaving only these 100 or so still digging ice under the icicle wall, roaring at the people above. At the same time as the black ring water snake, he reinforced the ice column wall in front. Shuai looked at the black ring water snake that was already as thick as his arm, and let it maintain the remaining wall. With her current level of more than 40, her magic power is enough to pay for the use of these ice magics. If it weren't for the fact that she had not learned more powerful ice magic, which made Shuai a little regretful, the rest would have made Shuai very satisfied. Shuai came to the back and fired several explosive bombs and explosive columns at these ice columns, and also collected the dark energy crystals on the ground near the exit. In the nearly 2 hours of slaughter, the dark energy crystals they obtained have exceeded the space of Shuai and Xiao Yu's cloth bags. Although this is still a big gap from 1000 dark energy crystals, it is also a great harvest. Okay Tai Feng, there is no need to dismantle here anymore. If you dismantle it again, the ice column wall will collapse. Shuai took a look at the rows of ice column walls that she had dismantled, which were already very close to the front. What should we do with these? There are still a few dark energy crystals inside. Although Shuai had just reduced the number of zombies frozen inside so as to collect more dark energy crystals, there were still some places that could not be taken care of. No, the ones in front are the biggest ones. Shuai looked at the dark energy crystals thrown up by the Blood Clan Fanfiction and smiled. Now the two people on the icicle wall could not pick them up in time, so Shuai left Tai Feng, who was too tired to move, and ran up to help the two of them. It seems that this hall should be opened up tomorrow. Xiao Yu glanced at the zombies below. Now there were no new zombies coming from the hall, which also meant that the zombies nearby had been killed by them. It's good to open it up. After staying here for 3 days, it's time to change places. Shuai said while using the shadow clone and throwing the firestorm again directly at the zombies below. And the Blood Clan Fanfiction had already run far away and started to hunt the dark zombies on the edge. Although the vampires in this dark energy-filled environment will become a little bloodthirsty and have a strong desire to fight. But Shuai also found that he did not lose his nature. At least he would not attack his people, nor would he disobey Shuai's words. At this time, using the firestorm, Shuai no longer seeks to explode the dark energy crystals on these zombies, because there is not enough time now. Now he just wants to explode the experience of these zombies so that Xiao Yu and others can level up 1 or 2 more levels. Okay, we should also prepare to leave. Tai Feng, you go out first, I will lead them away a little bit before leaving. Shuai saw that there were only a dozen minutes left, and according to the plan, it was time to evacuate. Okay, then you be careful. After Tai Feng finished speaking, he put away the giant axe in his hand, walked towards the dark energy crystal pile at the exit, grabbed the crystals on the ground with both hands, and ran outside. Xiao Yu and Qian Li Shui also grabbed the remaining ones on the ground and followed Tai Feng. After taking a look at his map, he found that the map of the dark mining area was cut off from the outside world by a huge isolation magic. Therefore, this map was actually an independent map. Seeing that Tai Feng and the other 3 disappeared on the map, Shuai immediately activated the flying technique and flew towards the hall, leading away the remaining hundreds of dark zombies. Are you leaving? Seeing Shuai flying over, the vampire mortal spread his wings and flew up with him. Yes. You want to stay? Shuai seemed reluctant to leave from his tone. Well, is it okay? The vampire mortal took a deep breath of the air here, enjoying it. In this environment filled with dark energy, his eyes were always red and a little weird and bloodthirsty. Well, I don't have any problem with this, but you must ensure your own safety. After all, I'm not here and I can't take care of you. Also, You have to come back here at noon tomorrow. We need you. Shuai said seriously, and at the same time took out an ordinary cloth bag from his backpack and put more than a dozen water therapy scrolls in it. Okay. Vampire Fanfiction took the bag and tied it to his belt, then flew with Shuai over the hall, waiting for the slow-moving zombies to come. Then I'll go, be careful. Shuai said to Vampire Fanfiction, and flew towards the mine tunnel. At this time, Vampire Fanfiction suddenly flapped his wings, got into a mine tunnel leading to other places, and disappeared into the darkness. After returning to the outside, Shuai handed the dark energy crystal on his body to Liu Yi, and then escorted Liu Yi back to Yunya village with Tai Feng and others. This time, Liu Yi did not borrow Pegasus again, but rode Bai Meng, and returned to Yunya village very leisurely with Shuai and others. Liu Yi was the most excited about Shuai and others' big harvest today, because this time, Liu Yi had nearly 100 dark energy crystals on his body, which was the most he had ever taken in his life. And because of this, he also looked up to Tai Feng and Qun Lixu. Okay, you guys go ahead and get busy. I'll go report to the elders. Liu Yi said, and left the four people with a brisk pace. You said you put your pet in the dark mine. Just as Shuai and the others left Yunya village and were about to find other dungeons, Tai Feng asked in confusion. Yes, he wants to stay, and I also hope he can help us explore the way. After all, the area of the dark mine is too large. Without a map, we can only let him go. But, I always feel that your pet is too that. Aren't you afraid that he will betray you? Dark pets are very evil and cruel. Tai Feng was worried about Shuai when he thought of the glowing scarlet eyes of the vampire Fanfiction in the dark mine just now. Don't worry, I believe he won't hurt me. Shuai was not worried about this. Even if he was a dark creature, not all dark creatures were inherently bad. At least Shuai's former Skeleton King got along well with him. Seeing that Shuai believed in him so much, Tai Feng could not say more and could only wait and see. Chapter 623 The Cave in the Mine. The next day, Shuai and the other four, together with their pets, spent less than half an hour to completely deal with the hundreds of dark zombies that had accumulated, but at the same time, all the kerosene bottles in their hands were also used up. We are about to go to that mine. Tai Feng, who had just fought an orc zombie in the hall, was receiving treatment from Jian Lixu with bruises all over his body. Shuai led the vampire Fanfiction away to prevent him from being exposed to the holy light. Let's go this way. Fanfiction said that there is something we want in this mine. Shuai pointed to a mine behind Tai Feng, which was the most valuable of the mines that the vampire Fanfiction had explored so far. Most of the tunnels dug out of this hall extend far away. With the limited endurance of the vampire Fanfiction, he could only quickly look at 4 of them. However, 3 of the 4 tunnels have no way to the end, and the 4th has not been explored yet, but some things that Shuai and others are interested in have been found along the way. So, from here, the distance is a bit far. After listening to Shuai's retelling, Tai Feng also knew that time is their main problem at present. Yes, it takes about half an hour to walk, and there are some wandering zombies on the road. Shuai took a look at the tunnel, but there was only endless darkness inside. The dark protection on them can only last for 2 hours, which is really tight for them. Unless they have some extremely fast mounts, they really have to walk step by step. How about this? I have 1,000 li horse, which is quite fast. Let Qun Lixu go with you, and I'll stay here. Anyway, I'm just a little better than a vase against those zombies. Tai Feng knew that Shuai had a speed-type mount. If he gave it to Xiaoyu, plus his own flying skills, the 3 of them would have no problem. Although Tai Feng also wanted to participate, it was really helpless for a melee player to fight with zombies. Even if he could win, it would only be a miserable victory of blood for blood. Well, okay, but you have to be careful. Shuai said, and then took the already tired Blood Clan Fanfiction back to the pet space. Even if the Blood Clan Fanfiction has become a blood clan, it is still very laborious to fly with wings, and it is easy to use up the endurance value. Afterwards, Tai Feng and Shuai summoned their own mounts together. Xiaoyu's Xiaobai and Tai Feng's Fire Lizard can also be used as mounts, but they are no match for pure mounts in terms of speed. It's okay for short distances, but once it takes dozens of minutes like this, the difference between the two is magnified many times. Tai Feng's Jian Lima is the same as Shuai's, both of which have no combat power. But since Tai Feng is a warrior, his horse is a war horse, and its nature is being brave and aggressive, Tai Feng had suffered a lot before he was tamed. Be careful, Shui Nai said to Tai Feng, and then flew up and followed the two thunder eagles in front of him that were flashing blue light. You should be careful too, Tai Feng also said loudly, and watched them disappear in the darkness of the mine tunnel. Looking at the two thunder eagles in front of him that were used as the vanguard, Shui Nai had to say that the speed of this thunder eagle was really fast, and it was very cool when flying. Every time this thunder eagle flapped its wings, some blue electric light would be generated outward at the wingtip. Although this little bit of electric light did not have any lethality, it was very beautiful. In addition, its own physique that could emit blue light in the dark further enhanced the aesthetic value of the thunder eagle. Now Qunlixu's thunder eagle is already level 40, and its wings are already 1 meter wide when spread out, but if you want to carry people, you have to train it to level 80. As for Tai Feng's, it would probably have to be trained to level 100, otherwise it would not have the ability to bear the weight of Tai Feng. Glancing at the data in the team panel, Xiaoyu's level has been raised to level 53 in the past 2 days. Tai Feng has also been raised to level 59, but his level 59 is no longer meaningful. Because he was kicked back after completing the promotion task at level 60, he no longer needs to do the promotion task, nor does he need to keep this level. On the contrary, Qunlixu, because her level is close to Shui Nai's, has not been upgraded except for the first level. However, I believe that the hundreds of zombies in the past 2 days should also allow her experience value to be almost full. After flying in the dark for a while, Shui Nai immediately found that the thunder eagle suddenly stopped. Shui Nai is not like the vampire mortal, who has the ability to see in the dark, and the blue light on the thunder eagle can only vaguely illuminate the environment within 1 to 2 meters around it. So when he saw that the thunder eagle had obviously found something and stopped, he immediately shot out a lighting fireball. Under the illumination of the lighting fireball, 2 elf soldier zombies were waving their black swords at the 2 living creatures in the sky. However, one was in the sky and the other was on the ground, so they basically had no intersection. After shooting a few lighting fireballs deep into the mine, Mina immediately came down from the air after confirming that there was no danger in the mine tunnel, and began to bombard the elf zombies. Xiaoyu and the others, who were more than 10 meters behind him, caught up immediately after seeing the lighting fireball shot by Mina. As soon as they came to Mina's side, they began to use their own skills. Although Xiaoyu had no lethality to them, the effect of the impact arrow could well ensure the safety distance of the 3 of them. Under Xiaoyu's protection, Mina and Qunlixu didn't need to dodge left and right, as long as they attacked with all their strength. After killing several dark zombies along the way, Shui Na and his team only harvested 2 dark energy crystals, but these zombies in the mine tunnel exploded several high-quality gems, which made Xiaoyu and Qian Li Shui fight more and more vigorously. However, Shui Na had no interest in these zombies, but the mineral deposits in this mine tunnel made Shui Na very interested. In this abandoned mine tunnel, some ores appear from time to time, and most of them are magical metal ores, which makes Shui Na want to go back and clean up this mine tunnel thoroughly. However, since the magic of lighting fireball is very fragile and cannot be added to high-speed objects, these ores are difficult to be found when moving in the dark. Be careful, there are archers ahead. At this time, Shui Na suddenly found that the thunder eagle in front of him suddenly flapped its wings, sparking a flash of lightning, and then 2 balls of blue light began to move up and down. Along with the sound of the thunder eagle in front of him crying, there was also a strange sound of the bowstring vibrating. Seeing the 2 thunder eagles in front being attacked, Mina shot several lighting fireballs in front of him, illuminating this section of the mine tunnel extremely brightly, and a black figure was seen at the edge of the lighting, slowly pulling the bow. The arrow slowly formed on the bow was aimed at the much smaller thunder eagle lying on the ground. Just now, this sudden arrow shot down Xiaoyu's thunder eagle. Although it did not kill it directly, it also made it lose the ability to fly. When the other thunder eagle saw its companion and the same kind falling to the ground, it immediately attacked on its own, but the magic it knew was completely useless for rescuing this archer zombie. However, at this time, Mina came over. As an icicle appeared between the archer zombie and the fallen mine eagle, the archer zombie's arrow, which was originally intended to kill him, hit the icicle that just appeared, breaking it into pieces. Hey, this archer zombie's ability has become stronger. Mina shot a few more lighting fireballs, and then stared at the archer zombie for a while. Be careful, this zombie is level 60 monster. After Mizuna finished the reconnaissance, she immediately warned the 2 people behind her. Just now, the interval between the archer zombies shooting arrows was probably less than 20 seconds, which was much faster than the archer zombies in the hall outside. This 10-second gap can determine the life and death of a player. Level 60. Xiaoyu's eyebrows almost stood up after hearing this. Everyone should be careful, and never let it fire arrows, otherwise, in this environment, we have nowhere to hide. Hearing this, Xiaoyu immediately controlled Zufeng and followed. Arrow rain is a large-scale skill that archers will use when they become archers. Although this skill is surprisingly weak in terms of single-target lethality, it is not the case if it appears in this environment. And Xuanai has already known the power of arrow rain in the hall. Although with his health, it is not a problem to take this arrow rain, it is hard to say for Qun Li Shui and Xiaoyu behind. Well, Xiaoyu, you will be responsible for interrupting its arrow shooting, and we will be responsible for full output. The archer's arrow rain wins in large numbers. Once it is shot down, it can often hit people so hard that they can't even find the direction. However, this skill must have a preparation action. As long as this action is interrupted, it will be the same as interrupting the chanting of the mage, and this skill cannot be used. Very good. Now he should only have one chance to revive. Xuanai looked at the fallen zombie and couldn't help feeling in a good mood. Under the attack of the three people in turn, the archer zombie couldn't even pull out an ordinary arrow. Because although its ordinary arrows have powerful lethality, the price is a brewing time. Silently calculating the time, Xuanai had already released the ice element bird before the zombie got up. The slowly flying element bird hit the zombie just as it got up, and its movement to get up also stopped. After that, the three people bombarded together, and the zombie soon exploded a dark energy crystal and a sapphire blue gem and died here. Hey, there is a hall ahead. Just when the three were about to set off again, Xuanai suddenly found that when the Thunder Eagle just flew out, the rock wall at the top of the mine suddenly disappeared under the blue light, which also meant that there was a huge cave in front, and this mine led to this cave. It seems that we have arrived at the new hall that the vampire Fanfiction mentioned. Xuanai flew over and took a look at the empty cave inside. Chapter 624 Corpse King. This cave is a natural cave, and it seems that someone dug through the mine tunnel on the other side of the Azoda mine. After releasing Blood Clan Fanfiction from the pet space, Xuanai also began to ask him about the situation of this cave. According to the situation that Blood Clan Fanfiction had explored yesterday, this cave is a large cave with no other exits, and there is a crystal mine of dark energy crystals inside. However, this crystal mine is guarded by a very powerful existence, and Blood Clan Fanfiction did not challenge it yesterday because of endurance problems. Let's go, but everyone should be careful. Xuanai and Blood Clan Fanfiction were the first to enter the cave. Xuanai first shot a lighting fireball at the entrance of the cave, illuminating the surrounding space, and Blood Clan Fanfiction also shot another lighting fireball at the edge of the lighting. Qun Lixu was very interested in Xuanai, a pet that could only learn magic from players. If Blood Clan Fanfiction didn't instinctively not want to come into contact with the breath on his body, she would probably find an opportunity to study him. A group of 3 people and a vampire headed towards the cave. Although Blood Clan Fanfiction has night vision, this night vision ability is only 100 meters away, and it is useless if it is farther away. In addition, Xuanai and others must move under the lighting fireball, so he had to follow Xuanai and others. After walking for less than a short while, Blood Clan Fanfiction suddenly stopped and then acted in a completely alert manner. There is. Be careful, there are enemies. Before Xuanai could finish her question, the vampire mortal had already rushed out, at an astonishing speed, and disappeared in the range of the lighting fireball in an instant. When hearing this, Xuanai threw a lighting fireball in front, but with the sound of the Thunder Eagle's mournful cry, a black shadow suddenly passed through Xiaoyu's Thunder Eagle and killed it directly. Under the lighting fireball, Xuanai clearly saw that it was a sword shadow, a bloody sword tip that appeared under the firelight, but this sword tip dissipated into black gas after hitting the Thunder Eagle. What is this? Qun Lixu and Xiaoyu also saw this sword shadow, but this sword shadow of more than 10 meters in length could not remind them of anything. This should be a skill of the human swordsman level, sword energy. After seeing this scene, Xuanai suddenly remembered Fal's long sword condensed from the green fighting spirit. But the sword in front of him was naturally more condensed than the sword in front of him. But Fal's. Xuanai asked Xiaoyu and Qian Li Shui to stay where they were and not move. He had already rushed in the direction of the Blood Clan Fanfiction, and during the process, he shot out lighting fireballs to increase his vision. When these fireballs began to glow with full power, Xuanai only then discovered the appearance of the monster that was fighting with the Blood Clan Fanfiction in close combat. However, its appearance was somewhat unexpected for Xuanai. Because this zombie was actually a zombie wearing silver armor and holding a red long sword in his hand. But for zombies composed of dark energy, the existence of these two colors itself was already abnormal. What made Shui Nai and the others feel a little bit uncomfortable was that this red long sword also extended nearly 10 feet of black sword light, and the blood clan Fan Chen was struggling to use the blood sword to resist under this sword light. In just such a short time, he was already injured. Everyone be careful, this zombie can release sword energy from dozens of meters away, don't get too close. Mina took a look at the zombie's situation and was sure that the black sword shadow just now should be the sword energy released by the swordsman zombie. Sword energy is a long-range skill that swordsmen in the human warrior profession can learn when they are great swordsmen. This long-range skill is very different from the sword skills that only have a few meters at the beginning, that is, it has the ability to hit the mage at a distance. This skill that can fight against the mage can be called a long-range skill, and the power of this sword energy is relatively concentrated, and its power is not much worse than magic. And this fighting sword with condensed chi as a blade is a skill that only swordsmen can use. This skill allows the swordsman to transform the ordinary iron in his hand into a special effect of a magic weapon, and it can also increase its attack range and lethality. It is a very good skill. Since this zombie can use skills that only swordsmen can use, there is no problem with using sword energy. Now, this zombie using the black sword light is using this swordsman's fighting sword skill. After quickly closing the distance between each other, Shui Nai can now see its appearance and attributes clearly. Level 60 Corpse King, White Boss, with a health value of 200,000. And just as Shui Nai thought, it is a human swordsman, but the flesh on the face and outside the armor is black, proving that its race is an undead creature. This is the first time that Shui Nai and his friends have faced these dark zombie bosses, so Shui Nai did not dare to let the Blood Clan mortal stay. Back off! Shui Nai shouted at the Blood Clan mortal, and the explosive impact prepared on the magic wand immediately rushed over. Watching the moment when the big fireball swallowed the Corpse King, Shui Nai paused his magic wand and shattered the light ball on it, and the fireball in the distance also followed with a big explosion. As the raging flames enveloped the space around the Corpse King, 3 ice blue elemental birds suddenly emerged from Shui Nai's wand and flew towards the position where the Corpse King had just been. Vampire Fanfiction, who had just walked out of the edge of the flame space, immediately distanced himself from the Sword Master Corpse King and began to use recovery magic to heal himself. Fanfiction, don't fight it in close combat. Shui Nai already knew that this Corpse King was a guy who was better at close combat, so naturally he would not fight it hidden in this regard. Understood. Vampire Fanfiction responded and retreated to the back. He knew that his long-range ability was not as good as those of his companions around him, and in order to allow the human priest to exert his greatest ability, he naturally could not stay nearby. Therefore, after he responded to Shui Nai, he disappeared into the darkness around him to see if there were other zombies nearby to prevent them from attacking him. From the player map, Shui Nai knew that the vampire Fan Chen was running towards other places in the cave, and also knew his thoughts, so he notified Xiao Yu in the team chat to call Xiao Bai out. Although this Corpse King who can only use swordsman skills is only level 60 now, and his strength cannot be restored to the level before his death, but when Shui Nai saw that this Corpse King was in the flame space, he actually swung the sword light that was about 10 feet long and smashed the 3 approaching ice element birds. He knew that this Corpse King was very difficult to deal with. Afterwards, the fighting sword extending from the Corpse King's sword suddenly shrank and disappeared on the tip of the sword. At the same time, it also glanced at Shui Nai's position with its scarlet eyes. Be careful of the sword energy. Shui Nai saw that this guy suddenly stabbed his direction with a long sword at a high speed, and a black sword energy flew out from the tip of the sword and shot straight at him. Seeing the sword energy that still looked like a sword tip, Shui Nai dodged to the side immediately. At the same time, she also swung out ice element birds one by one while moving. She fired nearly 10 element birds in a row, and 30 ice blue birds pressed over like a dark cloud. I don't know if it was because the Sword Master Corpse King had used a skill just now, or because he knew he couldn't block this attack. He didn't smash these element birds like he did just now, nor did he dodge, but directly endured Shui Nai's attack like a piece of wood. Looking at the damage of over 100 points coming out from the head of the Zombie King, Shui Na had to say that the defense ability of this zombie was not too high, and at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. If Shui Na's attack just now could not cause any damage, then Shui Na would probably leave without saying anything. In such a time-limited environment, encountering such a boss, if the boss is not killed at the last moment, it will be heartbreaking. However, Now Shui Na can only use the ice element bird to deal nearly 100 points of damage, so if he uses the fire element, he will definitely be able to deal higher damage. And the reason why he used the ice element bird just now was just to freeze its movement so that Xiaoyu and Qunlixu could come to support. After watching Xiaoyu and Qunlixu summon their pets and press forward, Shui Na immediately retreated and began to concentrate on summoning the black ring water snake and the violent evil spider. Chapter 625 Stealing Crystal Ore. When Shui Na summoned the black ring water snake and the violent evil poison spider, the battle on that side was already very intense. This swordsman who died here for unknown reasons before his death was obviously not an ordinary person. The long sword was almost wielded by him into a circle of light that could not be penetrated by water, and Xiaoyu's arrows were basically all chopped by him. However, Xiaoyu's attack was very compact, almost one arrow after another. Although this increased the speed of its endurance consumption exponentially and the number of arrows in its backpack was decreasing, the Corpse King was forced to protect itself and could no longer throw a sword energy to them like before. Moreover, after observing for a period of time, Shui Na and the others found that the Corpse King would not leave the crack behind him for more than 10 meters. It basically just dodged within this range and sometimes blocked the attack that was mistakenly hit at the crack. Now, Shui Na and the others finally understood the meaning of the guardian mentioned by the vampire mortal. Outside this crack, there are about a dozen light black crystals, which look very similar to the dark energy crystals that Shui Na wants to collect. However, these crystals grow on this rock, just like a crystal mine, while the dark energy crystals that Shui Na and his friends collect have to burst out from the zombies. Therefore, Shui Na does not believe that this will be a dark energy crystal, and Shui Na also knows that those zombies that have already formed will no longer be interested in dark energy crystals. However, looking at the reaction of this Corpse King now, it is obviously protecting these things behind it and preventing other creatures from obtaining them. Roar! With Shui Na's joining, the Corpse King who moved quickly but was defending the ground was immediately beaten so hard that he couldn't even raise his head, although the black Do Chi sword in his hand was swung from time to time to disperse most of Shui Na and Xiaoyu's attacks. But Qunlixu's holy light magic is not something it can disperse, and even if it is dispersed, it will have to pay the same price. Sister-in-law, your light arrow is very powerful. Shui Na looked at the light arrow from Qunlixu's magic wand. With one shot, the Corpse King lost nearly 1,000 points of blood, and the holy light corrosion effect appeared, weakening the defensibility of its dark skin. I just learned it, and I haven't mastered it yet. Qunlixu's light arrows were indeed not mastered well. At least, at most, they could only be fired twice a minute, and they had to be coordinated by Shui Na or Xiaoyu, using ice skills or freezing arrows to slow down its speed in order to hit it. After adding the holy light buff magic for Shui Na and Xiaoyu, Qunlixu took a look at the light arrow that had completed the cooling, and immediately entered the chanting time. After hearing her chanting, Shui Na immediately asked the violent evil poisonous spider guarding on the side to move in front of Qunlixu. Although this Corpse King is a zombie, it is a zombie that retains some of its combat memories before death. At least this guy will selectively attack the enemy that poses the greatest threat to it. Qunlixu's earth bear was killed on the spot just to protect Qunlixu. For this pet that was killed without even touching the enemy, Shui Na could only say that the sword energy of the Corpse King was too tricky. This sword connected the earth bear and Qunlixu's positions. As a result, Qunlixu naturally abandoned the car to protect the king. For this super level boss who was only level 60 but could use skills after level 100, ordinary pets basically had no way to withstand the sword energy attack that hit the vitals. Only the violent evil poison spider's immunity to instant death can do a good job of this meat shield. Any ordinary pet, if hit in the vitals, even if it did not trigger instant death, but the subsequent 10 times fatal damage can also kill them, because the attack power of this Corpse King is terrifyingly high. With one knife, the violent evil poison spider also lost thousands of health points. At this time, Shui Na stared at the actions of the Corpse King. As a dark creature, this Corpse King also has a little wisdom, and can get some information based on the changes in the surrounding environment. For example, the light and shadow effect of Qunlixu's light arrow when it is condensed is the same as that of the influence of the surrounding environment. In the previous battle, it attacked Qunlixu based on this information. Xiaoyu, move Xiaobai to the back, it's tired. Shui Na quickly glanced at the surrounding situation. Like his black ring water snake and Xiaobai, they were already exhausted. In this kind of battle, the endurance of these pets has always been a factor that restricts their combat effectiveness. Yet, Xiaoyu responded, and immediately ordered Xiaobai to move to the back to rest. Hey, he's going to release the sword energy, everyone be careful. Just when Xiaoyu asked Xiaobai to retreat, the Corpse King obviously found that Xiaoyu was a little distracted at this time, and saw it slash the long sword from top to bottom, and a semicircular black sword energy came straight to Xiaoyu's position. However, the Corpse King obviously did not notice that Xiaoyu's race was an elf known for its agility. When Xiaoyu found that the sword energy was coming, he slid sideways and avoided this fatal attack. At the same time, she raised her arm and shot out an icy arrow with an icy breath. With a snap, the Corpse King, who was obviously slow to react after using a skill, was frozen into an ice blue color. Everyone should be careful. This Corpse King can cast two kinds of sword energy. One is Arc's Hape, with weaker attack power, but it condenses quickly and has a large attack range. The other is sword tip-shaped, which may have the ability to break armor and has a strong attack power. When Shui Na saw this sword energy, she immediately reminded the two players who might not know much about the human empire. Although Xiao Yu has been living in the human empire for some time, she has no habit of studying human professions, while Jian Lixu has been living in the Orc Kingdom and only goes back when she is promoted. And facing this super-level boss, Shui Na also feels that even if they know, they have to remind them again. I know. Qin Lixu said, and then she carefully moved out from behind the violent evil poisonous spider, and while the Corpse King was frozen, she shot the arrow of light on the magic wand. Shui Na did not relax the magic wand in her hand, and the elemental birds with flames rushed to the Corpse King like moths flying into the fire. As the white light and the fire light emerged at the same time, one by one, the damage also appeared. While constantly waving the elemental magic wand to release the elemental birds, Shui Na was also constantly changing his position. And the reason why he did this was entirely because of the influence of the skills of the elemental birds. When using the elemental birds, Shui Na's vision in front of him would often be blocked by these elemental birds. If the Corpse King came with a sword at this time, Shui Na would be finished. And it was precisely for this reason that Shui Na did not do two things at the same time, and activated the Shadow Clone to deal with the Corpse King who could only attack himself. As time went by, the attack power of the three of them was not too gorgeous, but it was continuous. After being worn for nearly half an hour, the Corpse King was finally worn down to the point where only blood skin was left. Everyone pay attention, I will rush over to grab those crystal ores later, and you should prepare to leave here as soon as possible. Looking at the time, this thing was obviously not on their side, and today, they were satisfied to kill this guy once. Okay. Xiaoyu and Qin Lixu responded at the same time. Okay, you retreat first. After seeing the Corpse King fall to the ground, Shui Na did not even check the experience he gained, and activated the flying technique and flew directly to the crack. He put his hands on the protruding crystals and exerted force. With a pop, he took off two relatively slender crystals. After that, he instinctively put these crystals into his backpack and continued to take off other crystals. Shui Na had been trying hard in this crack for nearly 30 seconds, and then he heard a few sounds of armor rubbing against the ground behind him. He looked back and found that the Corpse King had resurrected and was trying to stand up. He took off the crystal in his hand with a snap again, and Shui Na immediately took the crystal and flew directly into the sky. Roar! Discovering that the things he was guarding were stolen, the Corpse King immediately got angry and chased Shui Na. But Shui Na did not entangle with it, but just circled in this cave. In the end, he flew to the highest point of the cave and began to chant spells to take back the violent evil poisonous spider and black-ringed water snake on the ground. Fortunately, the Corpse King was so angry that he ignored the two pets on the ground and just kept using sword skills to attack Shui Na in the sky. But the height of this cave is hundreds of meters. Even if his sword energy can hit it, the power is not known how much, and basically there is no way to hurt Shui Na much. I'm ready and can leave at any time. Shui Na changed the teleportation ring in his hand and informed Xiao Yu. Then come here. We have run far away. Xiao Yu and the others rode on the wind chasers placed at the entrance of the cave as soon as they came out of the cave, and naturally ran faster. And in the cave, I saw that on this day at the top, a ray of light flashed, and Shui Na disappeared in the cave. Only the enraged Corpse King was left roaring loudly. Chapter 626 Mutated Energy Crystal. After meeting Xiao Yu and the others, Shui Na immediately ran forward with them along the mine tunnel. Although they still had some time on hand, Shui Na and the others had to consider some special situations, such as the sounds of fighting coming from the front. Given that the zombies in this dark mine area are refreshed anytime and anywhere, and the levels and races of the refreshed ones are also very random, Shui Nai had already notified the Blood Clan Fan Chen at the beginning to clear the zombies in this mine tunnel to ensure safety when leaving. As soon as the three of them came over, they immediately launched a ruthless attack on the refreshed zombie. Moreover, this zombie had already died several times under the attack of the Blood Clan Fan Chen, and its defense was surprisingly weak. As for the identity of the Blood Clan Fan Chen, who is not attacked by dark creatures, Shui Nai feels that it is necessary to make good use of it. In addition, his blood sword has the ability to corrode any creature, but it cannot produce the effect of sucking blood on dark creatures. Let's go. Since Shui Nai and the others came, the Blood Clan Fan Chen immediately ran to a deeper place. Is your pet really a pet? What do you mean? I think he is similar to those high-level NPCs. If Qunlixu had not seen Shui Nai release the Blood Clan Fan Chen with her own eyes, I am afraid she really couldn't believe that such a human creature would be a player's pet. Really? Shui Nai replied lightly, and then accelerated to fly forward. As for the Blood Clan Fan Chen, Shui Nai didn't know what attitude he had towards him. Because he found that he could no longer treat this Blood Clan Fan Chen like other pets, because Shui Nai could feel an absolute trust in him. This trust made Shui Nai feel like communicating with a normal person. There was no conversation along the way, and the three ran towards the Isoda mine at the fastest speed. When they met up with Tai Feng asked what happened inside, because he suddenly received a lot of experience just now, and then he was upgraded directly. Although Tai Feng himself was on the verge of upgrading, for him who did not participate in the battle, but because of this team mode, he had obtained the most basic experience of the team mode, which was nearly 100,000. How much experience can those who participated in it get? When Shui Nai asked, he found that this time, except for himself, the rest were upgraded, and Xiaoyu was upgraded by more than one level, and there was only about 30% to 40% away from the next level. In summary, this Corpse King contributed nearly 2 million experience in total. Boss? This is a good thing. I know from the forum that the bosses of this dark mining area are all transformed from the corpses of some strong people. No, I have to go and see it tomorrow. Just now, Tai Feng was bored and had been looking up information about this place in the forum. For now, this dark mining area has only one layer in the player's exploration. But he knew that this dark mine area had at least 2 floors, but the entrance to the second floor was only known to some older NPCs. In this dark mine area, the chance of finding a boss-level zombie is even smaller than the chance of being hit on the head by a meteor, but this chance is based on the fact that there is only one apocalypse per month. For Shui Nai, a player who has the mission privilege and can open this dark mine area once a day, this chance is much greater, not to mention that Shui Nai can also send his pet down to do some search work. Although there are some obstacles in the communication between the Blood Clan Fan Chen and the players, this little obstacle does not have much impact on the players. Let's go out first, anyway, there is not much time left. Shui Nai glanced at the empty hall, and there was no zombie for them to hunt. Does your pet still want to stay here? Tai Feng looked around, but did not find the Blood Clan Fan Chen. Well, he said that he can get more power here. It seems that the environment here is very suitable for him. Shui Nai had already asked the reason when he walked the mine tunnel with the vampire Fan Chen just now. For this, Shui Nai naturally would not stop him. The stronger your pet is, the stronger your strength will be in disguise. In the pet system in this magic myth, there is no limit on the level of the player's pet. However, if the level of the pet is higher than that of the owner, the greater the difference, the higher the probability of its rebellion. Of course, this is also related to its loyalty. After leaving the mine with Tai Feng and others, Shui Nai found Liu Yi and handed over all the dark energy crystals he got. However, this time, because there were not many zombies, he only got more than 30 crystals this time. However, Liu Yi obviously knew the dilemma of the small number of zombies, so he had no opinion on this harvest. By the way, brother Liu Yi, have you collected these things? After seeing Liu Yi put away all the dark energy crystals, Shui Nai took out the black crystals that he had just broken off from the crack from his backpack. These black crystals are translucent, but they exude the energy of darkness, and they feel a little cold when you pick them up. However, in the eyes of players, this thing only shows the words mutated energy crystal, material, and there are no other hints. Have you found the energy crystal mine? Liu Yi looked at the thing in Shui Nai's hand and said in disbelief. Well, I guess so. There are some thicker ones there, and I can't break them off. Shuai thought about the other crystals in the crack, and they were indeed grown on the rock wall. How many do you have? This is a good thing. Liu Yi took the mutant energy crystal from Shuai's hand, and then said expectantly, this mutant energy crystal is much more powerful than these dark energy crystals. One of this can be equivalent to several dark energy crystals. Liu Yi did not expect that Shuai and his team would find another energy crystal mine after defeating the zombies nearby. Later, under Liu Yi's explanation, they learned that the dark energy crystals they wanted to collect were actually condensed by the zombies absorbing the surrounding dark energy with the tiny fragments of these mutant energy crystals as the core. In other words, the core position of each dark energy crystal is actually a fragment of this energy water body. Although these dark energy crystals are produced on the premise of energy crystals, the energy gap between the two is that one is the cloud in the sky and the other is the mud on the ground. So, as long as we collect the energy crystals here in the future, we can complete the task. Shuai also said excitedly. Well, I have to ask Elder Diana. To be honest, I don't know what you collect these dark energy crystals for. Liu Yi looked at Shuai with some doubts. I don't know about this either. I just know that this is Elder Diana's request. Shuai was even more unclear about the end of this task, so Liu Yi asked the wrong person. Then I'll ask first. You can keep these things first, but you can't spread them out, otherwise it will cause some trouble. Seeing this, Liu Yi could only return the energy crystal in his hand to Shuai. Back to Yunya village, Xiaoyu and Qunlixu immediately went to the pet store here to revive those seriously injured and dying pets. In the player's skills, the resurrection skills of the Holy Light Priest and the Life Priest can also revive pets, but once the player's resurrection skills act on the pet, it will greatly reduce the loyalty. And this kind of game setting, to a certain extent, reduces the possibility of players relying on high-level pets, and at the same time increases the difficulty of the game. Looking at these newly resurrected pets, Xiaoyu and Qunlixu also found a quiet place to cultivate the lost loyalty between each other. Later, we will go there to level up. Do you want to go to the Warcraft Mountains? Seeing that his level had risen back, Tai Feng immediately changed into the bright level 60 armor, and the whole person looked very majestic. Warcraft Mountains. Xiaoyu may not be able to keep up with our progress. Shuai felt a little guilty about Xiaoyu's level falling behind so much. If Xiaoyu hadn't followed him to Yunwu town, she wouldn't have to do this. Then let's brush the dungeon. Tai Feng also knew that looking for monsters on the mountain to fight was not for the experience of those monsters, but for the equipment and materials on them, and only the dungeon was the most suitable place for them to level up now. Alas, it's a pity that there are no tasks to do here, otherwise it would be nice to level up while doing tasks. Tai Feng said with some nostalgia. It seems that there are no tasks like the ones you mentioned here, and some are just running around. The tasks in the Elf Empire are basically those of passing messages or escorting. It's just that these tasks take a long time, but the experience is not high. Then let's go, I just found a copy on the forum, it looks pretty good. Tai Feng saw that Xiaoyu and Qunlixu had completed the work of brushing loyalty, so he patted his butt and stood up. Chapter 627 Road Blocking Challenge. Why are all the copies in the Elf Empire caves? Tai Feng, who came out of the cave, kicked the entrance of this copy a few times in dissatisfaction, and then came out angrily. In the copy just now, Tai Feng once again became a useless vase. In a few days, let's go to the Dark Tree Demon Forest. The monsters there are your opponents. Shuai also knew that it would be very painful for a melee to face zombies that are difficult to penetrate with swords and guns. However, this newly opened Dark Tree Demon Forest is a level 60 copy, and it is also a chaotic copy. Dark Dryad Forest is a very special dungeon in the Elf Empire. In this dungeon, all players who enter are in the same map. And they can still communicate and have intersections. If it weren't for the fact that this map was sealed by powerful magic, and players had no way to leave it at will except for activities inside, this would actually be a good place to level up. That dungeon. Tai Feng had obviously investigated it, but this special dungeon was a bit difficult, and Tai Feng didn't dare to say whether he could beat it. This dungeon is only open once a week, and participating players must reach level 60 and complete the promotion task before they can enter. The minimum level of monsters in this dungeon is level 60, and they are all dark monsters of the wood element, but this map is said to be very special, and players can hardly move in it. However, the more dangerous the place, the more benefits there are to be gained. As long as the technology is more refined and the equipment is more exquisite, then you can survive. However, the premise is that you can't be beaten by monsters, otherwise, no matter how high the technology is and how abnormal the equipment is, there is only one way to die. Let's wait until Xiaoyu's level catches up. But today's violent boss is really abnormal. One punch can cause thousands of blood and even break bones. Just now, Tai Feng, who was bored, volunteered to lead the violent boss away by himself so that Shui Nai and the others could deal with its subordinates. However, this kid was itching to fight with the boss himself. As a result, a damage-type profession was naturally beaten by the boss without any temper. Your equipment is not good. In addition, you are not a professional shield warrior, so you can't resist it. Tai Feng's equipment basically increases attack power. Although it has some defense, this defense is not enough to compete with those bosses. By the way, do you have any good blacksmiths? Introduce two so that I can change my equipment. Tai Feng's equipment is basically all white equipment. Colored equipment above level 60 is difficult to make, and it is not popular yet. However, the white equipment of level 60 is much higher than some equipment below level 60, and this is also the result of promotion. Master Mist Errol, do you know him? Shui Na asked. This person is not very good at blacksmithing. If you ask you to study some strange things, he can help you, but if you ask him to make a set of equipment, forget it. Warrior's equipment can't be mixed with water, otherwise it will hurt people. Although Tai Feng has heard that the things made by Master Mist Errol have many special functions, Tai Feng himself is a real warrior, and those fancy things are better than directly getting some high defense. Then I can't help you, so find a chance to find some bosses to kill and get some equipment. Shui Na also knew that Tai Feng envied the elemental battle suit on his body, but it was a little unlikely to ask an NPC to help make a dark gold suit. Because this is no longer something that can be done with money or connections, even if it is Shui Nai, he dare not ask the people of Yunwu Town to help him build another set of elemental battle clothes. Boss? There is none here. Although the boss in the dungeon also drops equipment, even the dark gold level equipment can be divided into top quality and garbage, and the equipment in the dungeon is generally garbage, which is not in Tai Feng's eyes at all, and it is difficult to drop equipment suitable for Tai Feng's race. Let's go, while there is still some time, go to the dark mine dungeon to log off. Shui Nai glanced at the time. There were about 10 minutes before the log off, enough time to go to the other side. Okay. Just when Tai Feng was about to reply, a person suddenly came from a distance, a person who made the four of them frown. Magic apprentice, if you are a man, fight me squarely. Diamond King stood alone in the middle of the road, with the magic wand in his hand pointing directly at Shui Nai's nose. Xiaoyu, who was walking behind, frowned and was about to step forward, but was stopped by Qun Lixu. Don't go, let them solve it themselves. Now we just need to watch. Qun Lixu said in private chat. But Xiaoyu knew that this matter was caused by herself. As a strong woman, she instinctively wanted to solve it herself. Well, have you forgotten that he is your boyfriend now? If you still need to take action in this matter, then you are equivalent to giving him face. We should just watch. Qun Lixu's words directly dispelled Xiaoyu's thoughts. Blushing. What's there to blush about this matter? Qun Lixu saw Xiaoyu lower her head and immediately knew what she was thinking. While Xiaoyu and the others were discussing what girls like, Shui Na and Tai Feng were also discussing it. There may be people lurking around, but what is he planning to do by coming here alone? Tai Feng knows these family members who don't like to follow behind people very well. They all want to be the best among all the others, and in the game, only a guild leader can make them achieve this state of mind. If a guild leader appears without the protection of other members, then he will definitely be a strange thing. Well, but there are not many people in the woods, only 4 or 5. Shui Nai took a look at the surrounding environment. The only place where people could hide was a forest not far away. Hey, can you find those people? Tai Feng said in surprise. He didn't see anyone, nor did he find any other clues. I can feel that there are several people in the woods. Just when Shui Nai wanted to explain, the Diamond King on the opposite side interrupted. No need to look, I'm the only one here today. I came here today to avenge the previous few times. Diamond King has always asked himself that he is not a weak hand, and there is no reason to lose to this person. Therefore, the more he thinks about it, the more he is dissatisfied, so there is today's challenge. However, he did not expect that he was willing to put down his posture and come alone to challenge this human mage, but they suspected that he had set an ambush, which made him have an impulse to kill. The revenge of the previous few times, it seems that this revenge should be what I want to avenge, what has become yours. Shui Nai said with sarcasm. Humph, if you hadn't provoked me with words, I wouldn't have done such a thing. Today, it's either me or you. Diamond King has already put on airs, and he has to fight with Mina no matter what. Are you really sure you want to fight me? Mina looked at the Diamond King who was 20 meters away. This guy had been defeated by her for many times. Could it be that he didn't realize the gap between him and me at all? Humph. Come on. After the Diamond King finished speaking, he began to chant magic. Tai Feng, you guys step back a little, I'll take care of him and see if there's any problem. Mina said easily in the team chat. I saw that the Diamond King on the opposite side suddenly had a burst of green light armor, and a series of green air currents were like ribbons, circling around the light armor. Guardian of the Wind. Mina saw through the name of this magic at a glance. This magic is one of the more rare regular magic. In terms of defense, this magic focuses more on magic, and can also rebound part of the melee damage, and can also increase the mobility of the recipient. This is a magic that combines defense and assistance, but it also has a fatal weakness, that is, the durability of this magic is not high. If it is attacked by anything, it will easily disperse. However, this kind of magic of the wizard level has a very good growth space. As long as the caster's mental power is higher, the more powerful it will be. This is an absolute latest-stage growth skill. However, in the current situation of Diamond King, his mental power has reached 1000 points, which is the top, so this magic is not a big problem for Shui Na. After seeing Tai Feng retreat, Diamond King also knew that Shui Na had accepted this challenge, but when he saw that he did not prepare any magic, he also knew that he was waiting for him to attack first. Humph, so you can come over. Diamond King waved the magic wand in his hand, and an air bomb hit Shui Na's feet, and he was ready for malicious attack. Okay, since you are so sincere, I will send you back to the city. Seeing that the Diamond King had done this, Mina could no longer ignore him. Mina took out the elemental magic wand, and the moment the magic wand appeared, Mina directly activated the explosive impact stored in the elemental magic wand. In order to make a quick decision, Mina did not intend to grind with him slowly. Seeing a big fireball rushing towards him, the Diamond King immediately interrupted the magic he had prepared and used the magic of Thunder Arrow instead. But when he found that his Thunder Arrow could not detonate the explosive bomb, he suddenly thought that this magic was actually explosive impact. The Diamond King was panicking and preparing to retreat, but he did not expect that Mina, a mage, could actually practice this magic to instantaneous. With a boom, the explosive impact exploded violently under Mina's control. In the flame space, the wind protection on the Diamond King was turning into a blue light spot and slowly disappeared. At this moment, a puff sound suddenly sounded from behind the Diamond King, and a wind blade stained with blood was inserted behind the Diamond King, and slowly dissipated into wind elements. When the Diamond King fell down with a white light, Shui Na's figure also appeared behind him, and the magic wand in his hand was pointing at the back of the Diamond King just now. Chapter 628 The Alliance disbanded. After dealing with the Diamond King, Shui Na and Tai Feng looked around very cautiously, but after a long time, there was no movement in the woods, which surprised Shui Na and Tai Feng. Let's go. Tai Feng and Shui Na looked at each other and felt that it was not appropriate to stay here for a long time, so they called Xiao Yu and the others, got on the mount and galloped away. At Tai Feng's request, Qian Lixu has now bought a horse. Although it is just a very ordinary horse, it is still running fast. By the way, Mina, your attack just now was too powerful. It actually destroyed his wind protection in one blow. Tai Feng was also shocked by this. I have some understanding of magic, and I know that this Wind Guardian is not an ordinary skill. If my explosive flame shock is effective, if all three damages are counted together, it will have a lethality of nearly 15,000. A small level 1 Wind Guardian would not be able to withstand it. If I were not afraid that the people in the forest would attack. In fact, I also used the teleportation and wind blade at the back. The flame space alone was enough for him to bear. Mina glanced at her slowly recovering health and said with some pride. Just now, in order to obtain the greatest lethality, Mina activated the effect of the magic diamond gold bracelet, which directly increased the magic damage by more than 2000. Coupled with the effect of Mina's own flame dragon possession, This made the power of this magic even more powerful. As a fire magic, the explosive flame shock itself is destined to be an amazingly powerful skill. After one shot, I am afraid that no player can withstand Mina's attack. Unfortunately, the light and shadow effects of the explosion were too strong, so strong that Mina basically had no way to notice the injury of the Diamond King, and there was no way to calculate his magic defense ability. In fact, just as Mina thought, the Diamond King, who was sent to the Resurrection Stone in the nearby village, was very shocked by the power of this magic. Because he did not expect that Mina's fire magic could break his wind protection in an instant, and then wiped out his nearly 6,000 health points. With the effect of his own wind protection, he can already withstand more than 7,000 magic damage, plus his own nearly 2,000 magic defense ability, and then count the weakening effect of some of his equipment, which means that the magic just now has been weakened by nearly 10,000 points of damage, but it still has to lose nearly 6,000 points of his health. That means this magic has reached 15,000. If other mages know this value, I am afraid it will start a new legend. However, what Diamond King didn't know was that Shui Nai's magic of explosive fire impact was composed of 3 parts, and each part was calculated independently. And this was exactly why Diamond King could survive this magic, because the total lethality of this magic itself had reached 20,000, but because it was divided into 3 parts, a large part of it was offset by the magic defense on Diamond King. It seems that the profession of mage has been played to perfection in your hands, and it can actually deal tens of thousands of points of damage. Where do you want us warriors to develop? Tai Feng listened to Shui Nai's explanation unhappily. Although he already knew the advantages and disadvantages of this magic, he was still very unhappy. Don't worry, as long as it is in a normal state, this magic will not hit you, but if it is in a melee, you can only pray for good luck. Shui Nai looked at Tai Feng's envious look, and he already wanted to ask him to delete his account and practice a mage. Hey, by the way, you are a fire master, right? Tai Feng suddenly asked at this time, because he remembered the flame dragon blood in his body. Once this thing awakens, it should be immune to some fire damage. No. Shui Nai replied without thinking. No? But your fire magic is so strong, why don't you continue to specialize? Qin Lixu was also a little confused. At Shui Nai's current level, he has already passed the first specialization point. If he is not practicing fire master now, it means that he has a more powerful elemental mastery. I didn't specialize because I got a special profession, there is no such thing as specialization. Shui Nai only remembered at this time that he had not told Tai Feng and others about the profession of elemental mage. No specialization? Are you kidding? Without specialization, what will you fight for in the future? The reason why Diamond King has not been upgraded is that he has been practicing specialization. Once his specialization skills are practiced, you will not be his opponent. Tai Feng said unhappily when he heard this. Specialization is a turning point for a player to move from mediocrity to strength. Players with specialization skills are many times stronger than those without specialization skills. Although the price of this is that his own ability is somewhat narrow and he cannot become the most survivable all-rounder, the outstanding all-rounders in history will eventually have to be silent. He doesn't want his brothers to end up being silent. You are wrong. Although I don't have specialization, my ability is almost the same as the effect of specialization. I am just not as professional as them, but in terms of combat effectiveness, I have no problem at all, and I have more powerful abilities. After that, Mina explained in detail about her elemental heart, and completely dispelled Tai Feng's idea. So, you have always been a fire master. Tai Feng couldn't turn his head around for a moment, and could only say this sentence, which he knew was wrong. I guess so. After all, the highest level of fire master only increases fire damage by 50%. Shui Na shrugged. Although his elemental heart is not as professional as those elemental masters, it can not only reduce the cooling time, but also reduce the loss of magic power, and has a variety of elemental special effects. Like the fire master, the explosion effect of the essence can make fire magic have the special effect of explosion when used, and the fire magic with the explosion effect itself will have a stronger explosion. Shui Na also wanted to have these special effects, but he knew that a person should not be too greedy. Having the heart of elements can make him an existence that other mages need to look up to. Although he didn't know if he could collect all the heart of elements. Then can I do the same as you? Tai Feng was immediately interested when he thought that Shui Na's special states were eaten. Let's talk about it when your flame dragon bloodline comes out, and I think that you can only inherit one kind of physical ability, otherwise, there will be a conflict. Shui Na shuddered when he thought of the situation when his heart of elements was fused. I'll ask my teacher for you when I have time to see if he has any suggestions. Seeing Tai Feng's high interest, Shui Na could only reply to him in the end. He didn't want Tai Feng to take these Dragon Balls indiscriminately. You know, it's already a luxury to get a Dragon Ball. Okay. In the woods, the three people, Arrow God, Sword Wuking, and Wudao, were discussing the battle between Shui Na and Diamond King. Although the battle between them was as fast as lightning, they still learned a lot of information about Shui Na. But these information made them feel a little unbalanced, because they found that they might be outdone by this guy. Not to mention that the girl they liked threw herself into his arms. After all, this was a matter of mutual consent, and there was no happiness if it was forced. But this magic apprentice was stronger than themselves, which was a little hard for them to accept. Because they were a group of people with good strength and capital, they didn't want to see someone stronger than themselves in front of them. It seems that Xiaoyu's vision is really high. He actually found such a person. A magic that can hit nearly 10,000 points of damage is also a difficult thing for them to face. At least, among them, no one can bear it. Humph, I didn't admit that he is Xiaoyu's boyfriend. Wudao looked at Shui Nai's figure and said calmly, but his murderous intent was burning very fiercely in his eyes. The Arrow God and Daoji Unwuking looked at each other, and at the same time, they thought to themselves, why do you have to admit other people's relationship? But they knew that Wudao's heart for Xiaoyu was very sincere, at least much higher than those of them. After confirming the relationship between Xiaoyu and the human mage, the Xiaoyu alliance they organized was completely disbanded. Although many people felt sorry for Xiaoyu's choice after learning about Shui Nai's identity, they had nothing to say about Xiaoyu's choice. For these young masters of the family, pursuing Xiaoyu is not only about getting her beauty, but also about giving face to people in their circle. This way of showing off is the favorite thing in their circle. But when it comes to people who really like, there are very few, because these rich people basically have no shortage of women and don't care about Xiaoyu's money. If Xiaoyu's beauty and personality were not rare and very much to their liking, they would not have spent so much time to flirt with this arrogant girl. Wudao, sometimes, we have to be able to take it, but also let it go first. For this thief with a somewhat dark and inferior personality, the Arrow God felt that he was a little pitiful. Let it go? Humph. I only know that he is not worthy of Xiaoyu. Moreover, this is just a game. Things in the real world are often unpredictable. Wudao said coldly, and then his figure disappeared in the white light. After Wudao said this, he actually went offline directly. This made the two people under the white light feel a little chilly, because his expression made people feel that he was going to go offline to cause trouble for others. Forget it, let him try his background. If there is a chance, we can't let him go. After all, Xiaoyu is such a top-notch person, just thinking about it can make people ecstatic. If we can get on. Daojian Wuking said with a lewd smile, and before he finished speaking, he also went offline. Alas, you are so narrow-minded about everything. Seeing that his two friends actually had such a mentality, the Arrow God could only sigh and go offline. Xiaoyu and the others in the distance naturally didn't know about the conversation in the woods. If Xiaoyu knew that the so-called Xiaoyu alliance ended in vain, she would probably celebrate happily, because this also meant that her pain was relieved. Now they are walking while discussing how to deal with the Corpse King tomorrow, and the Corpse King obviously can't get through tomorrow's level. Chapter 629 Power Rage. In this not-so-big cave, Shui Na and his group of 4 came to the Corpse King's territory again, ready to snatch food from the tiger's mouth again, and this time, Shui Na and the others are planning to swallow the tiger together. However, this time, they had listened to Liu Yi's advice and carefully led the Corpse King away from the crack, minimizing the damage to the Corpse King from these mutated energy crystals. Influence. In the dark mining area, these mutant energy crystals are the driving force for the evolution of dark zombies, but of course, in order to evolve into a Corpse King, one must be a strong person in his lifetime. Like those sick and tired miners, it is impossible to grow into a Corpse King. Because only when the strength reaches a certain level of strength can the soul and body not be eroded by darkness so quickly, so that they can become conscious Corpse Kings. Once the body and soul are eroded, they will only become ordinary dark zombies, becoming unconscious and only knowing how to kill. The mutant energy crystals here can greatly enhance the attributes of the dark creatures here. For example, the dark zombies will have a much faster blood recovery speed, and they can also have more resurrection times, and their combat effectiveness can soar by 1 level. Therefore, once a dark zombie finds these mutant energy crystals, they will often stay there until they die. Although at the beginning, this corpse king showed no signs of leaving at all, and looked like he would guard the mutant energy crystals behind him even if he was beaten to death. But as Shui Nai used the combination of Thunderbolt Ice and Water Chain, Tai Feng broke off the 2 largest crystals in front of him, and the corpse king immediately went crazy. However, after it went crazy, Shui Nai and the others found that the corpse king, who could use the swordsman skill, fell into a violent state and actually advanced directly in front of them. Although its violent advancement made Tai Feng a little flustered at first, this temporary advancement was not a good idea, because the result of doing so was to greatly increase the attack power, while the defense power was greatly reduced. However, for Tai Feng, who could only fight with it in melee, this change really made him very painful. As the corpse king became a violent boss, its speed also increased, and it could catch up with Tai Feng, who was wearing metal armor and holding a giant axe. If it weren't for the fact that Tai Feng's own defense was strengthened a lot by Shui Nai's magic, then the corpse king's sword would not have broken those defensive magics. Although out of the influence range of the mutant energy crystal, it is obvious that the strengthening of the corpse king after the violent transformation is much stronger than that of the mutant energy crystal. With a ding sound, the corpse king's real fighting sword fiercely pierced the axe face of the giant axe that Tai Feng hurriedly blocked, and the huge force knocked him away. Damn, this power is so much greater. Tai Feng didn't expect that the strength value of the corpse king would soar so much after the violent transformation. Tai Feng, who could originally compete with it in strength, can only be knocked away now. However, it must be said that Tai Feng, who has completed the advanced axe system specialization, has a great guarantee in both offense and defense. In addition to increasing the lethality of the axe system, the axe system specialization also allows the user to use the axe system equipment as a shield, thereby increasing the user's defense ability while blocking. This is very different from using an axe to block attacks autonomously. Because sometimes, blocking and not blocking have the same effect. For example, Tai Feng, who was knocked away now, used his strength to fight against the corpse king. Even if he used blocking, he still suffered nearly 1,000 points of damage without enough strength to support him, and his body was knocked away. But increasing defense is different, which means that he can withstand more damage, and this is still in the case of blocking, and the effect is only higher, not lower. And this is the effect of basic axe specialization. Tai Feng's current advanced specialization is improved after completing the basic axe specialization and then passing the trial. However, this trial is not so easy to obtain, because there is a prerequisite, that is, you must have a good master. Players without a master, no matter how hard they train, cannot obtain advanced specialization. After advanced specialization, in addition to retaining those basic attributes, other effects will be added, but this is related to their own master. Tai Feng's advanced axe specialization has an effect of cracking and internal shock. Cracking means that when the axe and defensive equipment collide violently, it can crack the equipment and weaken the defensive ability. Internal shock refers to the internal injury effect when a normal creature is hit hard with an axe. This is why Tai Feng reacted so strongly when he heard that Shui Nai did not learn specialization. Players without specialization cannot compare with players with specialization. Even if they may be weaker in the early stage, specialization is a growth attribute. In the later stage, this effect will become more and more obvious. However, the dark zombies here are completely ineffective against these two effects, and this is why Tai Feng has not been able to show his strength at all, because the environment here basically cannot let him show his strengths. However, here, only Tai Feng cannot show his strengths. For example, Shui Nai, Qun Lixu and others, their magic has extremely strong lethality. Shui Nai's magic itself is impeccable, and Qun Lixu, a priest who chose the combat specialization, can cast a 50% bonus on the light attack magic, which is why she can use holy light magic in this dark environment. However, since Qun Lixu usually does not move around in the human empire, she has no master and naturally has not obtained advanced expertise. Okay, I'll go over now, you guys have to be careful. Tai Feng has been hiding behind to heal his wounds after being rescued by Shui Nai from the Corpse King's sword. The injury that he was stabbed by the Corpse King just now has caused him to suffer serious internal injuries. Under normal circumstances, this kind of internal injury is difficult to occur. It can only be triggered when there is a huge gap in strength, but now Tai Feng has already triggered the effect of this internal injury, His attributes have been weakened by 40% due to internal injuries, and his upper limit of health is only 50%, and he can no longer fight this Corpse King. Now, Shui Nai and the others use Qun Lixu as the main force, Shui Nai and Xiaoyu as the auxiliary, and the three of them grind for nearly half an hour before grinding this Corpse King to death. The violent Corpse King was no longer controlled by Xiaoyu's impact arrows. With one arrow, it could only be pushed back less than 10 centimeters before stopping. And Mina's air bombs were even worse. Apart from shaking it a few times to interrupt its skills, they were useless. Only with Mina's ice magic could these two skills firmly control the distance. After watching the Corpse King slowly dissipate, Mina was surprised to find that the Corpse King actually left a few things when it disappeared. In addition to a broken mutant energy crystal, there was also a red longsword and a silver armor. However, there was a human skeleton lying in the armor, which was very scary. After looking at the two girls behind him, Mina had to go up and clean up by herself. After cleaning up the skeleton inside, Mina was ready to put this complete set of full-body armor into her backpack. However, during the cleaning process, Shui Na suddenly poured out two skill books that were slowly weathering and disappearing from her armor. Damn, a time-limited skill book actually exploded. Seeing the slowly disappearing skill book, Shui Na shouted in horror in the team chat. The two skill books are Sword Chi Impact and Power Rage. The former is a skill of a human swordsman, which can be used with his Do Chi attribute specialization. The latter is a general skill, but there is a prerequisite for learning, that is, you must first learn to burst power before you can learn it. What skill? Tai Feng, who had sneaked into the crack to collect crystals early in the morning, asked immediately after hearing this. After explaining the situation, Shui Na could only say that Tai Feng had no chance. Because there is not much time left for these two skill books. Once this skill book is completely weathered, it will be scrapped. Seeing that there are less than 10 seconds left, Shui Na glanced at Xiao Yu, but she shook her head. According to her current strength, she could have pulled the top-grade bow in her hand long ago. No matter how strong she is, it can't increase any effect. After all, the lethality of the bow is fixed and will not change with the strength. However, Shui Na is different. He has a magic weapon in his hand. This book of power violent transformation is very attractive to him. Shui Na did not act pretentiously. He directly learned this book of power violent transformation and reset the skill of power burst. As for the sword energy impact, Shui Na and the other three could only watch it and the skeleton slowly weathered away. Power violent transformation has the same effect as power burst, but the degree of this effect is somewhat different. The degree of increase of power violent transformation is 5 times, which is much stronger than 3 times of power burst, but the weak period is also extended to 5 times. By the way, Tai Feng, do you have any passive skills that increase the strength value? After taking a look at the power violent transformation, Shui Na suddenly wanted to find some skill books to stack the strength value. When seeing this power going wild, Shui Na thought of the mage killer in his backpack. This artifact that could not be stored in the warehouse was a headache for Shui Na. It exploded upon death and could not be stored in the warehouse. This was basically a tormenting thing, but Shui Na did not want to lose this artifact. Yes, you want it. Tai Feng still had a lot of things he did not understand about Shui Na. Well, but it's not urgent. Let's talk about it later when we have time. Shui Na took a look at the artifact and looked out of the backpack space. Now is not the time for him to worry about this. There is still a long time in the future. Chapter 630 Elemental Armament. After solving the problem of the Corpse King, Shui Na and Xiao Yu and others immediately came to the crack, but found that Tai Feng was still busy with the crystal in the crack, and he was circling around the crack from time to time. When he got closer, it turned out that this guy was so big that he couldn't squeeze in no matter how he fiddled with his big hands. Looking at the axe marks and broken stones around the crack, Shui Na knew that Tai Feng must have knocked all the rocks around it. Do you need help? Shui Na came over and asked teasingly. Yes. You should be slimmer, come on. Click over there. Tai Feng saw Shui Na coming and immediately drove him over. Watch me. Shui Na broke off the energy crystals inside, but there was no way to get deeper, but he did not stop. Taking out the water scroll, Shui Na used the magic of water chain to carefully break off the energy crystals from the depths of the crack. In fact, Shui Na did not think that this magic could be used in this way at first, but when he saw the surrounding rock walls destroyed by Tai Feng's skills, he suddenly thought of using magic to help. And the only thing that has this effect is naturally the water chain. After collecting all the energy crystals that could be put on the water chain, Shui Nai and Tai Feng left this cave that was no longer of much value. Arriving at the entrance of the cave, the vampire Fanfiction who stayed here immediately came out to check. Is this weapon suitable? When Shui Nai saw the blood clan Fanfiction, she immediately handed him the red longsword that exploded from the surrounding corpse kings. Although the longsword was a little broken under the erosion of the dark energy, the weapon also accumulated a lot of dark energy and became a dark weapon. This weapon, called the Dark Red Fire Sword, can add dark flame damage to normal creatures when it causes damage, and this flame also has the effect of corroding the soul, which is a curse. However, this weapon can only be effective if it falls into the hands of dark creatures. As for the other silver armor, although it did not become a dark weapon, due to the weight and appearance of this armor, it is not suitable for Blood Clan Fanfiction to use, otherwise he would not have the ability to fly. Suitable. Blood Clan Fanfiction simply responded and took the longsword in his hand. By the way, can you use this thing? Shui Nai took out an energy crystal from his backpack. Since the dark zombies can use this thing, he can use it too. I just need to absorb the black air here. Shuezia Fanfiction did not answer Shui Nai's question, but Shui Nai knew that this thing really worked for him, but he did not ask for it because Shui Nai wanted to collect it. Take it. Shui Nai was naturally not stingy when he heard this. He took out 10 fist-sized mutant energy crystals from his backpack and stuffed them into the cloth bag on his belt. But... no buts, just consider this as your reward. We will find more of these mineral veins in the future. I can't let you work for nothing. Shui Nai interrupted Shuezia Fanfiction's words, and then prepared to leave the dark mining area with them. After Shuezia Fanfiction heard that they were leaving, he did not follow them this time. Instead, he came to the crack alone, because in his words, the dark energy there was much higher than the surrounding area. By the way, how many mutant energy crystals do you have now? Tai Feng asked Shui Nai. Just now, all the mutant energy crystals were collected by him in the dragon ring. Now I have 69 pieces, but these crystals are of different sizes, so I don't know how many pieces this is. Shui Nai looked at the situation in the dragon ring and said uncertainly. Fortunately, otherwise, with these dark zombies now, how long will it take us to fight? Tai Feng looked at Shui Nai flying in the air. There are 1000 dark energy crystals, but only less than 300 have been collected so far. If it weren't for this mutant energy crystal, they would probably have to move their positions. After leaving the Isoda mine, Shui Nai handed over a dozen dark energy crystals to Liu Yi. Among them, 10 of the dark energy crystals were the result of the hard work of the vampire mortal yesterday. However, when Liu Yi heard that they had looted a mutant energy crystal mine, he immediately became very happy. Not bad, in this case, as long as we find a few more crystal mines, we can complete the Elder's task. Liu Yi, who had asked Elder Diana, had already informed Shui Nai and the others today that if possible, they had better find more mutant energy crystals, because this can replace the dark energy crystals. However, Liu Yi never collected the mutant energy crystals from Shui Nai and the others, but just asked them to keep them for themselves. In the next few days, Shui Nai and his group kept repeating the game life of dungeons and dark mining areas. Although these compact arrangements were effective, this repetitive life was like a prison for Tai Feng. There was no PK, nor some exciting battles. There was only watching his teammates fighting fiercely with endless dark creatures, and he could only compete with those zombie creatures at the right time. However, as Xiaoyu reached level 59, their lives finally changed. After reaching level 59, Xiaoyu easily completed the trial task of promotion with her own strength and the advantage of equipment. After completing this trial mission, Xiaoyu, who had already calculated the experience points, also reached level 60 directly with the experience points from the trial mission. And after becoming an archer, Xiaoyu also completed the specialization and the conversion of the new profession. There are not many specialization options for the elf archer, only 3. Namely archery specialization, bow specialization, and elemental specialization. Among the 3 specialization options, only archery specialization requires the basic archery to be upgraded to level 60, while the other 2 can be directly selected without practice. The price of such a specialization is naturally that the effect of the specialization is not as strong as that of archery specialization. However, these specializations are not useless, and often at the right time, they can play a more powerful role than archery specialization. Bow specialization means that after the elf archer turns the bow and arrow into his instinct, he has completed the bow and arrow training, so he can use some light weapons, such as short swords, daggers, and other weapons. Although this specialization does not have any damage bonus and no good attributes, it can make the archer a powerful fighting force that can be far or near. The elemental mastery is set for the 2 archer occupation categories at level 60. The effect of this mastery is to increase the magic lethality of the elemental arrows when the archers use them, and at the same time shorten the condensation time of the elemental arrows. After reaching level 60 and completing the promotion, the elf archers can undergo a professional enhancement, which are the elemental archers and jungle archers. The elemental archers allow the elf archers to exert the magic power sealed in their bodies, and give the arrows the lethality of the elements while attracting the surrounding elements, so that the archers who originally only had physical lethality receive magical damage. The jungle archers are the enhanced version of the original archers, not only with higher lethality, but also with more powerful professional skills. However, this profession only has physical attack power, and it does not have much lethality when facing undead creatures such as zombies. Xiaoyu chose the archery mastery, which has always been her goal. Under the archery specialization, the arrows shot by Xiaoyu can increase the physical lethality by 30%, the range is increased by 50 meters, and it also has a penetration special effect, which can ignore the defense of the equipment to a certain extent. This penetration special effect is related to the difference in strength between the attacker and the defender. The greater the difference in strength, the higher the chance of penetration. However, what surprised Mina and Taifeng was Xiaoyu's career choice, because she actually chose the elemental archer profession. But the specialization she chose was archery specialization. Under normal circumstances, she should choose the jungle archer profession, because only when these two are combined can their respective powers be discovered. Xiaoyu's choice naturally attracted Taifeng's confusion and dissatisfaction. Xiaoyu, why did you choose this combination? This is not a joke. Although Taifeng knew that this choice could not be reversed, he still wanted to nag a few words. I have a master who specializes in archery, but his master must be an elemental archer to meet his standards. Xiaoyu saw that Taifeng was about to talk for a long time, so she released this information. Really? Taifeng came to his senses immediately when he heard that this was the requirement for advanced specialization. Even if advanced specialization is not good, it can still have one more attribute than other players, which cannot be underestimated. Yes, and it's someone Shui Nai knows. I know him too, it can't be Uncle Mew. Shui Nai thought about it, but found that among the people he knew, it seemed that only he and Xiaoyu's master could be related. Well, it's him. He actually has the blood of elves, and his ancestors have produced several outstanding elemental archers. Xiaoyu saw that Shui Nai didn't know much about this Mew, so she briefly introduced him. What is the attribute of your advanced specialization? Shui Nai asked. This is the key point. Arrow elemental armament, magic damage increased by 30%, and arrows can also be used to cast some non-offensive magic. However, the elemental condensation is not ideal. Xiaoyu took out a very old skill book and said after looking at it for a few times. And this is the master-disciple book that Uncle Mew gave to Xiaoyu. Since Xiaoyu is the only elf Mew has seen in the human empire, and Xiaoyu's archery skills are not bad, so this also caught Mew's eye and became his nominal apprentice. However, although it is a nominal one, Mew also does not want his arrow elemental armament to be lost, so Xiaoyu is his master. Chapter 631 Sacrifice the Knife. It seems that I have to go and see if I can find a master when I have time. Qin Lixu glanced at the inheritance book in Xiaoyu's hand. Now among the 4 of them, she is the only one who does not have advanced specialization. Well, I know a bishop, but I don't know if he has any inheritance. When Shui Na heard Qin Lixu say this, he immediately thought of Bishop Ivan. Bishop? You know this big shot. Give me the common coordinates and we'll go there right away. Taifeng stood up immediately after hearing this. Well, Bishop Ivan is in the church branch in the Element City. It would be great if you can find the guard named Bayot. He knows my identity. I saved Bishop Ivan before, so my name should be useful. Shui Nai saw Taifeng so anxious, and also knew what he was thinking. Qin Lixu and Taifeng have been living in the Orc Kingdom, and this is naturally in line with Taifeng's needs. So now that he heard that Shui Nai could help his girlfriend get advanced specialization, he naturally had to hurry up. Watching the 2 figures disappear in the teleportation array, Shui Nai glanced at Xiaoyu. Now he didn't know what to do. At this time, there was no suitable dungeon to play. The Dark Tree Demon Forest will be open tomorrow. I want to do a few tasks to learn some skills of elemental archers. Xiaoyu also proposed her own plan to become stronger at this time. Do you want my help? In fact, Shuinai also planned to enjoy the world of two people while Taifeng and Qunlixu, the two big light bulbs, were away, but now it seems incredible. No, these tasks cannot be teamed up, or you can go around. Xiaoyu glanced at the streets of Moonlight City, which were very lively with people coming and going. Well, I'd better go outside and take a look. Shuinai is not a person who likes crowds and bustles, at least he doesn't think this kind of life is suitable for him. Well, see you later. Xiaoyu said, and then disappeared in the teleportation array. It seems that she went back to Yunya village to complete tasks and learn skills. Where should I go? Shuinai glanced at her memo, on which she wrote some things that must be done recently, such as the opening of the Dark Tree Demon Forest tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, she must go to Master Mystaliel to get back the magic cannon. As for the task of 1000 dark energy crystals, Shuinai doesn't know what to do now. In the past few days, with the help of the vampires, they have discovered 2 energy crystal mines in succession and successfully killed the corpse king guarding the crystal mines. Although the result is that the number of mutant energy crystals is increasing, it also means that they will soon have to leave the dark mine area, a treasure land for leveling. In the Elf Empire, no place has more experience than this dark mine area. However, Shuinai knew that Taifeng was getting bored these days. If he didn't change his environment, he might not be able to bear it. Forget it, I'll change places after completing this task. Xiaoyu has already reached level 60 anyway. Shuinai muttered to herself and started to walk around Moonlight City. After walking around Moonlight City, she found herself in the skill training ground. Through the translucent magic shield, Shuinai saw that the skill training ground was crowded with people and it was in full swing. However, if you think about it, you will know that now that the level of players has generally reached level 60, they naturally have to worry about specialization. Although not all specializations need to be trained, these trained specializations are much more attractive than those specializations that can be achieved with a single click. He took a look at his skills. In the past few days of training, his 6 elements and 7 primary skills have been trained to level 10. With the effect of the elemental wand, although the power of ordinary attacks is still a little insufficient, it is still possible to solve some minor problems. However, these are only low-level skills. When competing with players of the same level, these skills are often useless. And Shuinai now has only a few skills at the level of a wizard. However, neither he nor the unscrupulous profiteers have found other wizard-level skill books, so they can only maintain this status quo. After coming out of the skill training ground disappointedly, Shuinai could only walk out of the city. With the arrival of the promotion tide, all the main cities and villages of the Elf Empire have become places for players to practice skills. Many players from other countries have also come here, making it so that there is no vacant space in the skill training ground here, and there is a long queue outside. After walking along a rugged mountain road for less than half an hour, Shuinai has arrived in a forest. This forest is near Moonlight City. Although hunting is prohibited in all forests in the Elf Empire, Shuinai searched for a message in the discussion that a monster appeared nearby that would attack players. Shuinai was naturally very interested in this. However, he also knew that he had no chance to encounter such a monster that came and went like the wind and was hard to find. Otherwise, it would have been solved by someone long ago, and it would not be the turn of a casual player like him to find it. However, since this monster has not been killed yet, Shuinai also wants to try his luck and find something to do to kill time. After walking for a few more minutes, Shuinai felt that an unnatural light suddenly appeared on the cliff opposite. In the next moment, Shuinai thought that this should be the light effect when using a skill. After carefully looking at the direction where the light appeared, Shuinai soon found that there was another red light there. This time, Shuinai was sure that this was a magic light effect. This is the halo of fire magic, and only fire magic can have such a striking halo. You found it so quickly. Meanwhile running over, he thought to himself. However, when Shuinai was less than halfway through, he found that there was something wrong with these flashing halos. Because according to Shuinai's habit of fighting monsters, this halo effect should be continuous, not time-bound like it is now. Moreover, the most important thing is that Shuinai can't hear the roar of the monster. As far as the monsters Shuinai has encountered so far, even zombies and other undead creatures will have certain emotional changes when they are attacked, which will be reflected through sound. However, despite this, Shui Nai did not look back, but activated the phantom stealth, jumped to the top of the tree, and accelerated his speed. At the edge of a cliff, Shui Nai appeared at the edge of the forest and immediately saw the figures of the dozen players. Although Shui Nai didn't know how many people these players had killed, he knew that these people had been red-named. However, what surprised Shui Nai the most was that these dozen players were actually mages, which made Shui Nai feel very strange. Even though the environment in this elf empire is very peaceful, it is still very surprising that more than a dozen mages appeared here in a row. And it was precisely because of the surprise that Shui Nai became more interested. Hiding at the edge of the woods, Shui Nai directly threw a few reconnaissance spells to the nearest red-named players. Hey, Diamond family! Shui Nai thought at first that these people should be gathered by some guilds for some guild activities. But when he knew that these people were all in a guild called Diamond Family, Shui Nai thought of the guy Diamond King. Because he remembered that in this guild, it seemed that he was the president of this guild. Just when Shui Nai was wondering whether to stay here anymore, Shui Nai suddenly heard some words from those red-named players. Xinhen girl, you have suffered so much, it's time to tell us where the silver fox cub is. Don't think that it's okay to die in this game world. Now if we want, we can kill you back to level 0 at any time. In this case, your efforts in the past few months will be in vain, and these pains are not easy to bear. However, for some reason, Xinhen, who was surrounded by people on the edge of the cliff, did not say a word. However, because the dozen red-named players had blocked all vision of the cliff, Shui Na did not see the current appearance of Xinhen, who had met once. Don't play dead, answer our questions quickly. Another red-named mage was obviously impatient and kicked forward heavily. In this situation where there is no way to use a killer against female players, this game is the most boring. Don't be impatient, you have to be patient enough to play with girls. Let's let our people play with her subordinates first. The player said as he squatted down and poked Xinhen's delicate face with bloodstains with the magic wand in his hand. His squatting action allowed Shui Nai to focus on Xinhen. Miss Xinhen, do you need help? Seeing Xinhen's curled up petite body, coupled with the bloodstains on her body, Shui Nai couldn't bear it for a moment, so she walked out. For Shui Nai, fighting between players is inevitable, but there is no need to abuse a player's self-esteem and body. Especially these dozen big men actually bullied a little girl who was obviously not yet an adult, which made people even more angry. You are. Although these people were bullying a girl, the reaction speed of these red-named mages was not slow. I saw that among these people, several of them had turned around the moment they heard the words, and the staffs or magic wands in their hands were already flashing their most convenient magic halo. And the other players moved to Xinhen's side in an instant, and the magic wands in their hands were facing Xinhen who was curled up on the ground. Given that Xinhen was tortured to only a few hundred health points, she couldn't stand any magic damage. However, it was not known whether the appearance of Shui Nai disrupted their original arrangement or because of other reasons. Anyway, after they saw Shui Nai's appearance clearly, everyone was stunned. Who are you? A red-named mage suddenly pointed at Shui Nai with a haloed magic wand. If you want to be a hero to save the beauty, the hero must survive, kid. These red-named players did not attack immediately, but instead looked carefully to see if there were other players around Shui Nai. Among them, several people's eyes were already flashing with the light of the search eye. However, these people's actions naturally did not search out any figures. I'm only one person. When Shui Nai saw the appearance of these people, she immediately knew that they must have used Xinhen as bait to deal with others, but the appearance of her mage disrupted their original arrangement. And just as Shui Nai thought, for them, it was a very impossible and weird thing for a mage to appear here. Because they have placed secret sentries in the woods near this cliff, as long as someone approaches, they will definitely receive an alarm. But this mage not only came here without triggering any thieves, but also knew this Xinhen. Most importantly, he actually ignored so many people and dared to shout such a sentence. This was obviously fearless. Humph, then you are looking for death, not being a hero. Seeing that Shui Nai was really alone, those people did not discuss much and directly blasted the magic. Seeing these magic coming, Shui Nai immediately took out a magic scroll from his arms, and saw a flash of green light, and he disappeared. At this time, the surging magic just passed through these green lights. Be careful behind you. A sharp-eyed red-named mage suddenly found a green light in the corner of his eyes, and immediately knew that the mage had teleported to the position behind him. But when he realized that there was a 100-foot cliff behind him, his reaction immediately slowed down. Judging from the position where this teleporting green light appeared, the mage who dared to come here to be a hero would definitely fall down. This is exactly one of the drawbacks of teleportation magic. When teleportation magic is activated, if there is already an object at the target location of this magic, or an object suddenly exists, then the target location of this magic will be offset. This offset is determined by the system, and the system does not care whether this place is a cliff or magma. However, when the mage named Po Shui saw the horrified eyes of his companions around him, he suddenly felt something coming in from behind. He looked down and suddenly found that a silver knife tip appeared on his chest, and several warm blood arrows were constantly spraying on himself and his companions. How is this possible? This was the words of the mage who was pierced in the chest before he died, and it was also the question in the hearts of all the red-named mages around who saw this scene. Because these people just saw this mage who used the teleportation scroll suddenly appear and squeeze into the edge of the cliff. Not only did he squeeze out the companions who stayed around Xinhen, but he also pulled out a silver sword and easily pierced the chest of the mage with one knife. For those who acted as bait and killers, they knew that their enemies were thieves and warriors, so all the equipment on them was mainly to strengthen physical defense. However, when they saw that this mage with a knife could stab one of their companions to death without any effort, and now he pulled out a red knife and stabbed another mage. Ah! With the screams of another red-named mage player, the remaining dozen or so red-named mages immediately woke up and began to carry out limited physical counterattacks and escape. But Shui Nai's hands and feet were not slow. After he blocked a weak stick attack, the third knife opened the chest of another mage. And before he was dead, he had already pulled out the big knife called Mage Killer from his stomach, swung the knife horizontally, and chopped the neck of another mage within the attack range. Today, I will use your blood to sacrifice this knife. If there is a chance to let this knife get some mage blood, Shui Nai will naturally not let it go. But he did not expect that killing mages with this knife would be so quick, basically one cut at a time. Whether it is stabbing or chopping, there is no resistance at all, and it can often hit the bottom with one cut, as if the knife is not under the human body, but a piece of heated butter. Go down! A mage shouted loudly when he saw the situation was right. Now in such a situation where they obviously don't know what the situation is, they are so close to this monster-like player, so their fate is to really become a sacrifice to the knife. However, when they chose such a cliff, they saw that this place was narrow and inconvenient for thieves to move. So now when it's time for them to move, they are also restricted by these conditions. Go online, all warriors go online immediately. Someone suddenly shouted in the regional channel. 3 seconds later, several heavily armored warriors immediately appeared on the edge of the cliff, and several warriors also appeared on the edge of the woods, and directly activated the charge skill and rushed to the cliff. But when they saw the situation clearly, they found that their enemies did not appear in front of them as planned, but appeared in the innermost part for some reason. Damn, what's going on? Several warriors looked at the white light flashing on the edge of the cliff and asked in a somewhat bewildered voice. In this case, they basically had no room to play. They couldn't let them kill indiscriminately without distinguishing between friend and foe. When Mina killed the 10th mage with a random knife, he suddenly felt something behind him, and a sense of uneasiness immediately surged into his heart. Mina instinctively placed the knife across his chest and turned his body. A cone of ice shot out from a wizard's staff and hit the sword of the wizard killer with a ding sound. The wizard who had fired the cone of ice, he looked at the knife in Shui Nai's hand in disbelief. He didn't expect that the ice cone he fired at such a close distance would not have any effect. Damn, this is actually the resurrection point. Shui Nai wanted to curse in his heart. Because next to Xinhen, an inconspicuous stone turned out to be the legendary Wild Resurrection Stone. And several mages who had completed the resurrection of the corpse were staggering to their feet and quickly preparing for a new round of counterattacks. Chapter 632, Flying Wind Blade. Shui Nai looked at the mages behind him who picked up the equipment on the ground and equipped it as soon as they were resurrected. He immediately turned around and rushed forward, ready to cut people with a knife again, and at the same time protect Xinhen's safety. But just as he turned around, a burst of lightning suddenly came from behind him, and then, blue arcs appeared on Shui Nai's body, and his hair was electrocuted. However, this was only the appearance from the outside, but in fact, this magic only electrocuted Shui Nai's health value by less than 100 points. Moreover, this magic was obviously not an auxiliary magic. As soon as the electric current on Mina disappeared, he regained his ability to move. How is this possible? The red-named mage who used the thunder arrow knew that his thunder arrow magic did not have much lethality, but he could not even hit 3 digits, which made him really unbelievable. But what made him even more unbelievable was behind. Without turning his head back, Mina swung the mage killer backwards, and a green wind blade immediately formed on the blade, and flew out with Mina's swing, heading towards the mage who dared to attack Mina. The flying wind blade crossed the space of less than 10 meters in an instant, and then directly scratched the red-named mage, and actually came out from behind the mage, shot to the open space behind, and scratched a nearly 3-meter-long scratch before disappearing. As the blood gushed out, the red-named mage who was disemboweled emitted white light and fell to the ground. Although this wind blade, cast by the mage killer and thrown by Shui Nai, looks like a wind blade, it is much stronger than those orthodox wind blades in terms of speed and attack power. Moreover, this whirling state also brings a more terrifying tearing effect and visual effect to this wind blade, making those enemies who see such a magic sweat coldly. However, seeing the decreasing magic power, Shui Nai is even more distressed. Although this mage killer can use some magic similar to the shape of a blade, this kind of magic power consumption becomes a great limitation when equipped with this big knife. Quickly knocking down several resurrected mages on the road, Shui Nai finally came to Xin Hen again with several magics. Due to Shui Nai's appearance and the surprising attack method, these mages now only have Shui Nai as a big enemy in their eyes. They don't even pay attention to Xin Hen and attack Shui Nai all at once. However, this is not bad. At least Shui Nai did not hesitate to act rashly because of this. He took a look at the experience value of the mage killer. Although it was only a dozen points now, it was Shui Nai's first harvest. And most importantly, he had figured out the temperament of this knife and knew how to use this seemingly heavy, but actually very light and sharp big knife. For the mage profession, this knife is a complete instant kill. Just ignoring the cloth armor defense of the mage is already quite powerful and abnormal, not to mention the 50% double damage effect. If this knife was not a magic absorbing product, Shui Nai would like to use this big knife very much, because this knife kills people, which makes Shui Nai feel a sense of blood boiling, which is a feeling that cannot be felt when using magic to kill. He took another look at the corpse on the ground. Although the resurrection stone is now beside him, the mage soul on the ground dare not return to its position. Facing a player who is not sure whether it is a warrior or a mage, they dare not die again after having died twice. Just as Shui Nai was waving his silver knife and looking coldly at the warriors who had already surrounded him, a mage behind these warriors suddenly saw the magic diamond gold bracelet on Shui Nai's wrist, and screamed with wide eyes. "Magic apprentice, is it you? Damn, this can be recognized." Shui Nai cursed in his heart. He didn't expect that he would be recognized by others because he didn't change the bracelet on his hand for a while. Just now, when he came out, he had already changed a conspicuous equipment on his body, but he didn't change the 2 bracelets in his hands because these 2 things were not conspicuous. This is impossible. The magic apprentice is obviously a mage. How could he use? Another mage immediately asked in confusion, but was glared at by the mage at the beginning and stopped talking. Now, among the red-named mages, only the 2 fastest ones have never died once, but they dare not go forward, so they can only use those warriors with thick blood to push forward. However, because they had to take into account the heart mark beside Mina, these mages did not dare to attack randomly. They had to attack, otherwise without bait, their plan would fail. "I got the magic diamond bracelet, how could I not know what it looks like?" The mage who recognized Shui Nai shouted immediately, and then commanded the warriors, "Kill him quickly and get the magic diamond bracelet for me." Shui Nai glanced at the resurrection stone on the edge of the cliff. If someone guarded the corpse here for a few days, and a few priests who could resurrect came, then the things on the body would really be blown up. However, Shui Nai was not afraid at all, at least he did not plan to stay here any longer. Looking at Xin Hen who was still unconscious, Shui Nai was now sure that the girl had been forced to log off, but because the combat state on her body had been maintained, her body had not been able to leave the game. Putting away the mage killer, Shui Nai looked at the people who had surrounded him silently. He suddenly waved his hands, and a flame wall suddenly appeared on the cliff. Then, Shui Nai threw out several explosive bombs from his hands with the flames of the flame wall. Although the power of the explosive bomb was a little weak, when used on the edge of such a cliff, the air wave generated by the explosion blew the corpse on the ground up. After blowing away most of the corpses on the cliff, making it impossible for them to revive immediately, Shui Nai picked up Xin Hen's body and jumped off the cliff. However, during the falling process, Shui Nai suddenly looked at Xin Hen in his hand and felt a little strange. Logically, he should not be able to touch Xin Hen's body. After all, just now, the protection system on Xin Hen's body had not disappeared, and those red-named mages could only use things like staffs to touch Xin Hen. But However, since Shui Na had never used this female protection system, he did not think much about it and directly activated the hovering effect in midair, slowly falling into the dense forest below. After walking out of the dense forest, Shui Na carried Xin Hen, who was still in a sleeping state, and carefully took a small path to Moonlight City. Now, he already knew why Xin Hen's body had not left the game world for so long. It turned out that someone had put a state on her, a negative state that prevented the player from leaving the combat state freely. War Shackles. This War Shackle is a specialty of the Orc Kingdom, which can prevent a player from leaving the combat state for the next 30 minutes. However, since he could not read the duration of the state on Xin Hen, he did not know the situation of Xin Hen. But in order to save people to the end, Shui Na could not leave such a delicate girl in the forest, so he had to carry her on his back after replenishing her health. Although he met some people from the Diamond Family Guild along the way, these guys were not Shui Nai's hands and feet at all, but the appearance of these people made Shui Nai fight a little painful. Because now his magic value has been consumed by 60%. If it continues like this, not only will Xin Hen not be able to escape, but he himself will also have problems. Moreover, this situation of calculating magic power to use magic also makes Shui Nai very uncomfortable. However, just when Shui Nai solved the third batch of enemies he met, he suddenly felt his body lighten, and Xin Hen behind him disappeared. Without the burden of Xin Hen, Shui Nai felt that his body was much more agile. He cast a few recovery spells for himself to recover the lost health just now, and then turned left and right a few times and arrived at the edge of the forest. And more than a dozen low-level members of the Diamond family with a level of less than 40 were encircling this edge. Shui Nai no longer wanted to kill these guys who were obviously just cannon fodder and scouts. After carefully circling around for a few times, Shui Nai found a safe place and took out the scroll of returning to the city of Silver Moon Village, intending to return to Silver Moon Village first. Chapter 633 Silver Fox Turbulence. What did you say? That Xin Hen was rescued by the magic apprentice. In the skill training field, Diamond King was furious after hearing the report from his men. Yes, now we have found the whereabouts of the magic apprentice, but Xin Hen's. Don't worry about this for now. Have you found the silver fox cubs? Diamond King saw that the explosive bomb he shot out was actually off-center, and immediately threw away the whiteboard magic wand in his hand, asking with some hatred. No, I suspect that Xin Hen put all those cubs into his pet space. Their initial scouts only found 3 silver fox cubs, and the player's basic pet space is exactly 3. Damn, find it for me. We must find this sick girl Xin Hen. Diamond King did not expect that it was so rare for him and his men to encounter a silver fox that had just given birth. It took a lot of effort to get rid of the female silver fox, but Xin Hen took advantage of this opportunity to get there first. Thinking of the fighting power of the silver fox, Diamond King's greed for the 3 silver foxes deepened. The female silver fox might have lost a lot of strength because of her pregnancy. However, it could be because of this that the female silver fox came out of the monster mountain range and came to. Moreover, this female silver fox, who had just given birth to a cub, was clearly labeled as weak, but she still killed the nearly 100 elite members of the Diamond King in pieces, and more than 90 senior members died in the battle. However, the level of this female silver fox is only level 70. Imagine that a level 70 silver fox, although it is a template for the boss, is still so strong that it makes people feel chilled. Even if this is specially strengthened by the system, the cubs she gave birth to will not be too far away from this, and as long as the players can take good care of them, they may be even stronger. But now this fantasy has been completely destroyed because of the appearance of Xin Hen's Animal Protection Association. Even if they killed everyone in this guild, it would not be enough to relieve their hatred, and they have not yet found the 3 cubs. But she is offline, The person who reported heard his boss's endless curses and only interrupted him when he stopped. If that Xin Hen never comes online, then no matter how hard they try, it will be useless. They can't just go to the real world and force someone to take it. Moreover, he also knows that Xin Hen's family is not easy to mess with in the real world. I didn't expect that this guy who found the magic apprentice would have an affair with this sick girl. Let's go, I don't want to practice anymore, take me there. Diamond King saw that he had no mood to practice anymore, so he hooked the magic wand on the ground with his foot and left the skill training field without looking back. Diamond King and his party quickly gathered in Moonlight City, and then asked for the location, and a group of nearly 100 people went directly to Silver Moon Village. As soon as these guys appeared in Silver Moon Village, they immediately took action. I saw that those thieves who moved quickly were all carefully ambushing in some important roads at the entrance of the village or at the intersection of the road. And those warriors began to wander around the village, and intentionally or unintentionally moved closer to where Mina was. Now Mizunao didn't know his current situation, although he had known that he had been discovered. Mizunao, who was practicing alone in the skill training area of Silver Moon Village, was not satisfied with the configuration of the training area, but he practiced very hard. In this skill training area where there were almost no people, there was only Mizunao. Not far in front of Mizunao stood 3 wooden stakes, which were the targets of Mizunao's magic. However, these targets were basically incomparable with the targets in Moonlight City that could be counted as skill proficiency if hit, and they would be damaged after a few hits. And the most troublesome thing was that these 3 wooden stakes were set up by Mizunao himself. If Mizunao's strength was not low, he would have been killed just by moving wood from the warehouse. Just when Mizunao found that several figures began to appear around him, he had already discovered the annoying Diamond King. What's wrong? Although Shuinai had just killed several of his men, he didn't feel guilty. Instead, he felt like killing again, especially now that his magic power had returned to normal, and it was time to sacrifice his sword again. Humph, you killed so many of my people, and now you still think nothing will happen. Diamond King had seen some of Shuinai's battle videos on the road just now, and he was very concerned about the divine sword that was like a deadly blow. People? I haven't killed anyone, I just killed a few beasts just now. Shuinai had already seen the red-named mages just now, but these guys didn't dare to come over either, so Shuinai wanted to provoke them first. Asshole, who are you scolding? The mages who had just been killed by him immediately became angry, and took out their wands one by one to cast magic. Whoever responds will be the one, so you don't have to fight. Shuinai didn't take the threats of these guys seriously at all. If it weren't for the red name system of this game that was really unbearable, he would have wanted to take action to get rid of them himself. Stop! Just when Shuinai thought those people were coming over, Diamond King suddenly shouted, and immediately shocked all his men. Shuinai! Let me ask you a question, where is Xin Hen? Diamond King directly called out Shuinai's name, obviously wanting to put pressure on him. Do you think I will tell you guys? Shuinai sneered, but he felt a little pressure in his heart. Then I'll tell you one thing. That Xinhen stole our silver fox cub. If you know what's good for you, you'd better ask your lover to hand it over as soon as possible, otherwise, humph. Tisk tisk, Diamond King. You are a big shot after all, why would you say such a thing? Do you think a little girl can snatch a silver fox cub from you guys? You are so shameless to say such a thing. Why do I feel that you want to snatch what's in her hand? Shuinai said with some sneer. He has heard about the silver fox more than once. And just now, he also checked the characteristics of this pet. This silver fox is small in size, but its movement speed and attack speed are so fast that even thieves dare not compare, and with this speed bonus, the little silver fox has an outrageous attack, and has always been the favorite of players who pursue high-speed killing. But in this case, it also means that this kind of pet is not easy to obtain. In addition, silver foxes often find places where few people go when giving birth, so it is not easy to be found. That's the fact. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Hand over the silver fox cubs, otherwise, you will die. Those who go against our Diamond family have never had a good life. Diamond King said calmly. Haha, this kind of threat is useless to me. If you have nothing else to do, please go back. It's not good for you to PK here. Mina saw that Diamond King's eyes were a little deep. For some reason, she always felt that this guy had become scary. If he was still as straightforward as before, it would be too much for Mina. He could kill him once with just one sentence, but now he is. It seems that people's learning ability is really strong. They have corrected some of their shortcomings so quickly. Humph, then you'd better remember your choice today, and don't blame me for being ruthless in the future. Seeing this, Diamond King actually led his men back and left, which surprised Shui Nai and the members of the Diamond Guild around him. Seeing that these people really ran away, Shui Nai looked around in disbelief, and when he really didn't find anyone else, he continued to train his skills. "Boss, are we just going to let him go?" A subordinate behind Diamond King said with some dissatisfaction. He died 3 times just hunting the female silver fox boss in this operation, and was killed twice by Shui Nai afterwards. He was very angry. "Don't worry, it's useless to deal with him by force. If those silver foxes are really in their hands, as long as they don't trade them out, we can't grab those silver foxes. Instead of this, let us kill with a borrowed knife." Diamond King smiled very grimly, which made those behind him shudder. Post a message in the forum, saying that the Magic Apprentice and Zinhen teamed up to snatch the equipment and cubs dropped by the female silver fox, and the female silver fox dropped a red legendary equipment, which was on Shui Nai. "Boss, legendary equipment, I'm afraid not many people will believe it. Although some players have begun to get this legendary equipment, these are inherited from NPCs, and no monster boss will drop this kind of equipment. There is no problem with this. Since we said it, some people will naturally believe it. When the time comes, just notify the brothers who beat the female silver fox first, and there will be no problem." Diamond King said, stepped into the teleportation array and left. The mage thought about it, and finally felt that this plan was feasible, because at the last moment of the battle with the female silver fox, there were less than 10 players alive, and it was easy to control the news. However, when he took a look at what the female silver fox really dropped, he felt that his tracking and hunting during this period were really meaningless. Because in his backpack, there were only a few purple equipment. Although there were a lot of them, at least 5, they were not worth as much as a piece of gold equipment, not to mention dark gold. Chapter 634 Diamond King's Scheme. While Mizuna was practicing fireballs and preparing for the trip to the Dark Tree Demon Forest tomorrow, he didn't know what Diamond King and his team were planning. After Diamond King issued a wanted notice for Mizuna in the guild channel in the name of the guild, some people who were interested in the matter inadvertently revealed that Mizuna had a red legendary equipment, the silver broadsword, which began to spread among the members of the guild. Then, some traitors and spies in the guild also began to spread the news. In the powerful rumor that spread from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100, the properties and effects of the silver broadsword in Mizuna's hand were infinitely magnified. In an environment where gold equipment is very rare, a red legendary weapon that can ignore defense, ignore professional requirements, and kill any player instantly was born. "Boss, we have carefully controlled this kind of news. I believe that in less than half an hour, the big guilds on this side of the Holy Light Camp will know about this." The mage who was appointed by the Diamond King to be in charge of this matter had to say that the feasibility of the Diamond King's plan was high. In this plan, they tried to reduce the frequency of the Silver Fox boss's appearance as much as possible, but emphasized that Mina had taken away the original things of the Diamond family. And coupled with the prelude of the Diamond King's 100 people going to the Silver Moon Village for negotiations, this actually made some people with ulterior motives focus all their attention on Mina. "No, I just made this suggestion. It's still your own plan that is good. You actually used that silver broadsword like this. You are really talented." The Diamond King did not expect that his trusted subordinate even took into account the silver broadsword in Mina's hand. However, that broadsword may not be an ordinary thing. Just the one that allows a mage professional player to hold the sword, as it is already a top-grade attribute. And I am sure that this knife can ignore defense if we can get it. For someone who has been killed twice by the silver sword, he knows the power of this knife very well. If there is no ignoring defense, with the power of a mage, it is basically impossible to kill him instantly. He does not believe that the power of a mage can reach the level of a warrior. In fact, it is useless to have that knife. We are mages, and we only use that knife for self-defense. It is better to let our warriors protect us. Okay, I will release the video of your fight with Mina in a while. Has the video been sorted out? Diamond King said while shooting explosive bombs at the magic target in the distance. It is still being sorted out, but do you really want to release this video? The mage said somewhat embarrassedly. After all, he was killed twice in this video. Let it go, otherwise no one will believe the properties of the silver sword. Now that the show has begun, we have to do the whole thing. Diamond King said bitterly. Although doing so will affect the reputation of their Diamond Family Guild to some extent, in order to deal with Shui Na, he can no longer think so much. Then when do we start hunting Shui Na? Although Diamond King has released the news and asked all members of the guild to arrest Shui Na, there has been no movement. Let's start now, but only let the thieves go, and everyone else must prepare for tomorrow's Dark Tree Demon Forest. Diamond King said lightly while practicing explosive bombs. Understood. The confidant said unwillingly. Diamond is affectionate, we will have plenty of opportunities in the future, and we can't lose the big one because of this. The Diamond King naturally knew what his confidant was thinking. This subordinate was good in every way except that he was narrow-minded and could not stand being bullied. I know. After Diamond Love replied, he began to walk towards a skill training ground next to him, and a person who was practicing inside automatically stepped out and respectfully gave up the field. Shui Nai, who could only practice in Silver Moon Village, had no idea what was happening outside. First, he had no information channels, and second, he didn't like to pay attention to the forums between players, so he didn't know that he had become the center of a new storm. Now he only had the fireball in his hand in his eyes. Fireball was Shui Nai's first magic, although it had long faded out of Shui Nai's combat vision. But after what happened to the mage killer just now, he found that his elemental magic wand combined with the mage killer could completely make up for the problem. The only problem here is that the elemental attack on the elemental magic wand is linked to Shui Nai's primary magic. Although the growth of fireball is not as good as other advanced magic, once it is practiced, coupled with his own equipment and status, this magic may be close to the advanced magic of ordinary mages. As for the current situation that my fireball is only level 39, as long as I practice it to level 60, it will be comparable to the magic of the wizard level. As for the level from 60 to 70, Mina has no idea for the time being. For magic, each active magic will have a minimum upper limit of 10 levels, of course, except for some special magic and forbidden spells. For the early 3 levels of magic, after reaching their own regular upper limit, you can use the specialization points to increase the level of their skills again, and the upper limit is 10 levels. In other words, the regular highest level of a fireball is 60, but if it is a magician specializing in fire, then it can increase 10 levels to 70, but it must consume 10 specialization points. Although Mina can practice this fireball to level 70 without using specialization points, it takes a very long time. Although all magic will be smooth as long as it passes the hurdle of level 10. However, this is only relative. For example, if Mina wants to practice the fireball spell in her hand to level 60, it will take Mina a month to practice without sleep. Looking at the fireball spell that has just been upgraded to level 40, although today's harvest is good, directly upgrading this fireball spell by 2 levels, Mina knows that as the skill level increases, this will only take longer and longer. However, when Mina saw that this magic has begun to have the lethality close to the level 1 explosive bomb, Mina still felt a sense of success. Although this fireball spell is not as powerful as the explosive bomb after practicing, this magic is Mina's first magic, and its significance is even greater. Mina, who was planning to sit down and rest for a while, saw a bush in the distance suddenly tremble very slightly before he sat down. If Mina's sight was not facing that side, he would not have seen this change. When he saw this Mina, his first reaction was that there was someone, and it was the thief who gave him the most trouble. After this shake, Mina saw a little cold light at a glance. Now Mina is very familiar with the scene of metal reflecting sunlight. When he saw this, he already knew that this should be the metal arrowhead of the crossbow. Lowering his head, Shui Nai began to chant the spell of teleportation. The location where the cold light appeared was hundreds of meters away from Shui Nai. Even Shui Nai could not cast magic so far, let alone hit an agile thief, and only close combat was the kingly way. As this cold light shot out, Shui Nai had a warning in his heart. But his teleportation was faster. Almost at the moment when the crossbow arrow was shot, the thief on the other side found that the target in his sniper scope disappeared. However, the thief's reaction was not slow. He actually picked up the sniper crossbow in his hand and ran towards the woods behind him. However, no matter how fast a person is, it is not faster than teleportation. And when Shui Nai's figure appeared behind him, a wind blade cut him into a headless corpse. The corpse was destroyed in this way, and there was no possibility of running corpse to revive. Picking up the large sniper crossbow that exploded on the ground, Shui Nai had to say that money makes a difference. Such a blank sniper crossbow is worth thousands of gold coins. In all countries, this kind of sniper crossbow is banned from sale, and therefore, the value of this sniper crossbow is greater than some dark gold equipment. When Shui Nai just returned to the training ground, he suddenly received an invitation from Tai Feng to join a team. When he joined, he found that Tai Feng had returned, and Xiao Yu was also among them. How is the situation? Did you get the advanced specialization? Shui Nai asked this as soon as he entered. Well, I got it. I got a specialization inheritance called Holy Spirit. Wait, where are you now? We will come to pick you up. Tai Feng asked while looking for Shui Nai according to the map. I'm in Silver Moon Village, why did you pick me up? Don't you know? Now everyone knows that you have a legendary weapon, and they all want to kill you. Legendary weapon? Shui Nai looked at his elemental wand and asked in confusion. He asked himself if he had done a good job of keeping the elemental wand secret. Chapter 635 Dark Tree Demon Forest. When the four of them returned to Silver Moon Village and gathered together, Shui Nai immediately knew the cause of the incident, and also watched the video of his killing today. However, this video was only a dozen seconds long, and the field of view was very narrow, and there were obvious traces of modification. So, this Diamond King is obviously trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife. After listening to Shui Nai's explanation, Tai Feng, who had been the president, had some ideas. It's obvious. Shui Nai shook his head. Although the Diamond King's approach was not very clever, it could arouse the greed of some players. In this case, Shui Nai naturally couldn't come out to comment, because it would only make things worse, and it would also have the effect of there is no silver here, but there are 300 taels. As for ignoring it, there was only the default, which would be even more in their hands. Now, there was only Xinhen who could explain it. After all, according to the principles of the Animal Protection Association, killing people for equipment was impossible, and Xinhen didn't look like that kind of person. However, Tai Feng's subsequent news surprised Shui Nai. Xinhen fell ill, and it was a serious illness. It was a question whether he could play this game again in the future. As a member of a large family, Tai Feng's news was absolutely credible. No way, this was also calculated by Diamond King. Shui Nai immediately thought of this, otherwise Diamond King would not have thought of such a big loophole. It's a small matter. If you join our guild, there will be absolutely no problem. Tai Feng brought up the old matter at the right time, with a smile that was very unscrupulous. Shui Nai glanced at Xiaoyu beside her, and saw that her brows were already furrowed. Well, I think I'll just forget about it for now. We're classmates, I can't just go in and make a big fuss. Shui Na thought about it and replied. Well, if you don't want to come, then don't come. Why are you talking so much? Anyway, it's not like no one knows about your affairs. Tai Feng was naturally a little unhappy when he saw Shui Nai say this, but he stopped talking after being prompted by Qian Lixu. Shui Nai naturally knew the power of a guild, but Shui Nai and Xiao Yu were both used to being idle, and they really had no interest in such a group organization. Desire. After thinking about it, Shui Nai now found that she seemed to have been calculated by this Diamond King. And now the only way to deal with it is to announce the attributes of the Mage Killer, and only in this way can the matter be completely clarified. But the problem came again. If a legend can make a big fuss, then a divine weapon may shake up the game world. By then, I'm afraid that the people who come to hunt him down will no longer be just those greedy people. However, if the Diamond King knew that the silver sword in his hand was not a legendary equipment but a divine weapon, would he still expose this matter? Forget it, since Xinhen can't clarify the reality, I can only ignore it. Mina seeing that time was running out, they felt that there was no need to discuss it further. How about this? Tai Feng glanced at Shui Nai, I'll help you post a statement in the discussion to clarify the reality that you didn't steal the bosses or equipment. This will be somewhat useful. Shui Nai's trouble now is that someone posted a video of his magic weapon, the Mage Killer. The weapon that allows a mage to have the ability to kill people in close combat is not an ordinary thing. Now even if no one says that he robbed the boss of the Diamond family, there will be people who are thinking about his big knife. It's just that Diamond King did this and made the matter much bigger. Okay, then you can do it. According to Shui Nai's idea, he naturally didn't want to pay attention. After all, he couldn't do this kind of thing to build relationships with people, and he didn't want to do it. Tisk tisk, if people know that your own equipment is also at the lowest level of dark gold, I'm afraid that all the players in the game will go crazy. Tai Feng said with some gloating. Sure enough, grapes that can't be eaten are really sour. Shui Na glanced at Tai Feng and said with a smile. The result caused Xiao Yu and Qian Li Shui to laugh and support. The opening time of the Dark Tree Demon Forest is 7 o'clock in the morning of the game time, which is when the sun shines on this dark forest. After a night of preparation, Shui Na and the other four had arrived at the gathering place early in the morning. Is everyone ready? Tai Feng looked at the players around and asked in the team chat. Well, everything is ready. Shui Na checked the things on her body. The Dark Tree Demon Forest is a special map. In this map, all space equipment is in a state of failure, such as the player's strongest equipment backpack, and pet bracelets and space rings. And it is this setting that makes this map a nightmare place in the hearts of players. But you have a plan. I have a ladder over the wall. For players, this special map cannot stop their pace. In this map, the most troublesome problem is consumables, and if you only need to deal with this consumable, then there will be no problem. As the player's life skills improve, it is getting easier and easier to enter and exit the Dark Tree Demon Forest. Take medicine for example. If it was the potion-like medicine in the past, they would not only break easily, but also be inconvenient to take care of. Now, since the emergence of this advanced solid pill, this inconvenient care problem has been solved. If this advanced medicine did not have a cooling time and was not currently in limited production, it would have become a trend among players. After the four people checked their belongings and those of their pets again, they began to leave the place where they gathered. Among this group of people, only Xiaoyu, the archer, needed something more troublesome. Now, whether it was Xiaoyu herself or Xiaobai, or the two mounts of Zufeng and Taifeng, they were all carrying quivers with 50 arrows. At the entrance of this map, there were already many people gathered. These people here were all players who had completed the promotion, and there were some among them, but not many. However, these are very powerful, and each of them is already 100-level strongman, and they are the main force to hunt the dark creatures in the Dark Tree Demon Forest this time. According to Shui Nai's understanding of the Dark Tree Demon Forest, this forest was originally the birthplace of all forest elves, but with the invasion and pollution of powerful dark forces, it soon became a hotbed of darkness, breeding various dark creatures. However, these dark creatures that inherited the characteristics of the forest have extremely strong reproductive abilities, and this ability undoubtedly increases the speed of the Dark Tree Demon Forest's external invasion. Therefore, in order to prevent the number and power of the dark creatures inside from being too strong, there is a history of opening the Dark Tree Demon Forest dungeon once a week. After taking a look at the situation of the players around him, Shui Nai found that the people around him were the same as his team, and they all tried to increase the number of care items in their team. Moreover, in order to reduce the consumption of medicines, basically all large teams will be equipped with more than a dozen priests. However, there are relatively few teams like Shui Nai who only take care of pills. Basically, all people are still using medicines with potions and pill souls. However, these potions no longer have the effect of stacking when they leave the backpack space. Haha, I really didn't expect that we could use such advanced medicine. Taifeng patted Shui Nai's shoulder. Now all the medicines on them were provided by Shui Nai. Don't be happy so early, we are being watched now. Shui Nai saw Taifeng, who was a little too proud of himself, and couldn't help but sighed. Since he appeared here, he found that he had become the subject of discussion among the people around him. Coupled with their pointing gestures, Shui Nai felt more and more like a needle in his back. Don't worry, no one should dare to do it inside. Otherwise, if they are red-named, they won't even have a place to escape. Yes. Taifeng glanced at the defensive lines guarding the city and said it easily. You can't use the return scroll in this Dark Tree Demon Forest, so if players want to leave, they can only go out from the door. Alas, you are too lax. Shui Nai didn't believe that these people would not take action. If they were given a chance, they would not let go of these opportunities even if they were crushed to pieces. Because Shui Nai had seen greed in these people's eyes. It's about to start, let's go. Qin Lixu suddenly pointed to the crowd in front of her and said excitedly. The mark on the back of her left hand, which faintly emitted pure white light, attracted people's attention in this dim environment. Chapter 636 Little Tree Man. After a small gap was torn in the huge magic shield outside the Dark Tree Demon Forest, a black air wave rushed out from it like a flood, impacting everyone at the entrance. With the addition of this black air, Mina felt that the temperature around her suddenly became a little cool, and the sunlight in the sky was only a little light ball. Everyone be careful. As the black air slowly dispersed, a loud roar suddenly came from the front, but this voice was full of energy and very calm and steady. After this roar, the originally agitated Q immediately calmed down. This Dark Tree Demon Forest is not the first time to be opened to players, so there are some related introductions on the forum. At the moment when the Dark Tree Demon Forest is opened, a large number of monsters will rush out from it. Therefore, at this time, players are often not the first to enter. And at this time, people with better eyesight can already see the light effect of the battle at the entrance. From a distance, ice crystals with cold air and scorching flames will pour down from the sky, and between these ice crystals and flames, the sword light and shadow will reflect the light effect of the fire and ice from time to time, flickering and very beautiful. After the light effect at the entrance lasted for dozens of seconds, the originally stagnant team immediately began to move again. Damn, what kind of magic were those just now? They actually killed hundreds of little tree people here in one go. When it was the turn of Shui Nai and the other four to enter, they saw the frozen bodies of the monsters called little tree people at first sight, and the broken branches and wood that had not yet been burned were still burning on the ground. Now they were walking on the roads burned by fire magic, and there were huge ice crystals around them, with hundreds of monsters frozen inside, but all of them had 0 health. I don't know, there are too many magics in this world, and I can't count them at all. Shui Nai looked at the surrounding environment for a few times, and had no idea what kind of magic had such a great effect, and could actually freeze such a large space. By the way, these little tree people are the level 60 monsters on the outermost edge of this forest. Qian Lixu came here for the first time, so she was a little interested in the humanoid monsters in the ice crystals that were only the size of normal people, but covered with bark and branches. Yes, but these monsters here are all plant-based, which is a bit difficult. Tai Feng glanced around. In this situation, his and Xiaoyu's abilities would definitely be greatly reduced. Walking on this ice and fire passage, when Shui Nai saw a dozen people who were obviously NPC guards, he knew that they had already stepped into the Dark Tree Demon Forest. Since there was only one entrance to the Dark Tree Demon Forest in a week, this entrance was opened large enough, a full few hundred meters long. However, since this entrance was largely blocked by the huge ice crystal, Shui Nai and the thousands of players still had to spend a lot of time to enter this entrance. After finally passing through the huge ice crystal fire road and entering the forest, Shui Nai saw the battle scene in front of him at first sight. In front of Shui Nai, hundreds of players were working hard with the surrounding NPCs to resist the surging army of small tree people in front. For a while, the special effects sound of the battle, the shouting of the players, and the roar of the monsters when they were injured, also came into Shui Nai's eyes and ears along with the picture. Let's go and find a place to kill monsters. When Tai Feng saw the fierce battle, he immediately pointed the giant axe in his hand and walked towards the front line. Qin Lixu, follow us, we will take care of the supplies first. Shui Nai saw that Tai Feng had completely forgotten that he was the captain, so he had to take over this responsibility. Since space equipment cannot be used here, and the items on the mounts behind them also need to be protected with some care, otherwise it will be heartbreaking if they are destroyed or stolen, so Shui Nai and Xiaoyu can only make arrangements. Step by step, advancing forward, these level 60 tree people here are not difficult to fight, and the most troublesome thing is that players cannot use backpacks, which have become a habit. Often, players who have already penetrated deep into the enemy camp will do something strange, such as a sudden shake of their left hand, then he poured something into his open mouth with his empty left hand. However, this action was completely meaningless, and when these players woke up from their unconsciousness, they would find that their health had reached the red blood level. If they did not have a priest companion at this time, then they would only have one result, turning into a corpse on the ground. These little tree men here have both strength and defense, strong attack power and high defense, but because there is a little conflict between the two attributes of darkness and wood, the health of these little tree men is not too high. Moreover, the plant monsters themselves lack agility, and their attack speed and movement speed are not too fast. However, the tree armor defense on them can largely ignore physical attacks. Only heavy weapons like Tai Feng's big axe can play a role, but this role is only the result of comparison with other physical weapons. Damn, the skin of these little tree men is really hard. Although Tai Feng can fight a little tree man alone, the speed at which his health drops is also amazingly fast. Tai Feng, don't force it. Shui Nai saw that Tai Feng's health value was still fluctuating greatly despite Qin Lixu's care, and couldn't help but order worriedly, and at the same time threw a few defensive magics directly at him. Okay. Tai Feng glanced at the army of small tree people that had already rushed in front of him, and immediately retreated with the players around him. When facing the charge of these small tree people in front, with the current level and strength of the players, it is undoubtedly a pebble hitting a stone. Once surrounded by these small tree people, there is only one way to go. Moreover, the collective charge of this army of small tree people is very huge in momentum, and those who are a little timid will be scared, not to mention the huge lethality of this collective charge. And at this time, it is naturally the time for the mages behind to take action. At this time, basically all the mages with brains already know what magic to choose to use, and those who are slow to react, after seeing the actions of the mages around them, also know what to do. At this moment, a large amount of ice magic began to fly out from the magic wands of these wizards. Although most of the magic here is only advanced or even intermediate, it is more numerous and dense. For a moment, the whole sky seemed to be covered by the light effect of the blue elemental magic. Under the attack of this ice magic, the rhythm of these charging tree people was interrupted in an instant. The originally neat charging formation of these tree people became uneven in an instant, and the speed of the entire army of tree people also slowed down in such a moment, and in some places, it was directly stopped. I say, there is no benefit in fighting like this. Tai Feng glanced at the players around him. The four of them can be said to be the team with the least people among these teams here. In this chaotic situation, the fewer people there are, the less monster experience they can grab. You know, in this team mode, the people in the team who finally kill the monster can get the final experience right of the monster. Therefore, in this case, the number of teams has become a very important indicator of strength. Let's talk about this after we pass this level, otherwise, we can't even enter the outer edge of this forest. Shui Nai took a look at this wave of small tree army. Now is the difficult time that all players and NPCs can overcome, otherwise they really have no way to break through the blockade of these small tree army. I know, but it's very annoying to be robbed of monsters. Tai Feng just now was clearly grinding a small tree man to the dying state by himself, but an explosive bomb shot from somewhere, which directly robbed the experience of this small tree man and injured Tai Feng. Really? What? I think our Xiaoyu and Shui Nai are more fierce in robbing monsters. Qin Lixu said with a snicker while checking the record system. For Xiaoyu, who has been transferred to an elemental archer, it is a trivial matter to shoot a fire arrow in the air to harvest the last bit of life of the monsters on the battlefield. If Xiaoyu's elemental arrows hadn't taken some time to condense the elements, her efficiency would have been higher. As for Mizuna, her powerful fire magic was placed here. With a burst of fire, she had robbed countless people of their experience in a space of 10 meters. Fortunately, these little treemen here didn't explode anything, otherwise, the battlefield would have been even more chaotic. After Mizuna and Xiaoyu showed such strong lethality, more and more teams without full members began to invite them to join, but they were all rejected. Chapter 637, The Boss Who Can Plant Trees. When tens of thousands of little treemen at the outermost edge of the forest were almost wiped out by the players and NPC teams, most of the players began to act on their own and go their separate ways. The area of the dark tree demon forest was surprisingly large. Mizuna and his group of 4 walked inside for half an hour, only to find that they were still at the end of the forest. The periphery was full of those treemen with low levels and low experience. I say, there are really a lot of treemen here. Tai Feng had just pulled out the giant axe from a treeman, and another treeman suddenly rushed out from the other side and soon fought with Tai Feng. Not bad, although the treemen here are not experienced, their strength is not very good, and they will die after a few burns. In fact, they are much easier to fight than the monsters outside. Shui Na said while bombarding the treeman on the other side with explosive flames. Xiaoyu behind him kept using strong arrows and freezing arrows to control the treemen around him in turn, so that Shui Na had a most suitable environment to cast magic. Xiaoyu, pay attention to the health of Xiaoxiang and Yangzi, don't let them die. Shui Na took a look at the situation behind. Because they were few in number, they had no way to take care of the situation around them, so they could only let these 2 meat shields to support them. Where's me? Xiaoyu, just focus on killing monsters. Qin Lixu said, and at the same time, she waved the magic wand in her hand, and 2 healing lights appeared directly on the earth giant bear and the fire lizard, replenishing their health points at once. Since possessing the advanced specialization inheritance of Holy Spirit, Qin Lixu, a combat priest, has already possessed healing abilities comparable to healing priests, but she cannot learn some skills that are exclusive to healing priests. As their cooperation and tacit understanding became higher and higher, the speed and efficiency of the 4 people in dealing with the surrounding tree people became higher and higher. However, what made them feel strange was that the tree people here seemed to be endless. Often, every time one was killed, a second one would rush out from the forest next to it, and then the previous thing would be repeated again. There is a problem. Just after Mina used the explosive flame pillar to solve the tree man in his hand again, he suddenly said in the team chat. Is there an enemy? Is it a thief? Upon hearing this, Tai Feng immediately looked around vigilantly, but the giant axe in his hand brought a gust of evil wind, chopping the little tree man in front of him into wood chips, and his health value was directly reduced. No, it's that the intervals between the little tree men in the surrounding woods are exactly the same. There is a problem here. Xuanai had already suspected this just now, so he deliberately spent some time to pay attention to this problem. Then what do you suggest? Seeing that this was not a danger, Tai Feng was relieved and began to concentrate on dealing with the monster in front of him. I'll go into the woods to take a look. Xuanai said, and rushed to the nearest woods and left. Is this too dangerous? Qin Lixiu saw that Xuanai's figure had disappeared in the woods, but suddenly a series of magic halos appeared from inside, and she couldn't help but worry. Wife! Instead of worrying about that boss-level guy, why not help your husband add some blood? I'm almost dying. Just when Qin Lixiu was distracted, a wail came from Tai Feng's side. It turned out that without the magic suppression of Xuanai, Tai Feng was actually beaten by two little tree men. The branches and fists of these little tree men hit Tai Feng's body again and again, making a muffled sound of bang bang bang, constantly taking away his life value. With a whoosh, an impact arrow entangled with a cyclone was immediately shot out from Xiaoyu's silver moon bow, and hit the trunk of one of the little tree men, knocking it several meters away. After that, a cold arrow with blue coldness also stuck to Tai Feng's body and hit the little tree man that was bounced away. Okay. Come again. Seeing Xiaoyu's rescue, Tai Feng immediately swung the giant axe in his hand, came out of the defensive posture, and chopped the little tree man in front of him back several steps. Tai Feng, who was in a dominant position, followed up immediately. The giant axe in his hand suddenly showed a red glow, and the warrior skill chop with the trend was used brazenly. Nearly 1,000 points of health value turned into red numbers and disappeared above the head of the little tree man. At the same time, the thick bark of the little tree man who was hit by Tai Feng one after another began to crack, and the defensive ability was greatly reduced. The damage caused by Tai Feng's giant axe also increased. However, after a dozen chops, the little tree man turned into sawdust and fragments on the ground and was knocked down. The little tree man on the other side could not move under Xiaoyu's elemental arrows, and the health bar on his head was less than half of the level. The magic damage of Xiaoyu's elemental arrows is not high, often only a few hundred points. However, due to the special effects of the elemental arrows, the magic damage on these elemental arrows can often produce the effect of ignoring defense, which is also very powerful. In addition, the archer's physical attack is very amazing. Often, a player is either killed instantly or dying after an elemental arrow comes down, and there is no other way to go. If it weren't for the fact that this is a plant-type monster with an amazingly high physical defense ability, Xiaoyu could probably get rid of the little tree man just now by herself. And now the little tree man was taken over by Tai Feng and chopped into firewood on the ground very quickly. I'm posting here a boss called the Big Tree Man has appeared. Who of you is interested in coming over? Xuanai suddenly said in the team chat at this time. What type of boss? The queen insect type, has no attack power, but can continuously plant small tree men. I am fighting with more than a dozen small tree men now, but it will take a long time. You can find someone to come over. Xuanai's words were very calm. Damn, planting trees? Summon your little brother. When Tai Feng heard this, he immediately knew the reason for the small tree men here, but, can you fight with more than a dozen small tree men alone? Can you beat them? Tai Feng said in disbelief. As a blood cow warrior like him, he could only barely fight with two small tree men. They are controlled by me. As long as you are careful, they can't get close to you. Don't forget, plant monsters are afraid of ice. I know, but it's too much for one person to control more than a dozen small tree men. They are level 60 monsters. One ice ring will solve it. Mizuno looked at the ice ring technique that he had just learned. This ice ring technique not only has strong lethality and a large attack range, but also has a very strong auxiliary function. The most powerful thing is that the chanting time is not long. Mizuno can just cast it instantly, but the cooling time is a bit long. Damn. After that, Xiaoyu was called by Tai Feng to fight the boss, while Tai Feng and Qin Lixiu were responsible for guarding this temporary station. Among the remaining 3 people, only Xiaoyu could help Xuina. After arriving at Shwina, Xiaoyu immediately saw Shwina fighting with a dozen small tree people using the surrounding trees. At the same time, he waved his magic wand backhand, and fireballs or ice bombs with cold air kept hitting the small tree people behind him, causing damage one by one. And farther away, a big tree that was bigger than the surrounding trees opened its two scarlet eyes and looked at Shwina's figure dimly. And this huge tree man would scream from time to time, as if to control those small tree men. Be careful, the three tree men with vines around the big tree man will use vines to attack the enemy. Don't get close, otherwise you will be entangled and can't run away. While explaining the situation, Shuai cast a few ice magic spells at the surrounding treemen. Understood, I will be responsible for attacking the big treeman, and you will be responsible for the remaining treemen. Xiao Yu took a look at the surrounding environment, and immediately chose a place that was advantageous for her to attack, and began to draw the bow to condense the fire element. These little tree people here are obviously not yet grown up, and the trunks of each little tree person are only the size of an arm, which is much different from those little tree people who rushed out of the woods and are as big as adults. And this is not just a problem of size, even their health points are not as good as those outside, and some are even less than half of those outside. If there were not so many here, Shuai alone could eat these little tree people and harvest the big tree people in the distance. I saw a large number of red or blue elemental birds suddenly flying out of Shuai's wand, rushing towards the dozen little tree people below, bursting out red damage, and the number of these damages would occasionally appear several huge blood-red numbers, which is the effect of vital damage. Hey, be careful, this big tree person is going to summon his younger brother. After burning nearly half of the dozen small tree men on the ground, Shuai suddenly heard the big tree man shake violently, and the branches and leaves on his body suddenly rustled. 10 branches were suddenly thrown down from the big tree man and stuck crookedly on the ground. Then these branches stuck on the ground began to emit black and green light, and grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, slowly growing into the appearance of small tree men. Hurry up and attack the big tree man. As long as it is attacked, it will wake them up, so they will not have time to grow up. Shuai immediately reminded Xiao Yu, who was a little dazed. When he saw this scene just now, he was also surprised. Well, I know. Before Xiao Yu finished speaking, an ordinary arrow was shot out immediately. Roar! As the arrow was nailed into the tree, less than 300 points of damage appeared. The big tree man immediately roared, and the immature tree men still stuck in the ground began to open their eyes at the trunk position and staggered out of the soil. That's it, we can't let those little tree men grow up, otherwise it will be difficult to fight. In fact, Shuai wanted Xiao Yu to shoot down the branches that were not yet planted in the ground with a bow and arrow from the beginning, but due to time constraints, this plan was delayed. As the two began to slowly figure out the pattern of the big tree man planting the small tree man, the strong life value of this big tree man had reached the bottom. After Xiao Yu's last flaming arrow burned a vital point, the big tree man wailed, and a pillar of black gas came out of the mouth of the big tree man. The whole tree lost its color in an instant and turned into a dead wood. Chapter 638 The Boss Who Gave Experience. After solving this big tree man, Shuai and Xiao Yu immediately gained a lot of experience, and Xiao Yu directly emitted golden light. It has reached level 61. Mina glanced at the obviously increased experience value, and couldn't help but sincerely thank this generous boss. Hey, there is something glowing in the dead tree. In this dim environment, the dead tree left by the dead tree man was emitting a little halo. There is equipment, finally a piece of equipment. Mina took a look and immediately knew that this should be equipment, but the fireballs on the wand in his hand kept hitting the 3 vine-shaped tree men next to the dead tree. Although the fireball activated by the elemental wand is not as powerful as the explosive bomb, it does not consume magic power. With Mina's nearly 16,000 magic power, if he attacks recklessly, it will actually be silenced in less than a minute. This also led Mina to have to play the effect of the elemental wand, otherwise, if such a similar map appears again in the future, it will be a tragedy. Every 20 seconds, Mina took out a blue pill from a blue porcelain bottle on her belt and swallowed it directly. These high-level drugs called level 1 magic pills can restore 2000 magic points per pill, but they have a cooling time. However, this kind of pill also has a very abnormal effect. If the player holds the pill in his mouth without swallowing it, then the pill becomes a slow replenishment type, which can be replenished slowly for up to 10 seconds. If swallowed directly, it becomes an instant replenishment type, directly restoring 2000 magic points. This kind of pill will be the most powerful prop for PK killing monsters in the future. Players who have this kind of pill will naturally get great life protection. Moreover, a thumb-sized porcelain bottle can hold 10 of these small pills, which is very effective in this map where space equipment cannot be used. While recovering magic power, he burned the 3 monsters. When Mina's magic power recovered to 50%, the 3 monsters became ashes on the ground, and Xiaoyu on the side quickly flew over and began to scout for other dangers around. Xiaoyu did not find any other dangers after a circle, and Mina reached in and took out everything in the heart of the tree from the tree. Ha, I'm rich, so many accessories were exploded. Mina looked at the pile of accessories in his hand and was very shocked. Generally speaking, a boss will only explode 1 accessory. You should know that in this world, accessories with advanced attributes are the most difficult to get. However, such a small boss actually exploded nearly 4 accessories, and a blue magic wand of wood. This explosion rate is already outrageous. Carrying the magic wand on his back, Mina didn't even have time to check the remaining accessories, and put them all into the small cloth bag on his waist. Let's go back first. Shui Nai glanced around, and immediately ran quickly towards Tai Feng's position with Xiao Yu. The situation outside now is not optimistic. Without Shui Nai, a powerful mage, and Xiao Yu, a powerful archer, Tai Feng and Qian Li Shui are at the end of their rope. If Qian Li Shui's healing ability had not been improved by advanced specialization, Tai Feng and those pets would not have been able to survive. We are back. As soon as Shui Nai got out of the woods, she directly snatched the hatred of the little tree people around Tai Feng. With Shui Nai's powerful fire lethality, it would be easy to snatch these little tree people from Tai Feng. Often, a fire bomb thrown over can attract a few little tree people on the other side, and then there will be a burst of flames and frost flying. Xiaoyu, who was standing by, used freezing arrows and powerful arrows to control the treemen that were attacking other pets. Although Tai Feng's fire lizard had a powerful fire attack, it could not withstand the large number of people. It was naturally impossible to win by exchanging blood for blood. The earth giant bear became a standard sandbag, and was beaten to the point where it could only defend itself. In addition, it lacked the ability to restrain the treemen, and its appearance was even more miserable. Damn, there are endless treemen here, and it's too tiring to fight them. Tai Feng looked at their position and had not moved for half an hour. I know how to solve this problem. So Shui Na explained the situation in the woods while casting a recovery spell on Tai Feng. The treemen here are just some consumables summoned. Although they are experienced in fighting, they are far behind those bosses who can explode equipment and have a lot of experience. We have just found out the skills of these big tree people. The interval for summoning small tree people is 1 minute, and the more small tree people are summoned at a time, the more inferior ones there will be. Inferior? What is that? Tai Feng asked puzzled. It's the immature small tree people. All the attributes of these inferior ones are not as high as those of the original small tree people. They will die in a dozen hits. It's very easy. It's easy for you. Tai Feng thought of Shui Nai's lethality fireball can burn out several thousand points of damage, which makes me feel a little chilled. Well, that's about right. Shui Na scratched the back of his head, and then said, as long as we solve these big tree people in the woods, we can continue to advance. Or we can jump directly in, but I don't recommend this plan, otherwise it will be a problem to leave. It's impossible not to fight the boss. Tai Feng only supports the first plan. How about this, you solve all the bosses here as quickly as possible, and we can still survive more or less. Tai Feng glanced at Qian Lixu. As long as Qian Lixu doesn't fall, it will be difficult for him to fall. Well, I understand. Shui Na glanced at Xiao Yu, and then the two of them went back along the other road where the small tree people came out. After destroying 3 small tree people's production bases in a row, Shui Na finally upgraded under the rich experience wave and reached the level of 68. Although Shui Na is not the highest in the whole game now, she has entered the top 10 of the level list. After allocating their own attribute points, Shui Na and Xiao Yu collected the items that had exploded and quickly returned to Tai Feng's side to assist him in defense. Although the little tree people here are only summoned once a minute and have to grow in the soil for a period of time. However, the big tree people can summon up to 10 inferior little tree people at a time. Once a number advantage is formed, even if the quality is not up to standard, it is not something that Tai Feng and his team can afford. Hey, it looks like there are still 3 bosses to solve this place. After Tai Feng took a look around, he crawled to Xiao Bai and took out a bottle of endurance potion to replenish his endurance. Although a heat-in battle like Taifeng's is very exciting, it also consumes a lot of energy. Well, there are still 3 places, so you just have to be careful and don't be careless. Shui Na waved his magic wand and released fireballs to deal with the little tree people that kept coming out of the woods, while replenishing his magic power. During this period, the 4 of them have already leveled up. The boss has much more experience than those monsters, and there are only 4 of them, so the experience is naturally much higher when divided equally. The equipment that exploded from the boss has also been distributed. From these big tree people, they get the most accessories, such as wooden rings, wooden bracelets, wooden necklaces and the like. Although the quality of these equipment is not high, the highest is just a purple wooden ring, but they are all equipment after level 60, which is much stronger than the previous equipment. Moreover, these equipment produced by the Dark Tree Demon Forest have a good regular attribute, that is, adding health points, and the addition is hundreds of points. After giving these equipment to Taifeng and Qun Lixue first, Xiaoyu casually changed a wooden bracelet to increase some health points. For now, Xiaoyu and Xuan no longer have to worry about adding equipment, but for Taifeng and Qun Lixue, this kind of equipment has become a life-saving thing. For warriors like Taifeng who rely on their bodies to make a living, the stronger their equipment, the stronger their combat effectiveness, while Qun Lixue increases their survivability. These 2 changes are crucial in a team. After a period of killing, the 3 big tree people inside were quickly solved by Shui Na and Xiao Yu. Facing these bosses whose routines have been figured out by others, there is often only one way to go. After easily solving these 3 bosses, Xiao Yu, who had the lowest level, upgraded again, and the Thunder Eagle and the Black Ring Water Snake upgraded one after another, as fast as a rocket. Even Shui Na's level has reached 50% of level 68. As long as he kills a few more, he will definitely be able to upgrade. For this kind of boss that easily gives experience, Shui Na likes it very much and needs it very much. Let's go, it's time to push forward again. After seeing that there were no more small tree people coming out to harass them, Taifeng immediately pointed to the road ahead and led the team forward. Chapter 639 Dark Tree Demon. Following a path to the end, Shui Na and the others finally left the outermost part of the Dark Tree Demon Forest and came to another area. However, when they got out of the bushes, what appeared in front of them was a scene of corpses everywhere. Damn, how could so many people die? Taifeng was shocked when he saw the place in front of him that seemed to have been swept by countless huge bosses. You know, none of the players who can enter this forest are weak. Everyone should be careful, the atmosphere here is not good. Shui Na took a look at the surrounding environment and couldn't tell what monster did it. He couldn't imagine that there was any monster that could kill so many players in an instant. After distributing the medicine with others, the faces of the 4 people in the group were not very good. Because in just this short period of time, they have consumed nearly 40% of the medicine. If they continue to fight like this, they may run out of ammunition and food before they can kill much. You know, this forest has been open for a whole day, and now it has just been opened. It's just the beginning. Don't get close to the woods on that side, it always makes people feel weird. Shui Na reminded everyone while walking along the road in front of him. In this place called the first layer of the Dark Tree Demon Forest, most of the bodies died on the edge of the woods on that side, and when you think about the name of this forest, the problem is basically obvious. Hey, the potions on the ground can be picked up. At this time, Taifeng suddenly kicked a passing corpse, but found that a bottle of potion was kicked out. So that's it, potions are not equipment. Hanging on the player, if the player dies, it will become an ownerless thing. Qian Lixue said excitedly when she saw this. For them, potions are never enough, and they were still worried about potions just now. Taifeng, I'll go with you to pick some back. Xiaoyu and Qian Lixue should pay attention to the surrounding environment. Shui Na looked at the many corpses on the opposite side of the woods, and believed that among these hundreds of corpses, there must be a lot of potions. Okay. Taifeng said, and immediately rubbed his hands. After casting a series of defensive magic for himself and Taifeng, Shui Na and Taifeng carefully went over to check the corpse on the ground. On the other side, Xiaoyu and Qun Lixue were moving in the same direction at the same speed. As a group of 4 who just wanted to get some experience here, they didn't want to break into the obviously problematic forest in front of them, so they didn't rush directly to the deepest part of the map, but only planned to take a look at the periphery. Damn, what's the matter? There's no decent equipment. You're not here to pick up equipment. If there was any good equipment, it would have been picked up by someone long ago. Shui Nai glanced at Tai Feng, who was obviously extremely disappointed, and immediately understood his thoughts. That's money. Tai Feng said excitedly while picking the potion on the corpse, because he suddenly found a shining ring in front of him. Watching Tai Feng pounce on the ring like a tiger, Shui Nai was speechless. Who would have thought that a guild leader who could easily spend thousands of gold coins as the cost of the teleportation array would be such a person? However, at this moment, Shui Na suddenly found two red sights suddenly appearing where Tai Feng rushed to. Be careful! Before Shui Na could react, Xiao Yu, the archer, had already shouted a warning. A flaming arrow was shot very accurately on the trunk of a tree, but on both sides of the crackling burning flaming arrow, there were two strange eyeballs emitting red light and moving. Roar! After a few hundred points of damage were dealt, the suddenly transformed tree demon roared immediately, and then a sound of branches and leaves shaking sounded, and the tree roots had been pulled out of the soil, and a shout of anger was issued to Xiao Yu, and a fist bigger than a basin was fixed on the top of Tai Feng's head. Just when Shui Na thought that this guy, who was obviously not moving fast, was going to rush over to cause trouble for Xiao Yu, he found that this guy just stood up and shook his huge crown to make a swinging motion. Be careful! When Shui Na saw the appearance of this tree demon, he immediately knew that this guy was using skills. I saw dark green needles being thrown out by this swing, falling on Xiao Yu and the others like rain. Damn, long-range attack! Tai Feng, who was trying hard to chop this dark tree demon, was shocked when he saw the dense damage values not far away from the opposite side. Although this attack was not very powerful, only a dozen points, it was a huge number, and the coverage area was not weak at all. However, when they saw Xiao Yu and the others' faces turn green, they immediately knew that the poison damage of this attack was the main course. Tai Feng, retreat, don't get close to this guy. Shui Na suddenly remembered that the corpses around were obviously not poisoned. Retreat. Tai Feng, who had already entered the combat state, could not react for a while. However, when Tai Feng found that the dark tree demon suddenly thrust into the ground, he knew that he was in trouble. Dozens of tree roots like spears suddenly thrust up from the ground, covering the space around Tai Feng. In an instant, the ice crystal armor on his body had turned into ice chips on the ground, and the wind coat on his body also flashed and disappeared. The armor on his body immediately became bumpy, and the whole person was supported by the tree roots. More than a dozen damage values added to nearly 10,000 points emerged from his head one after another, and Shui Nai's heart was also shocked. However, Tai Feng, who had just changed some accessories, now has a health value of more than 12,000. Although the damage of this skill is very heavy, it will not kill him. But what surprised Mina was that the tree root attack did not disappear with the rise of the dark tree demon. Instead, it continued to stick around Tai Feng, seriously affecting his mobility. Xiao Yu, use all your strength. Don't let it attack Tai Feng anymore. Seeing this, Shui Na immediately opened fire and began to attract hatred. Fortunately, Tai Feng's own damage to him was limited, and the dark tree demon only hit him a few times before giving up on him and moving towards Shui Na. Qunli Shui, who had already removed the poison from herself and Xiao Yu, immediately went to heal Tai Feng. After pulling away, Shui Na found that this dark tree demon monster actually had a boss mark on its head, so he fired the explosive bomb in his hand faster and faster. Tai Feng, who had finally escaped, immediately came to Xiao Yu and the others just in case. In front of such a boss with powerful melee skills, it is impossible for only one warrior to survive. It is more reasonable to let the mage kite this matter. The dark tree demon that was kited by Shui Na obviously had good intelligence. After determining that he could not keep up with this fast-moving mage, he immediately switched to long-range attack. With a swing, the sky full of needles was thrown at Shui Na like rain. Damn! Shui Na hurriedly summoned two ice shields and immediately shrunk behind the ice shields. When the rain of needles disappeared, Shui Na immediately grabbed the elemental magic wand inserted in the ground and fired a series of explosive bombs, which blew up the dark tree demon who tried to run over and made it roar. When Shui Na reduced the dark tree demon to only 25% of its health, it immediately went into a violent state. The red light in its eye sockets had turned into substance, and even the veins of the tree trunk and leaves were dyed red. Its dry big hand with some branches and leaves suddenly stretched upwards and picked a green fruit from the crown above its head. Bomb! Shui Na, who saw this scene, immediately knew that this might be another long-range skill. Just as Mina thought, the dark tree demon threw the fruit, which was as big as a human head, at Mina's position. After that, the fruit suddenly swelled in the air and exploded in the air, sprinkling green rain all over the sky. Mina was drenched on the head. Although Qinlixu hastily cast a detoxification magic to remove the poison on his body, he still lost nearly 2,000 points of life, which shows how powerful the poison was. Xiaoyu. Mina immediately informed Xiaoyu after seeing the power of this skill, and Xiaoyu also cooperated very well, and immediately drew her bow and shot at the green fruits on the crown of the dark tree demon. However, what surprised Mina was that there were only 10 fruits on the crown, but they were actually the weak points of the dark tree demon. Every time Xiaoyu shot through a fruit and released the venom inside, its life value would disappear a little, and a damage value of 10,000 points would also appear. With the health of the dark tree demon, this is definitely the weak spot. However, it was Xiaoyu's high damage method that immediately snatched the hatred from the dark tree demon. This change was unexpected for Mina and Xiaoyu. But Xiaoyu, who had already shot off 3 fruits from his body in one breath, knew that there was no way to stop. Xiaoyu, who shot 6 arrows in a row, had tried every way to shoot off the most lethal fruit from his body, but the last arrow was still a step slower. Because the dark tree demon had already held the last fruit in his hand, and the arrow was only shot at the edge of his big hand. Chapter 640 Brushing the Tree Demon. Just as the dark tree demon made a throwing motion, a blue-white halo suddenly broke into the space between the dark tree demon and Xiaoyu with a chill. After the halo was fixed in the air, it suddenly expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and suddenly expanded into a frost ring with a diameter of 8 meters. All the objects touched by the halo were instantly stained with a layer of white frost. Under this frost, the dark tree demon, which was already slow to react, became even slower. At the moment the ice ring appeared, Xiaoyu had adjusted the angle and shot through the poisonous fruit on the palm of the dark tree demon in an instant. The venom flowed down his palm little by little. However, this time, Xiaoyu did not cause any damage. Good. Tai Feng looked at the frost that began to dissipate in front of him, and couldn't help but cheer for the reaction of Shui Na and Xiaoyu. In the moment just now, Shui Na and Xiaoyu actually launched such a reasonable and tacit joint attack. You know, when the ice ring just now broke out, it was only less than half a second. However, Xiaoyu could immediately predict the dark tree demon's movements, and shot the poisonous fruit at the moment when the dark tree demon opened its hand. Qinlixu, who was thinly dressed and weak, was forced by the cold air of the ice ring and shivered uncontrollably. Qinlixu knew a little about this magic. This magic was a very special magic. At level 1, its damage was only a fixed 1000 points, but this damage could ignore the magic defense. It sounds like this 1000 points of lethality seems very weak, but if you know the attack range of this magic, you probably won't think so. The attack range of this magic is related to the user's spirit value. Every 100 points increases the attack diameter by 1 meter. If this magic is cast in a place where enemies are densely packed, the total power may be no less than the explosive impact. However, this magic is somewhat conspicuous when it appears, and the attack surface is only one plane. As long as you avoid the attack surface of this ice ring, you will not be affected. Therefore, for players, the effectiveness of this magic is not very good. In the actual element system, there are still fire rings, thunder rings, etc. These wizard-level magic effects are fixed, depending on their attack range. However, this kind of ring magic is actually only auxiliary, and it is very sharp when fighting monsters, so no magician has any big idea about it. The huge dark tree demon whose body was frozen by the ice ring, although it could not affect the function of its entire huge body, solved the problem on Xiaoyu's side. Shui Na, who was already at full firepower, quickly pulled its hatred over and continued its kite journey. After solving this level 60 boss, Shui Na and his companions did not upgrade again, but the battle pets such as Thunder Eagle and Black Ring Water Snake upgraded several levels, basically reaching the level 50 mark, and their strength suddenly became much stronger. What's out? Tai Feng saw Shui Na coming and immediately stared at the items in Shui Na's hand. Not bad, a purple armor and a purple fire magic wand came out. Shui Na gave this dark green armor with a purple equipment halo to Qinlixu. The defensive ability of this demon wood armor is very high, directly increasing the physical defense by nearly 1000 points and the mental value by 200 points, and it can also reduce the damage of arrows by 20%. However, this armor is afraid of fire. Once it touches fire damage, it will increase by 200%, and it will also produce a burning effect. However, In this environment, this armor is very powerful and can definitely greatly increase Qunlixu's survivability. However, the priest robes on Qunlixu can increase the effect of holy light magic, which makes Qunlixu a little difficult to decide. Lixu, put on this demon wood armor. Otherwise, if it's like just now, it's over. Just now, Qunlixu was attacked by a needle from the dark tree demon. If she hadn't added blood in time, she would have been killed by the needle. As a very traditional mage, Qunlixu's point addition method and equipment status are completely incomparable to Shui Nai, so her outdoor survivability can only be considered barely enough. Yet, after Qunlixu changed into the equipment, Shui Nai and Tai Feng immediately discussed how to lure out the dark tree demons in the forest. From the battle just now, they already knew the final cause of death of the players who died here. They must have intended to march into the depths of the dark tree demon forest as quickly as possible, and planned to directly cross this forest, but they were attacked by these dark tree demons. The tree root attack alone would probably kill most of the players in seconds, not to mention that the tree roots would affect the player's escape speed after the tree root attack. For this kind of unclear situation, players are often the most concerned and troublesome, because they often have to die once if they are not careful. After that, Mina put the fire magic wand on his back and replaced it with another magic wand. At the same time, he also threw some gems or fragments that the dark tree demon boss just exploded into the sundries bag behind him. Among all the equipment here, only this colored magic wand has the highest value. In the market, some towns have run out of stock of white magic wands, and these white magic wands have been sold for hundreds of gold coins. If the properties of this colored wand are better, even if it is a blue enhanced equipment, it can also get thousands of gold coins. Although the exchange rate of credit points and gold coins is very low now, this is already worth thousands of credit points. While resting and discussing the itinerary, Shui Nai and his group looked at this vast forest and found that only the dark tree monsters here are more suitable for them to level up and brush equipment. Not only is the experience high, but it can also produce some good equipment. You have already gained experience when you fight, so it is also a good place to level up. I will go over and attract these dark tree monsters later. Xiaoyu, you will be responsible for assisting, and Tai Feng will be responsible for protecting Qunlixu. At this time, Shui Nai looked at the somewhat gloomy forest in the distance and cast a few defensive magic for herself. To be honest, at this time, the work of attracting monsters should actually be done by thieves, but there is no thief in their team, only Shui Nai who has teleportation. Be careful, don't be stubborn. Tai Feng saw that Shui Nai had already started to prepare, and couldn't help but remind him. Just now, when he was fighting with the dark tree demon boss, he lost nearly 1,000 points of health with a punch from the tree demon. If it hits the mage Shui Nai, it might kill him. More than 6,000 HP is actually the same as that of an ordinary mage with only cloth armor, because the defensibility of cloth armor is too poor, and it is probably not even unheard of the armor. Well, I will pay attention. Shui Nai disappeared as soon as she finished speaking. Shui Nai came to the edge of the woods and moved carefully with the time difference of chain teleportation. Now the most troublesome thing for Shui Nai is that he can't be sure that the big tree will turn into a dark tree demon and rush out to deal with him, and this is exactly what he has to do. As long as they find out how to identify these dark tree demons, their survivability will definitely increase greatly. During this period, Shui Nai continued to wave the elemental magic wand, waving fireballs one by one to attack the big trees around, but still got nothing. I'll go in a little further. After looking at the number of teleports he could still use, Shui Nai decided to take a risk and began to move from the edge to the woods. Be careful. Seeing that Shui Nai dared to touch the trees in the woods, the few people felt that their hearts had been lifted. However, Shui Nai was also very skilled and daring, and he actually went directly into the woods. However, the moment his figure just entered the woods, some of the trees he had just attacked suddenly appeared two fishy red sights, and the focus of the sight was exactly where Shui Nai was. Come out quickly, they appear. Tai Feng roared when he saw this, and prepared to pick up the axe to support. Damn, this forest can't be entered, it's full of manating plants and manating vines. After a burst of green light, Shui Nai appeared in the open space, but the blood bar on his head had disappeared by 1/10, and the skin outside his clothes had turned green. Detoxification, shooting. Tai Feng roared at the two people behind him, and he had already rushed forward a few steps to get out of sight. At the same time, 3 freezing arrows and 2 holy lights flashed past Tai Feng's eyes, appearing on 3 dark tree demons and Shui Nai respectively. There were 3 dark tree demons that Shuai had brought back to life, but what made them feel strange was that these 3 dark tree demons were all boss level. It seemed that all the dark tree demons here should be bosses. I'll take care of 2, Xiaoyu, you take care of the last one. Shuai himself did not expect to attract these 3 dark tree demons in one breath, but Shuai, who already had experience to follow, was not afraid of more coming. However, the camouflage ability of these dark tree demons was very abnormal, and they would not show up even when attacked, which gave Shuai a headache. After summoning the shadow clone, Shuai immediately handed the purple fire magic wand behind him to the clone. This magic wand was called the Magic Flame Wand. The small fireball swung out could produce fire damage equivalent to 40% of magic damage, which was much higher than the 10% of the white board and the 20% of the blue board. But the most powerful attribute of this magic wand is that it increases the lethality of fire magic by 30%, and it can also reduce the chanting time. If I didn't already have an elemental magic wand, I would probably use it as my main magic wand. However, now this magic flame wand can only be a substitute for the clone, because Shuai-N's shadow clone cannot copy red equipment. As soon as the 2 Shuai-Na came out, they opened fire directly. The powerful fire magic burned the 2 dark tree monsters to death in an instant, and they roared continuously. But the difference in speed determined their fate. It took less than 10 minutes, and Shuai-Na finally knocked down the 2 dark tree monsters in his hand after consuming a lot of magic potions he picked up. Let Taifeng clean up the battlefield, and the 2 Shuai-Na flew directly to the battlefield on Xiaoyu's side and began to assist Xiaoyu. Chapter 641, Reencountering Dawn. After defeating several dark tree demons in succession, Shuai and his friends have a deeper understanding of the dark tree demon. In addition to the tree root attack, needle attack, and poisonous fruit, the dark tree demon also has a skill that can greatly restore its own health. And once this skill is used, new poisonous fruit will grow on its body again, and it is very shameless to fight. However, the experience points of these dark tree demons are so much that they can't help laughing, and the equipment that exploded also makes them satisfied. Fighting these dark tree demons basically will explode the magic wand, and there is a 50% chance that a very good demon wood series of armor will appear. However, afterwards, Shuai and his friends did explode several mission props wood spirits. This is a task that all players will automatically receive when entering this dark tree demon forest. This is a redemption task. Every time a player obtains a wood spirit in this forest, he must exchange it with the NPCs guarding the door. One wood spirit can be exchanged for 50 gold coins or some other items, such as equipment or materials. Let's go. There shouldn't be any other dark tree spirits here. Taifeng looked around. The small forest in front of him could no longer attract dark tree spirits. The dark tree demons who came to the edge have contributed experience and equipment, and it's time to go somewhere else. Okay, then pack up and leave. Although Shuai has been using the potions he picked up just now, his magic consumption is still very large, and he has already drunk all the potions he picked up. By the way, when you went in just now, did you see something inside? Taifeng asked as he walked, but his eyes were always looking at the roots of the big trees on the edge of the forest. There are a lot of herbs in this forest. I just wanted to go in and take a look, but I was beaten out by those manating plants. Just now, Shuai went into the forest again and again, which made Taifeng very confused. What herbs? Taifeng didn't believe that Shuai would take risks for some low-level herbs. There are only some low-level herbs outside, but there is a fruit tree inside, which emits a faint light and is very eye-catching in the dark forest. However, there are too many manating plants around, so it is impossible to get in. Shuai's words interrupted Taifeng's fantasy. Fruit tree? How is it? Did it bear fruit? Taifeng asked. It has fruit, a kind of fruit with green light, but the manating plants inside are at least elite level, and my forest breath has no effect. Shuai actually wanted to use his ability of being possessed by the real forest dragon to break through the forest at the beginning, but he didn't expect that there was not even an ordinary monster inside, and he was forced out before he took a few steps. As for entering from the sky, the fruit tree seemed to be surrounded by those tall dark tree monsters, surrounding the place like an iron barrel. Damn, with such a perverted protection, it seems that this should be a natural treasure with permanent attributes. However, Taifeng also knew that unless they could clear the forest step by step, there would be no way to reach that place. But Taifeng had never thought about fighting plant monsters in this forest. In this game, all heavily guarded places like this often mean that there are top-notch items inside, but top-notch items often mean extreme danger. Killing along the way, Shui Nai and the others finally found the traces of players on the player map. In this dark map, players in the Holy Light camp can know each other's positions. However, one thing that made them feel strange was that on this map, there were actually red light spots representing enemies. Someone is PK over there, should we go over and take a look? Tai Feng, who had been bored all the time, had been sent out by Shui Nai and the others as a scout. PK. They are quite brave. Qin Lixu also understood the meaning of the red and blue cursors on this map. The red ones are naturally red-named players, and the blue ones are normal players. On this kind of map, red-named players are treated by the dark camp. Who are they? Shui Nai asked. Logically, he didn't want to get involved in such a boring PK between players. I can't see clearly, but there seems to be an injured NPC on the weak side. He is the one who is resisting the impact of the red-named players. Tai Feng was too big and didn't dare to get too close to the battlefield. Is there an NPC? Go and see, wait. When Shui Nai heard this, he immediately filled up his magic power and prepared to go over. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard a long and sharp whistle coming from a distance, and another whistle came from the direction where Shui Nai and the others were moving. The NPCs have started to communicate. Are we still going over? Tai Feng asked worriedly. If he was mistaken for an enemy by the NPC, he would only be blamed. Go, help the injured NPC. We can't just stand by and watch him die. Shui Nai didn't even think about it and started to move forward at full speed. When Shui Nai arrived at the scene, he found that Tai Feng had already started fighting with a team of red-named players. After taking a look at the player map, Shui Nai found that when she came over, there were less than 5 blue cursors left out of the nearly 10, and one of them was Tai Feng, while the red-named cursors were increasing. As for the NPC, he had been rescued and sent back to the back, looking like he was about to die. It seemed that under the attack of the red-named players, the players being piked could basically not bear it. I'm coming. Shui Nai started fighting without saying a word. Calling up the player map, Shui Nai used the cursor on the player map to search for the whereabouts of the thieves, and at the same time had to use different magic to attack these thieves who were far or near, and kept rushing to Tai Feng to support him. Behind Tai Feng, the few remaining players were shooting at the red-named players around them from a distance. And those red-named players did not react much to Shui Nai's intervention, they just sent a few thieves over and ignored it. For players who are used to PK, it is not new for the enemy to call friends to help, but it is very new for such a mage to dare to rush over. But it is new. Fresh, they felt very ridiculous about the rookie's behavior. Especially he knew that he had been discovered by the enemy, but he still dared to rush towards them, which made them have to admire the courage and stupidity of this mage. Let's go. There was an order just now. After getting rid of this mage, we have to go over and get rid of the 2 people who came over. A red-named thief glanced at the map and said lazily. However, just after he finished speaking, he suddenly found that a wind blade was flying over him, as if it was going to chop off his head. Humph. Trivial tricks. Just when the thief smiled disdainfully and was about to turn a corner to dodge this wind blade, he suddenly found that his head was hot and his body suddenly couldn't move. It turned out that a lightning bolt crossed the void and hit him. Although the lethality of this lightning bolt was good, it couldn't take his life, and the most terrifying thing was that the wind blade that had already flown over had already arrived in front of him. With a puff, the wind blade hit the thief's neck. The thief, who only had leather armor, was fatally injured in an instant. How is this possible? When his soul was about to be teleported, he saw that the mage did not look at his side, but used this combination again to deal with his companions on the other side. However, Shui Nai, who was doing 3 things at once, found that he had no effect at all. Each magic could not only accurately hit the enemies who underestimated the enemy, but also had enough energy to dodge the arrows that were shot at him. However, as Shui Nai went deeper, he found that his resistance was getting greater and greater, because as the distance of the arrows decreased, the time required for the arrows to shoot over became shorter, and it became more difficult to dodge. After seeing that their thieves were dealt with before they got through, the dozens of red-named players sent several archers to deal with him, and these red-named players also began to attack Tai Feng with all their strength, looking desperate. However, with enough medicine to support Tai Feng, his axe was wielded in all directions, and those melee players had few chances to get close. If it weren't for the fierce attack of the mages and archers behind him, it would not be impossible for Tai Feng to slowly grind to death those 4 or 5 melee players. Be careful of the thieves. Shui Nai, who had been paying attention to the map, immediately found that several cursors with fast movement speed suddenly appeared around Tai Feng, but in his eyes, those places were empty. However, when Shui Nai reminded him, a red light arrow suddenly hit the void, and with a bang, a thief's body was blown out, and a huge damage value of nearly 5,000 also appeared, and a red cursor disappeared. Is this a magic arrow? Shui Nai looked at this familiar skill and immediately thought of Dawn. After that, a blue energy arrow exploded in the air with more than a dozen small ice arrows, hitting several thieves. Shui Nai was sure that this was a magic arrow. However, because the archer was surrounded by mist, Mina couldn't see the situation inside. Puff! Mina, who was distracted for a moment, was immediately caught by several thieves around her. Several crossbow arrows hit Mina in an instant. However, these crossbow arrows did not have any effect. Mina, who had the snake eye necklace and the elemental battle suit, was not as strong as a warrior in physical defense, but when facing these crossbow arrows with low attack power, she could ignore them a little. Among these crossbow arrows, only a few particularly sharp crossbow arrows could cause 3-digit damage to Mina. As for the other crossbow arrows, they could only serve as a foil. Mina was awakened by the crossbow arrows, and immediately used the cursor of the map to fight with the thieves around her. Looking at the cursors around her that moved at an astonishing speed, which were much stronger than those thieves just now, Mina couldn't help but smile bitterly. At the beginning, he was planning to lure these thieves over to relieve the pressure on Tai Feng, but now he is obviously inviting a wolf into the house. Being approached by several thieves and threatened by archers in the distance, Shui Nai can no longer go looking for trouble with the thieves as before. It will take Shui Nai a lot of effort to distance them, not to mention counterattack. Chapter 642 Forced Kill. Seeing the thieves wandering around him, they actually gave up stealth and showed up one by one. Shui Nai immediately knew that these guys were going to force him to kill. Shui Nai was even more uneasy about this kind of thieves who no longer took the shortcut. There were a total of 5 thieves in front of Shui Nai now, 2 of whom were holding crossbows and shooting outside, clearly blocking their ability to move and removing their defensive magic. For a mage who moved quickly and was protected by a lot of defensive magic, their behavior was understandable, because they didn't dare to get close to Shui Nai at all. If a mage can overcome the speed and defense problems, he can become a very sharp existence. Mina glanced at the defensive magic on his body, which was already somewhat damaged. The lightning shield had disappeared. Only one flame shield was still in operation, but this flame shield could not deter these thieves. Just as Shui Nai used the ice shield to block the crossbow arrows and was about to cast a few defensive magic, he suddenly found that there was one less thief in front of him. He quickly called up the player map and saw a red cursor circling not far behind him. It turned out that the thief had come behind him while he was dodging the crossbow arrows just now, and was now rushing towards him with all his strength. For a moment, Shui Nai only felt that there was an extremely cold breath coming close to him from behind. After instantly switching the elemental attack of the elemental magic wand to ice bombs, he stepped and moved his body to the left at the same time, and waved the elemental magic wand in his right hand backwards. With a puff, a poisoned dagger with a dark green light suddenly flashed with a transparent skill light effect and accelerated to Shui Nai's right shoulder very easily. A backstab has been successful. 1032. 50. The sneak attacking thief was stunned when he saw the damage, because he didn't expect that the mage would dodge his fatal blow at the last moment. If this blow hit the mage's heart, it would definitely kill the mage instantly. What made him even more incredible was that the continuous poison on his dagger, which could originally consume 150 points of health per second, could only play a third of its effect, which surprised him even more. He had never heard that a mage could have such a high resistance. However, although he was surprised, he was not slow. He directly ignored the close-range stick attack and raised his hand to prepare for a stun attack to kill him. He was most disdainful of the mage's powerless resistance, because for a mage, it was only a few dozen points of physical damage, and it was a problem whether he could break the defense. At the beginning, he had the opportunity to use the stun attack, but because of his overconfidence in his own strength, he wasted such a good opportunity to assist others. However, he did not have much regret, because for him, it was just a change from 1 attack to 3 attacks, and the result was still the same. However, just as he was about to hit Mina with the dagger, he suddenly saw a chill on the magic wand, and with a snap, it hit her chest. The chill eroded her body in an instant, not only interrupting the use of the stun attack skill, but also freezing her body joints. 203. 1052. When the two injuries appeared on his head, the thief was shocked and immediately planned to retreat and distance himself. But at this time, he found that the mage did not even turn his head, and the magic wand flashed with green light, and a wind blade quickly caught up with him and chopped at his waist, actually harvesting his little life value. How is this possible? The thief never understood until his death why such an ordinary attack could produce such elemental damage, and the power was so great. He had never heard of such an effect of a magic wand. However, it was no wonder that he was the one who could add elemental damage to physical attacks. Equipment that could add elemental damage to physical attacks had always been the magic weapon that players yearned for. Naturally, he could not have thought that his opponent would have such equipment. After the white light, only a corpse was left behind Mina. Mina fought with the thief for less than 2 seconds. During this time, the 4 confident thieves outside did not expect that the ending would be so unexpected. While they were still understanding the changes just now, Mina did not stop. An ice ring suddenly surrounded Mina's waist. After pausing there for 1 second, it suddenly expanded and spread to the surroundings. However, the thief who was awakened by the ice ring immediately prepared to stay away from Mina. At this time, 3 thunderbolts appeared above the heads of the 3 thieves, arriving in an instant, blasting these people to a crisp. The 3 thieves frozen by the ice ring were then harvested by 3 wind blades to the last of their health points. Only the last one exceeded the range of the ice ring and was spared by Mina. Mina simply dealt with the 3 thieves and immediately chased the thief who had already sneaked, not giving him a chance to return. If these thieves had not been stunned at the last moment, giving Mina the opportunity to use the ice ring, then Mina would not have ended this battle so easily. The appearance time of the ice ring was really conspicuous. A person like the thief who reacts quickly would have no chance at all if he did not use other magic to cooperate. After using the thunderbolt and wind blade to catch up with the last thief, Mina had the opportunity to check the current situation at this time. Some people on the side of the red-named player had already begun to retreat. Judging from their moving speed, they should be mainly mages. However, just now, Shuai had already discovered that these red-named mages had long since run out of magic power, and now there was nothing they could do by staying here, and this was exactly why a warrior like Tai Feng could survive. The reason for coming down. Now, the red-named players who are still here are all some agile archers and thieves. As for the warrior sword dancers, except for the ones in front of Tai Feng, the rest have all fallen to the ground. It seems that they were knocked down by the NPC. After rushing over and casting 3 or 2 magics to help Tai Feng solve the problem, Shuai and Tai Feng immediately retreated to the back. Watching these players retreat in an orderly manner, Shuai and the others all knew the principle of not chasing after a desperate enemy. After carefully checking the player map and making sure that there were no suspicious cursors around, Shuai asked Xiaoyu to bring Qun Lixu over at this time. After that, Shuai and Tai Feng began to treat their injuries and repair their equipment. Tai Feng's armor had been scratched by arrows, but the armor had a great defensive advantage against ordinary bows and arrows, so he was not afraid of these ordinary shots at all. However, after being shot by arrows, the durability of these armors dropped rapidly. If they continued to fight, I am afraid that the armor on his body would be scrapped. Shuai looked at the small hole on the wizard's robe, and then looked at the armor on Tai Feng's body. He could only sigh. Why are you sighing? You killed 8 thieves by yourself. Do you really want to be invulnerable? Tai Feng was completely shocked by Shuai's killing of 8 thieves by himself. Although the mage's lethality is indeed the highest in this world, these magics are not very useful. The fire system is slow, the thunder system is weak, and the ice system is purely auxiliary. These are the shortcomings of various magics. However, they have become an invincible killing weapon in Shuai's hands. If the ice crystal armor had not been broken at the end, it might really be invulnerable. Shuai's ice crystal armor was riddled with holes by the crossbow arrows, otherwise those daggers would really not be able to do anything to him. However, this also reminded Shuai that the current ice crystal armor is outdated. If you don't practice it, you will really not be able to keep up with the pace of the players. After meeting up with Xiaoyu and the others, Mina walked over at this time. Although they had helped them just now, they did not dare to be so abrupt, otherwise it would be troublesome if they thought they were also enemies, because a cursor belonging to an NPC was about to arrive. However, Mina now really wanted to know if the person using the magic arrow was Poxio. Although Poxio's profession is unique, there is more than one person who can use magic arrows. At least Xiaoyu next to Mina can also use 3 magic arrows after obtaining the advanced specialization of elemental armament, but this magic arrow can only use auxiliary abilities. When all the blue cursors on the map gathered together, Mina finally saw the 2 familiar figures. It's really you, Poxio. And Yu Ying Chen. Mina looked at Poxio and Yu Ying Chen and immediately went over to say hello, but Poxio still looked at Mina with some vigilance. Behind. Yu Ying Chen, who was standing by, asked Poxio to look at the person behind Shui Nai, interrupting his doubts and vigilance. Sister Xiaoyu. Then you are. After seeing Xiaoyu, Poxio immediately covered his mouth to prevent those words from coming out. For Poxio and Yu Ying Chen, it is difficult to know the identity of Shui Nai, who is always wearing a lurking mask, but Xiaoyu is different. She always has a beautiful face that can be remembered at a glance. Poxio, is it your friend? A stranger next to Poxio suddenly asked Poxio. This person is a tall male archer with very sharp eyes, but a little cold, and a look of keeping strangers away. Yes. Best friend. Poxio looked excited. Can you ask your priest for help? Our employer is seriously injured. The archer reminded Poxio that he was still in the mission stage. Well, sure. Seeing that the man was looking at him, Tai Feng asked Qun Lixu to come and heal the wounded. Chapter 653, Longevity Fruit. The injuries suffered by the sword dancer NPC named Anwei far exceeded Qun Lixu's ability. Even if she had obtained advanced specialization and had the same healing effect as a healing priest. But in terms of skills, she was still a combat priest. She could do nothing to deal with such a serious injury. In the end, it was Shui Na who secretly took out the Ring of Life and used the Light of Life to solve the problem. Seeing that his health value had stabilized and he was no longer losing blood, Shui Na and Qun Lixu breathed a sigh of relief and began to ask about the origin of this matter. It turned out that some of the red-named players just now were hired by this NPC to do the task, just like Poxio. This is a more difficult collection task, and the task goal is for them to help this NPC collect something called longevity fruit. This is a specialty of the Dark Tree Demon Forest, but it is guarded by a large group of bosses, and they really spent a lot of effort and blood and sweat to open up such a place. However, when they got the immortal fruit at that time, those red-named players saw that Anwei was injured, and they were so eager to get the immortal fruit and the things on him. And the last thing, Shui Na also knew. Who are they? How dare they do such a thing? In such a Dark Tree Demon Forest, being red-named is not a fun thing. They are Japanese. If we hadn't cooperated with them several times before and they looked like human beings, we would never team up with them. The archer named Bai Bulet and Chuanyang said angrily, looking like he wanted to kill them all. However, he couldn't help but be angry, because except for Po Xiao and Yu Ying Chen who survived because of their strength, he was the only one left. The rest of them had been sent out of the Dark Tree Demon Forest, and were now rushing to run corpses. And none of these people were not his brothers. Seeing his brothers being killed by these villains, he felt very bad. So, they finally brought someone from a guild over. Shui Na asked, but he found it hard to believe that such a guild could produce nearly 100 players who were promoted, and they were all elite players. Although the tasks of this promotion trial will become easier and easier, it has not yet reached the point of mass production, because in this world, top quality equipment has always been very rare. Even if these equipment can be recycled, it can only solve the problems of a small number of people. Yet, I didn't expect that there would be so many people in this Bushido guild, but they don't seem to be united. Po Xiao also interrupted. Of course, 70% of the players in this guild are from our country, but they were all defeated by others with money offensives, but this money is still not enough for them to work for the Japanese. Bai Bulet and Chuanyang said coldly. What is the origin of this Bushido guild, do you know? Shui Na asked Tai Feng. He really didn't have any common sense about guilds. This Bushido is newly built, and it seems to be only a month old. But the people in this guild are quite arrogant, and they also like to kill people for PK. Tai Feng's brows were already frowning, because he didn't expect that the guild he would fight would be this guild. Is it troublesome? Mina couldn't help but ask worriedly when she saw something strange in front of Tai Feng. After all, it was her idea to make enemies with this guild. It's not too troublesome, but the top leaders of this guild like to play division and use despicable means, so we have to be careful. Tai Feng opened his brows and said casually. Division? Despicable. It means using money and interests to control and divide our people in reality. Although the world is now unified, this kind of historical legacy between ethnic groups and regions has not disappeared. After all, some things cannot be forgotten casually even after thousands of years. Tai Feng said solemnly. Mina also nodded in understanding. The two chatted for a while, and the NPC named Anwei also woke up quietly. At this time, a figure appeared in the distance. From the map, it was the NPC at the beginning. Although Anwei was still a little weak, his life was saved. Shui Nai and the others also talked for a while and asked about their future plans. Since the team leader's 100 steps piercing Yang's team had almost been killed, Po Xiao and Yu Ying Qing Chen were embarrassed to leave, so they had decided to escort Anwei away first. The longevity fruit in Anwei's hand was not taken away, but was kept by Yu Ying Qing Chen, a female thief. After Anwei woke up, she immediately returned it to its original owner. Looking at this green and glowing fruit, Shui Nai's expression immediately changed. That's it. This is what I just saw. Shui Nai said in the team chat, and also used the reconnaissance technique to check the properties of this fruit. Damn! Tai Feng almost shouted when he saw this. Now Shui Nai and the other four understood why those red-named players would take the risk to snatch it. Permanently increasing 1000 health points and 100 physical points, this attribute will definitely make players live longer than others after taking it. How did you get this thing? Tai Feng was the most impatient person, and immediately asked Bai Bulet and Chuanyang beside him. In fact, if he asked Po Xiao, he might get a more detailed answer. But he knew that Bai Bulet and Chuanyang was the leader of these players. If he asked Po Xiao, what if Bai Bulet and Chuanyang didn't want him to say it, but couldn't stop him because of face, then it would hurt the relationship between Po Xiao and Bai Bulet and Chuanyang. However, if he asked him, the situation would be different. Don't even think about it. If it weren't for Anwei, a level 100 warrior who risked being seriously injured to snatch it, we would have basically no chance of snatching it from these bosses. But Anwei is also a man. He can do this for his wife. I don't know what to say. Bei Buchuanyang is older than everyone here. Much older. When he said this, there was a trace of vicissitudes, and he actually forgot the origin of this world. A person with a story. Tai Feng whispered in the team chat. When the NPC in the distance came over, Shui Nai found that the person who came was still an acquaintance. Hey, so you are here. Lu Yi glanced at Anwei who was sitting on the ground to rest. When he saw his pale face, his brows were already knotted. Anwei, you are desperate again. Lu Yi obviously knew this Anwei. Well, but I finally found the last medicine. Anwei took out the longevity fruit from his arms. Although the blood on his face made his smile a little scary, he smiled happily. Oh, I really admire you. This should extend her life by 10 years, but this is not a permanent method. You still have to recognize this fact. Lu Yi's tone was a little serious, and it seemed that he did not approve of Anwei's behavior. Then I will think of another way. Don't you always say that? As long as there is hope, there must be a way. Anwei completely ignored Lu Yi's meaning, just looking at this precious longevity fruit, his smile was still very happy. What's the matter? Qin Lixiu knew Lu Yi, but now looking at his appearance, it is obvious that he doesn't want this Anwei to save his wife. This is too different from the Lu Yi he knows. Anwei's wife is a human, and her lifespan is not much. Although the youth is preserved with medicine, the lifespan of humans cannot be changed, so. Bei Buchuanyang said with some sadness, and his eyes looking at Lu Yi have become sharp. After hearing this, all the players immediately respected Anwei's behavior. However, Shui Na knew that Lu Yi's statement was not wrong. After all, some things, if forced, will hurt others and themselves. When Bei Buchuanyang and his men had run corpses and resurrected, they left the dark tree demon forest along the way they came. Although the forest was full of experience and treasures, they knew that their employer was a person who valued affection, so they all unanimously decided to complete the employer's task as soon as possible. However, the only flaw in this matter was the ultimatum sent by the Bushido Guild. They actually asked Tai Feng and Bei Buchuanyang to hand over the immortal fruit and the murderer who killed their brothers, otherwise they would kill them every time they saw them, and their tone was extremely arrogant and presumptuous. In this regard, both Tai Feng and Bei Buchuanyang completely treated their nonsense as fart. Okay, come with me, I'll take you to a place. Just when Shui Nai and the others were about to find some more tree monsters to brush, Lu Yi, who had been following them silently, suddenly said this. Where to go? Shui Nai asked instinctively without thinking. The Tree of Life, the origin of our elves, it is the deepest part of this forest. Lu Yi said with a smile. Chapter 644 Tree of Life. Shui Nai and the other four followed Lu Yi along the road in the woods, heading for an unknown place. Shui Nai, who kept recording map information along the way, suddenly found that the direction they were walking was a little crooked, and they were no longer heading towards the deepest part of the forest. However, Shui Nai believed that Lu Yi would not lead them astray, so he did not say much. After walking for nearly 10 minutes, Shui Nai and the others came to a small hill. If you really want to talk about this hill, it is actually just a few large stones and some soil piled up artificially. As for why it is said to be a man-made thing, it has to be said that the words on these stones. Shui Nai did not recognize these words, but he learned through the player's ability that this place was a teleportation array called East 21. This East 21 teleportation array was built on the top of this hill, with an area of about 5 square meters, and it was not a large teleportation device. Come up, we will teleport directly. Lu Yi took the lead and walked up, then took a look at the black crystal on the teleportation array, and took out 2 from the small cloth bag in his arms to replace the severely damaged ones on the teleportation array. When they saw the crystal on the teleportation array and the one Lu Yi took out later, Shui Na and the others were immediately surprised. This is a dark energy crystal. Shui Na and Lu Yi have a close relationship, so he asked directly. Yes, this dark energy crystal is very useful in this forest. Lu Yi said while installing the crystal. Finally, he took out another cocky crystal from his arms and inserted it into the center of the teleportation array. This is an Earth teleportation array. Although the teleportation effect is not as strong as the space teleportation array, it has a lower consumption and is less affected by the dark energy. Seeing that they kept observing the teleportation array, Lu Yi explained it first. You don't know. The erosion effect of dark energy has a great impact on the stability of space crystals. But this Earth-based teleportation array is different. It directly uses the Earth element of this world as a medium. As long as the teleportation arrays are connected to each other, the Earth is connected, and it can be teleported. Then why use dark energy crystals? Aren't you afraid that it will attract dark creatures? Shui Na thought of the dark zombies in the dark mining area. If other energy crystals are used as energy, the dark energy here will be eroded quickly, and then it cannot be used for a long time. As for the dark creatures you are worried about, all the creatures here have no interest in this dark energy crystal, and no new dark creatures will be formed. I see. Shui Na only understood why the elves dared to use dark energy crystals here. However, this also shows another thing, that is, the area of this forest may be larger than he imagined. Actually, Elder Diana asked me to notify you tomorrow, but now that I have met you, I will take you to see it. Lu Yi finished speaking, and began to inject magic power to activate the runes on the teleportation array. The cocky crystal at the center of the teleportation array began to emit brilliant yellow light, and the runes on the teleportation array were slowly lit up by the yellow light, and the runes lit up one by one. When the entire teleportation array was lit up, the crystal suddenly shook, left the stone slab, and slowly floated up. When the crystal reached the height of Shui Nai's chest, the light on the crystal flashed suddenly, covering the 5 people on the teleportation array. After that, Shui Nai felt his body tighten and his mind was dizzy, and he found that he had come to the teleportation array called Zhong 3. This teleportation array is too dizzy. The group of people who had never thought that this teleportation array would have such side effects during teleportation, except Lu Yi, actually almost fell down as soon as they left the teleportation array. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. Lu Yi said apologetically. By the way, you just said that Elder Diana asked you to notify me tomorrow. What is it about? Shui Nai asked immediately after the dizziness subsided. It's about the Dark Tree Demon Forest. Your next task is to collect wood spirits in this forest. Collect wood spirits? Don't ask me about this. I don't know. You should ask Elder Diana later. Lu Yi shrugged and read the doubt in Shui Nai's eyes. Seeing this, the 4 of them immediately discussed in the team chat. It seems that the dark energy crystals and mutant energy crystals we collected are used in this teleportation array. Maybe this map is the final map of your task. Tai Feng looked at Shui Nai's task with a player's mentality. Well, but I can't figure out why we have to collect so many dark energy crystals. Let's go and have a look first. We'll talk about the future later. Tai Feng never likes to look ahead and behind, he just believes that things will work out when the time comes. Well, let's go. In the direction they are heading, a giant tree that seems to reach the sky is located in the distance. However, both Shui Nai and Tai Feng can feel the breath of life emanating from this tree, but this breath of life is mixed with a trace of haze. This is the last tree of life in our elf empire. It is said that all the forests in our country are descendants of this tree. The last one. Shui Nai looked at the giant tree in front of him that was as thick as a small mountain. It was hard to imagine how it grew. Well, it's the last one. Do you look at the open space on the left? There used to be a tree of life there, but it was destroyed. Liu Yi stopped at this time and looked at the huge open space at the limit of his sight on the left. Here, the black air surrounding the dark tree demon forest was obviously much weaker, and there was a faint green breath here that was fighting against the black air and slowly consuming the black air. Such a big tree of life was destroyed by someone. Tai Feng looked at the open space in the distance that was no smaller than the foundation of the main city, and looked at Liu Yi in disbelief. Although they could not see the specific situation on that side due to the distance problem, they could still see some things, such as the crushed mountains and the huge tree roots. If there really was a towering tree as thick as the main city, what kind of person would be able to destroy it? It can't be said to be a person. According to legend, that person should be a god. He took out the roots of the tree of life and made a weapon, which seemed to be a spear. This legend does not say it explicitly, but we know that this behavior caused it to lose its life, and the forest in the north of the Elf Empire disappeared overnight. God? The forest disappeared? Is there any connection between the tree of life here and the forest outside? Shui Na asked immediately, because the living tree of life in front of him now showed obvious signs of withering. Yes. Our elf goddess once blessed the forests of this empire, allowing all the forests to coexist with the world like the tree of life and never wither, but the goddess probably didn't expect that the tree of life would be destroyed one day. Then what about if this tree of life is also? The elf empire may no longer exist. Without the forest, the elves may have no place to live. Is there no way to make this tree of life produce seeds and then breed new trees of life? Qun Lixu asked with some concern. She likes this country very much. It is said that the tree of life that can breed the tree of life was left at the beginning of creation. At that time, the tree of life was like a god. However, after this ancient tree of life gave birth to countless creatures, it only left these 3 trees of life and then disappeared. Although the seeds of these 3 trees of life can produce countless forests, they cannot plant new trees of life. Moreover, the blessing of the elf goddess was also given by these 3 trees of life. It trademarks just that no one expected that this would become a curse. Curse, this is a curse of the main god level. Tai Feng said in the team chat with some shock. Then didn't your elf goddess lift this curse? Moreover, if the forest is destroyed, can't it be replanted? Shui Na asked the question in her heart. The elf goddess has fallen asleep. She was seriously injured in order to protect the first tree of life, and she has not recovered yet. Liu Yi said sadly, as for planting a new forest, if the dark spring had not appeared here, there would be hope, but this dark spring appeared here, which has affected the vitality of the tree of life. Wait, there is another tree of life. At this time, Shui Na suddenly thought of this. It disappeared, and we don't know why. Anyway, it disappeared overnight and took away the forest in the west. North and west. Shui Na thought while checking his elf empire map, but found that the places Liu Yi mentioned were the locations of the main cities of the wind elves and the earth elves. Although on the map, the forest belonging to the forest elves is constantly expanding outward, if the tree of life here withers, then no matter how many trees outside, it will be useless. Then the tree of life is now like this because of the influence of darkness. Tai Feng looked at the half-dead and half-green tree of life in front of him and said with some concern. Well, the tree of life has the ability to purify the environment, but the number of these dark springs is too many. The tree of life without divine power is no match for the dark energy. However, you don't have to worry. This situation has been going on for thousands of years. As long as the seal on the tree of life is not lifted, its vitality will not be easily cut off. Seal. After hearing this, Shui Na had an ominous premonition in his heart for some reason. Chapter 645 Dark Reversal Array. After leaving the teleportation array, the group of 5 people walked for more than 10 minutes and finally arrived at the place where Liu Yi said the sealed altar was. However, when Shui Na got closer and closer to the altar, he suddenly sensed a green light ball in his heart. This light ball became clearer and clearer in his mind, but he hoped that he was wrong. However, when Shui Nai was only a few thousand meters away from the sealing altar, a blue light suddenly shone from his mage robe on his chest, which resonated with the faint green light on the altar from a distance. This change was completely unexpected by Shui Nai and attracted the attention of several people around him. Shui Nai did not expect that bringing out the water scroll just in case would have such an unknown effect. As the current owner of the water scroll was not clear, the players and NPCs around him were naturally even more confused. This feeling is very similar to the sealing artifact on the sealing altar. Liu Yi was a little confused about the gentle water light, because this feeling was very familiar to him, but he knew that he had never seen such a thing before. When the people who were working hard under the sealing altar discovered the changes on the altar, they immediately realized that Shui Nai and the others had arrived. "Don't come over. We can't make the Book of Elements connect yet." At this moment, Elder Diana suddenly appeared in front of Shui Nai and the others, anxiously looking at the blue water light on Shui Nai's chest that was shining through her clothes. Seeing the sudden appearance of Diana, the unfathomable strong man, Tai Feng, and the others immediately changed their expressions and became a little unnatural. Because what Elder Diana used just now was teleportation, but she practiced this teleportation magic to such an extreme that no elemental fluctuations were leaked at all. If a player uses this ability for sneak attacks or assassinations, I'm afraid that only a handful of people can find their traces. "Oh." Shui Nai responded and immediately stepped back. When he left a sufficient distance with the book of water in his arms, the blue water light on his chest also subsided. "Elder Diana, this, I." Seeing Elder Diana's expression, Liu Yi was also uneasy. "No, although you brought them here without my permission, there are indeed some problems. But, you're just now the way he did it also let me know that he actually had another part of the Book of Elements on him. Fortunately, I found it when I was there. If you had broken in that day, then..." Elder Diana saw that Liu Yi was so uneasy, it was not easy to scold him, and he was indeed wrong this time. After that, Elder Diana looked at Shui Nai's chest. She knew that there was something she could not expect there. Should this water book not appear here? Shui Nai's reaction was not slow, and he immediately knew the source of the problem. "Yes, but it cannot appear here for the time being. The remaining books of the wood chapter inside will resonate with the water book, and once this resonance destroys the seal, the tree of life will be in danger." Diana looked at the water scroll that Shui Nai took out. She didn't expect Frank to hand over such an important artifact to this little wizard. She had received news about the Lich King. Although she didn't know why the Lich King collected the Book of Elements, she knew that now that the water scroll was in Shui Nai's hands, there would be no good fruit waiting for him. "Is this water scroll the same artifact as the one on the sealing altar?" Liu Yi was quick-witted, good at thinking and association, and soon knew some of the problems in this. "Well, the water scroll in his hand is of the same origin as the 3 artifacts left by the mysterious wizard back then. No, it should be said that these are 4 fragments of the same artifact. As for this Book of Elements, even Diana, an old elf, couldn't tell what it was. Then the purpose of their coming here is to take back the so-called fragments of the wood chapter?" Liu Yi also heard the name of this artifact for the first time, but it did not affect his reaction. "Yes, although I don't know what his teacher thinks, it is not wrong to believe in his words. Moreover, this fragment of the wood chapter is itself a divine artifact of the human empire." Diana could also hear the anxiety in Liu Yi's tone, so her tone was somewhat comforting. "But if this is taken away, won't the seal be broken?" Shui Na asked with some concern. When he heard that a seal could preserve the vitality of the tree of life, he had already thought that this must be the wood part of the Book of Elements. In the case of losing the fragment of the wood chapter, our seal can still be supported by external objects for a relatively long time. As long as the seal is restored before it completely disappears, there will be no problem. Diana was very pleased to see Shui Nai caring so much about the tree of life. "Come up. I will introduce you to the other elders." Diana glanced at the sealing altar in the distance and said with a smile. "Shui Nai, leave the things here with me." Tai Feng heard this and immediately became a custodian. Finally, Shui Nai and Xiao Yu were pulled up by Elder Diana, while Liu Yi and Tai Feng were responsible for guarding Shui Nai's water scroll and elemental magic wand. In order not to cause some unnecessary problems, Shui Nai decided not to bring the elemental magic wand up this time. When she came to the sealing altar, Shui Nai only saw dozens of elders gathered on the altar. These elders of the forest elves were adding crystals and redrawing new runes and spell lines to the ceiling arrays they were responsible for, and about half of the elders with melee weapons were guarding around. Although they didn't say much on this occasion, Shui Nai knew that her and Xiao Yu's faces were already in the minds of these people, and they were familiar with each other. Hey! As soon as Shui Nai left the ceiling altar, he quickly breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed his nerves. During the stay just now, although the atmosphere was not too bad, there were several elders who were obviously hostile. Their eyes were like blades, making Shui Nai a little restless. Although Diana kept explaining the principle of the ceiling barrier to buffer the atmosphere, Shui Nai didn't understand it and could only nod continuously, which made him feel very distressed. Fortunately, this process was not long, and then Diana asked the two to stay away from the ceiling altar. When they left far enough, they found that bursts of vibrant green light suddenly lit up from the ceiling altar, and then as the green light condensed into a tiny point, the surrounding black air began to fly towards the green light as if attracted by a black hole. What is this thing? What is so strong suction? Although the 5 people were already far away from each other, they were still attracted by the suction of the green light and slid towards the green light spot involuntarily. This is the dark reversal array. It uses the life force of the wood element as a guide. When it is condensed to the extreme, it can produce an extreme change. This change can absorb the surrounding dark energy. When the dark energy is condensed to an extreme again, it can be transformed into wood life energy under the action of the magic array. Finally, through the artifact, this energy is converted into the vitality of the tree of life to preserve the tree of life. Liu Yi used vine magic to fix the bodies of the 4 people, and then tried his best to explain. But his profound theory, the theory was not something that Shui Nai and other people who did not understand the principle could understand. However, they were attracted by the wonder and did not ask any questions to Liu Yi. As the green light on the seal altar turned into black and then turned into green light, Shui Nai and the others immediately found that the converted green light was much more than the green light released just now. If the green energy released by the elders was only as big as a small ping-pong ball at the beginning, then the converted energy had reached the size of a basketball. And this converted green wood energy, as Liu Yi said, slowly turned into dots of green starlight through the remnants of the wood chapter, and then merged into the somewhat withered tree of life little by little. Although the death breath on the tree of life was not directly eliminated, Shui Nai felt that the tree of life had a lot more vitality, and the surrounding black air was cleared, and the vision was very good. Okay, you can come over. Just when Liu Yi had just removed the vines on them, Diana appeared in front of them again like a ghost. However, her face was a little pale, and sweat was already all over her old forehead and silver hair. It seems that even if these powerful elders perform this dark conversion array together, they will have to consume a lot of energy. Go over. Shui Na asked in confusion. Listen carefully. Diana didn't say much, but looked at the large and small forests in the distance. Something is coming, and it's still very big. Tai Feng, a player living in the Orc Kingdom, has the deepest understanding of large monsters among all players. Yes, they are coming. The pure life energy just now has attracted their attention. Diana glanced at the remaining books of the wood chapter on the ceiling altar that were still emitting a little starlight. Are they going to steal the life energy here? Shui Nai had already seen clearly the large monsters that Tai Feng was talking about. It turned out that they were all dark tree demons, and there were also some creatures that were obviously forest beasts. Yes, these creatures in the forest polluted by darkness, although they hate life, they cannot live without life energy. The life energy here is a treasure, which not only prolongs their lifespan, but also improves their strength. They will not let go of this life energy, so we must keep this life energy and let it be absorbed by the tree of life, so that it cannot fall into their hands. Chapter 646 Sealed Ring. Finally, after Diana taught Shui Nai how to use magic to activate the sealing power to seal the water scroll, she brought them to the sealing altar. Although the seal you set is not enough to isolate the induction between the Book of Elements, it is still possible to cut off its resonance when the remnant of the Book of Wood is running at full power. Diana, who brought them up, looked at the Book of Wood on the altar, which was covered by a strong green light, and found that it did not resonate, so she felt relieved. Well, it's that guy's wand, it's you. At this time, several elders on the altar looked at the elemental wand in Shui Na's hand and laughed immediately. However, Shui Na knew from his amiable face that he had no ill intentions. Since you are here, then do your part and let us see your level by the way. And next to this elder, another elder also spoke, but with good intentions. As for those bad people, Shui and A saw that they were standing far away from Diana. Although they pretended to face the monsters surging outside, their eyes were all locked on Shui and A. Shui and A and the players around them could see the hostile eyes of these people, but they didn't know where their hostility came from. As these dark monsters approached, everyone on the ceiling altar under the Tree of Life was ready for battle. Open the first ceiling column. Shui Nai and the others only heard Diana's order, and suddenly there was an ancient and long chanting sound around the Tree of Life, and then stone pillars suddenly emerged from the ground. These ceiling pillars started with the ceiling altar and ended with the ceiling altar. These ceiling pillars were arranged every 10 meters, and they surrounded the huge Tree of Life in an orderly manner, stretching for dozens of miles, forming a huge circle. When these ceiling pillars emerged, strong men from the elves suddenly appeared, scattered around the ceiling pillars, and Lu Yi was one of them. Watching them act in an orderly manner, Shui Nai knew that this was not the first time they faced it. As all the personnel were ready, Diana issued the second order. Open the second ceiling pillar. As the command was given, another round of chanting sounded again, and a new ceiling pillar appeared 50 meters behind the first ceiling pillar, forming a second ring. Activate the ceiling ring. As soon as the third command was given, the ceiling altar, the magic circle, emitted green light in an instant. After that, starting from this ceiling altar, the surrounding ceiling pillars began to be activated one by the green light on the altar, emitting dots of green light. From a distance, it looked like a green ring, and it seemed that this was the ceiling ring. For these green energies, Mina knew that this was the energy of the wood element, and in this ceiling ring, Mina could feel the surging wood energy around. And what surprised Mina the most was that the wood in this ceiling ring was endless, as if it could continuously condense the surrounding wood energy. Okay, so they can't come in so easily. Diana has been in the center of the ceiling altar. It seems that she is the person who presides over this altar. But presiding over such a ceiling ring has obviously drained her strength, and now she can't even straighten her waist. Then what can we do? Looking at this seal ring, although it is called a seal, Shui Nai did not realize that this is a defensive magic. As long as these dark creatures come to this seal ring, close combat is still inevitable. Just beat them back. When the Tree of Life absorbs all the life energy, they will have no reason to attack again. The biggest function of the seal ring is to seal the vitality of the Tree of Life and prevent them from being aware of the existence of the Tree of Life. When Diana finished this sentence, Shui Nai and the other four immediately received a task prompt. The task requires that these NPCs must be assisted in guarding the life energy on the seal altar, while ensuring Diana's safety. Then what function does this wood chapter have on this seal altar? Shui Nai saw that there was plenty of time, so he asked. The eye of the formation, it is also the conversion core of the dark reverse conversion formation. Diana said while looking at the wood chapter still floating in the air. However, Shui Na knew that the wood chapter had not activated any sealing ring just now, but Diana had always been the core of the sealing altar. Shui Na didn't know how to ask this question. At this time, several elders around also came over and advised Diana not to participate in the battle later and let her rest more. After that, she came to the Tree of Life with the support of Xiaoyu and began to rest. At this time, the dark creatures from all directions had also come over. For the words and expressions of these elders, they obviously looked a little wrong, as if they had never tried this step before, and their tone was full of worry and uneasiness. However, there was no time for Shui Na to think, because these dark creatures had already come, and what appeared in front of Shui Na were all boss monsters, ranging from level 70 to level 90. Seeing that the bosses in the dark tree demon forest seemed to have come out, Shui Nai and the others' faces turned pale. After these dark creatures entered the attack range of the NPCs, they were immediately attacked by the most powerful firepower. After seeing the skills and attack power of these 100 level masters, Shui Nai and Tai Feng were dumbfounded, and some of them could not react, but their worries were put down. In front of them, none of these people's damage values were lower than 5 digits, and from the looks of them, it seemed that they had not yet opened up their full firepower. Damn, these people are so strong, how can we snatch experience? Tai Feng no longer thought about whether he could defend the task of sealing the altar, but instead thought about how to snatch the experience from these NPCs. However, Shui Nai was a little confused about this, because he knew that for the system, this task was completely not difficult, and it should not appear. However, now this task not only appeared, but also was a mandatory task, and it was impossible not to accept it. Then, there should be some variable, and this variable Shui-Na carefully looked at the requirements of this task, and then he set his sights on Diana, who was already weak and powerless. In this task, only Diana was a variable. Tai Feng, don't go forward, go protect Diana, Xiao Yu the same. Shui-Na said in a deep voice in the team chat. Yet. Xiao Yu responded softly, and walked towards Diana. And Tai Feng hesitated for a moment, and also walked over. Is there a problem? Qian Lixu saw Shui-Na frowning, and couldn't help asking. I'm thinking about one thing, that is the problem of the array core that Elder Diana mentioned just now. Just now, I only saw Elder Diana personally activate the seal ring, but the wood chapter had no reaction at all. So I suspect that Elder Diana did not use the wood chapter as the array core just now, but used herself as the array core instead. Then what does this have to do with it? One is a divine weapon, and the other is a person. Do you think their results are the same? I'm thinking now that Elder Diane has completely lost the ability to protect herself. If something unexpected happens later, I'm afraid. Looking at the bosses in front of him, Shui-Na couldn't imagine what would happen to Diane if a boss rushed in. And most importantly, in the plans of these NPCs, there was no plan to protect Diane at all. Everyone has already devoted themselves to the offensive and defensive battles below. From what you said, this time they didn't use the wood chapter as the center of the formation, so what's the purpose of this? Qin Lixu said while adding blood to the warriors below with the life priests around and casting light series of defensive magic. Test. I think they are testing the situation without the wood chapter. Shui-Na said with some doubts after playing an explosive impact and several explosive bombs. This answer is the most realistic at present. Shui-Na, don't stand there, open the fire dragon and set fire. Just when Shui-Na was still absent-minded, Tai Feng shouted anxiously in the team chat. Oh! After hearing this, Shui-Na responded instinctively and activated the flame dragon possession directly. However, this time, the flame dragon possession obviously had some new changes. The flames that came out of Shui-Na this time were much stronger than before, and Qin Lixu, who was closest, could feel a wave of heat coming straight at her. The first person to react was not Qin Lixu, but Shui-Na, because he suddenly found that when he activated the flame dragon possession, he actually felt a strong burning pain. As a state that consumes life points to maintain, this kind of pain is inevitable, but this pain has never been strong, so he has never told anyone. But this time, this feeling is no less than the pain when he took the flame dragon crystal marrow, and the life points are also disappearing at a rate of 50 points per second. As soon as Shui-Na saw this change, he immediately checked his status, and saw a bracket behind this flame dragon possession, with the 3 words "wood produces fire" written inside. After carefully checking the effects of this state, Shui-Na found that part of the attributes of this state had changed. Now his fire magic lethality has been partially increased in this seal ring filled with wood elements, and the flame dragon possession has also received another level of bonus. Now the amplitude of his additional fire magic effect has reached 170%, and the cooling time has also been significantly reduced, but the loss of health has also become serious. Chapter 647, Fishing in Troubled Waters. This change in Shui-Na's body naturally had no way to hide it from the elders and strong men around, but except for a few people who were obviously younger, the rest of them did not have any major changes. It seems that this is not the first time they have seen it. After these people sensed Shui-Na's changes, they just took a second look at Shui-Na and ignored it. And the few players on Shui-Na's side, except for being surprised by this change at the beginning, soon put their minds on the boss outside. A large number of skills were released, but due to the limited combat power of the NPCs, they did not dare to attack at first. Instead, they cooperated with their companions around them, one by one, and calculated the time very accurately. This kind of protracted battle of fighting and recovering at the same time did not show their anxiety at all. However, they also had reasons not to be anxious, because although the bandwidth of this seal ring was only 50 meters, its range of influence was much larger than this. A few dozen meters in front of the seal ring, these bosses had already been affected. All bosses who entered this range of action would be affected by the seal ring. Not only did their mobility decrease greatly, but their attack speed also slowed down a lot, as if they were imposed with various negative states. Although it did not affect the lethality, this slow-motion boss could not do anything to the elves who were mainly agile. Tai Feng was both happy and angry about this change. He was happy that these boss fights were absolutely so cool, but he was angry that he had no way to participate. However, after seeing the scene on the battlefield below, Tai Feng knew that he had no way to survive in such a melee. If there was only one boss, Tai Feng could still withstand it with his equipment, but now the number of bosses here has exceeded his ability to withstand. I am afraid that if he dares to go on, he will definitely be beaten to death by these Dark Tree Demon bosses. Here, the Dark Tree Demon bosses basically account for about 80% of the number, and there are many forest creatures of various shapes around these Dark Tree Demons, such as black greedy wolves and jungle giant mosquitoes as big as adults. However, they are all boss level, and their combat power is only stronger than that of the Dark Tree Demon boss. However, these agile and fast bosses, under the effect of this seal ring, have the characteristics of low blood and low defense. It was revealed without a doubt. Often, as soon as an elder or other guardian elf approaches, a large part of the health value will be knocked down by swords or magic in one encounter, and as long as several people attack at the same time, they can often be completely eliminated in less than a minute. While carefully calculating the magic value, Shui Nai threw explosive bombs rhythmically, and swung fireballs to harvest the life of the boss below. As the NPCs below entered the close combat, some of Shui Nai's large-scale magics could not be used immediately. The surrounding NPC mages went to cover the people below one by one, and it was obvious that the warriors below were the main fighters. Although Shui Nai had a big gap with the elders around him in level and strength, he took advantage of the extraordinary performance of the flame dragon possession, and took advantage of the equipment and medicine on his body. The damage caused in the same time was comparable to that of the elders around him. In this case, Shui Nai's strength naturally aroused the curiosity of these elders. However, due to the critical situation, they did not come to ask. The battle was still going on, and looking at the green light on the wood chapter not far behind them, it was obvious that it would take some time for the Tree of Life to completely absorb it. However, as the combatants' combat power was consumed, these bosses were getting closer and closer to the Tree of Life, and the nearby elf fighters began to suffer casualties. Shui Na and the others had not thought of this. Looking at these ordinary elves scattered around, they even paid their lives to protect the Tree of Life, and they felt a little heavy in their hearts. However, for this point, neither Shui Na nor Tai Feng had the strength to change anything. At this time, Shui Na suddenly received a pleasant system prompt, prompting that his explosive bomb had reached level 10 and was strengthened. Shui Na's explosive bomb had long wanted to be upgraded to level 10, but the skills in this world were more difficult than the previous 10 levels. However, after crossing the level 10 barrier, there would be a lot of opportunities behind. If Mina had not been practicing elementary skills during this period and had no extra time to practice this explosive bomb, she would not have upgraded and strengthened it at this time. In addition to the increased power of this level 10 explosive bomb, it also has a special effect of fire explosion. This effect can make the explosive bomb produce an additional small explosion when the flame splashes after the explosion, and the power of this explosion is not small. As soon as Mina saw this effect, she immediately knew the ice explosion and thunder explosion. These two effects are the enhanced effects of level 10 Ice Arrow Rain and level 10 Chain Lightning. As for the enhanced effect of Wind Blade, it is splitting, which can make the wind blade split into two parts from the middle after hitting the target, and each part will attack the enemy behind along the attack line. As for the enhanced effects of advanced magic of earth and wood, so far, no other mage players have announced it. The enhanced explosive bombs became even more powerful in Shui Nai's hands. Now, one explosive bomb can often knock down a section of the health bar on the boss's head. Although it is inferior to the surrounding NPCs, it is not far behind. However, even if Shui Nai becomes stronger temporarily, there is no way to change the situation. As the most dazzling land of life energy here, the sealing altar is more prominent than the Tree of Life, so the bosses rushing to the sealing altar are more than those around, and their levels and strengths are also stronger. Seeing that as the melee entered the later stage, all melee personnel have tried their best to avoid fearless fighting, and the magician has begun to enter the control field to buy rest time for his companions. With the appearance of large-scale control magic of ice and wood, the dark creatures that have suffered heavy casualties have also begun to be controlled. If this control action appeared in the early stage of the melee, it might have been pushed down by the boss group before it could take effect. But now that nearly 90% of the bosses have been eliminated, their approach has allowed Shui Nai to take advantage of the situation. After taking all the magic recovery potions from Tai Feng and the others, Shui Nai and the others began the final harvest stage. In the space in front of Shui Nai, there were about 30 dark tree demons and other bosses. These bosses had been beaten half crippled, and only the last bit of firepower was missing. Shui Nai, the one on the left is about to die, grab it. Tai Feng's nervous voice said quickly in the team chat, while he held the giant axe tightly in his hand, but did not go forward to help. Although he also wanted to go up and fight, he knew that since Shui Nai asked him to stay here, there must be a reason, so he did not move. But his body didn't move, but his mind was already moving. As soon as he saw a soft boss to be bullied, he immediately reminded Mina. And Mina on the front line really needs the snobbish eyes of Tai Feng. After all, there are often people in the know in the front, he didn't have such a good vision in mind to search one by one on the front line. Under Tai Feng's prompt, Shui Nai quickly found the target boss, which was a flame-greedy wolf that could spit out black flames. Just now, it burned a strong elf with a flame and seriously injured him. If Xiaoyu hadn't shot a hydrotherapy arrow in time, he would have saved his last chance of survival and given his companions behind him a chance to attack. Otherwise, I'm afraid there would be another death in the offensive and defensive battle here. Although this boss is indeed very powerful without restraint, even Shui Nai can't deal with them so calmly. But under the effect of the seal ring, these bosses are not too threatening. A few explosive bombs and fireballs directly knocked down this flame-greedy wolf. This is the fifth boss that Shui Nai has knocked down. Together with the ones in the previous battle, the final experience falls into the hands of their team. This rocket-like speed of gaining experience made Tai Feng and Qun Lixue behind them feel excited. Although at their level, it is impossible to upgrade continuously like before, but this upgrade speed visible to the naked eye is a world of difference compared to their previous slow speed. Shui Na, it's the turn of the giant mosquito on the right this time. Qun Lixue was obviously excited, and her slender fingers trembled as she pointed at a jungle giant mosquito on the other side. Although this giant mosquito has broken through the range of the seal ring, it is already in a dying state. It may be that Shui Na can get rid of it with just one explosive bomb. However, at this moment, an arrow with lightning shot out from behind and shot into the abdomen of the giant mosquito with a puff. After that, the lightning on the arrowhead invaded the giant mosquito in an instant, and it was electrocuted and paralyzed to the ground. 3014. 304. The two values of arrow damage and lightning damage in the air slowly dissipated in the air, and at this time, Mina's thunder technique also came down. In the lightning, a damage of nearly 2000 flashed and disappeared, and the giant mosquito also died. After solving the giant mosquito, Mina glanced at Xiaoyu, who was also a little unwilling to be lonely, smiled, and went to find the next target. However, at this time, Mina suddenly heard a cry from the other side. Turning his head, he felt his heart jump suddenly, and saw that a chameleon boss who could simulate the surrounding environment had broken through the defense line of the crowd and came to the front of the Tree of Life. In front of this slow-moving chameleon boss, it was Diana who was half sitting and half leaning. Beside her, except for Tai Feng and Xiaoyu who still had combat power, there were only some wounded people left. Chapter 648 Chameleon Boss. This chameleon boss was not fast when it was stealthed. Every movement was very slight, careful, and slow, and it looked very patient. But when it came out of stealth, it was like a startled wild goose, with amazing speed and reaction. When it appeared, it first glanced at the wood chapter on the ceiling altar, and after discovering the elders there, it suddenly rushed towards the Tree of Life. From its appearance, it was obvious that it knew that the people on the ceiling altar were not easy to mess with, so it gave up the rich but dangerous benefits in front of it and rushed towards the Tree of Life. However, the direction it was heading was the direction where Elder Diana was. Tai Feng, be careful behind you. When Shui Nai heard that there was something unusual behind him, he immediately turned around and naturally saw the situation first. However, when Shui Nai reminded him, the distance between this chameleon and Diana was only a dozen meters, and Tai Feng's current position was farther away. Just now, Tai Feng had always thought that the distance between him and Elder Diana was a safe distance, and he could probably rush back in less than a few seconds. But he didn't expect that a boss would break through this iron wall and come close. However, his reaction was not slow. Seeing that he was too late, he threw the giant axe in his hand directly. The giant axe flew straight to the huge waist of the chameleon boss with a whistling wind like a whirlwind. Now Tai Feng no longer seeks merit, but only hopes to block this boss for Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu had already discovered this chameleon boss, the scales on the chameleon's body were the nemesis of Xiaoyu's archers. When an arrow came down, it was often broken by these scales before it pierced into the flesh. If it weren't for the magic element special effects of Xiaoyu's lightning arrows and freezing arrows that could still take effect, otherwise, this chameleon would have been close. However, this is only a temporary solution. The elemental power of the elemental archer is not strong, and it is many times weaker than that of the elemental mage. If it is a creature like this chameleon that can defend against arrows, the elemental effect on the arrow may only have a short-term effect. However, Xiaoyu, an elemental archer who is not an elemental expert, it takes more time to condense the elements, and now it encounters a boss who is not afraid of arrows, so its strength is not to be underestimated. At this time, Tai Feng's giant axe also flew over. The giant axe thrown by Tai Feng is very powerful, and the transparent air waves rolling on the axe body of the giant axe make it look even more frightening. Players familiar with Tai Feng know that this is the special effect of Tai Feng's high-level axe expertise. The air waves that appear on the entire axe body are the cracking effect, which can crack the armor. If the air waves only appear on the axe blade, then this is the effect of internal shock, which can directly shock the enemy's internal injuries through the protective gear. However, although these two abilities are extremely powerful, they have a long cooling time, and Tai Feng's own axe equipment is amazingly lethal. When facing players, one axe can often harvest lives. When fighting monsters, there were companions who attacked, and he only needed to be a meat shield, but he didn't have many opportunities to attack. When the giant axe touched the body of the chameleon, the air wave on the axe shook violently, and then all rushed to the place where it touched the chameleon. With a pop, several scales were shattered, and the nearly 3-meter-long body was overturned several meters by the impact of the giant axe. A damage of nearly 5,000 appeared in the sky, and when the scales were shattered, the boss was torn into a state, and the health value continued to lose 100 points per second. As soon as the flying axe was launched, it immediately stopped the movement direction of the boss. The boss raised his protruding eyes and looked at Tai Feng, who was flying directly at a high speed, with a flash of anger in his eyes. However, Tai Feng's damage obviously did not arouse his hatred, at least not enough hatred. It just glanced at Tai Feng and headed for the Tree of Life. However, the chameleon, which had been knocked off its position, had already deviated from Elder Diana's position. As long as Xiaoyu on the side stopped provoking it, it would probably not threaten Elder Diana anymore. However, accidents often happen when people are relieved. When the chameleon boss was about to approach the Tree of Life, the elf clan masters and elders who reacted immediately took action. And I don't know who used an air bomb to bounce the huge chameleon away, and by chance, the chameleon landed right at Elder Diana. Tai Feng. Shui Nai, who had disappeared, shouted nervously in the void. After that, the figure of Tai Feng, who was dressed in silver armor, flashed, and he wore a special bullhorn helmet for minotaurs, and slammed hard into the abdomen of the chameleon boss in the air. The sharp and narrow horns pierced into the somewhat soft abdomen of the chameleon boss. Roar! The chameleon roared in pain, and the sharp claws on its limbs scratched and sparked on Tai Feng's armor, but it did not cause much damage. You know, the thickness of the armor on the orcs is the strongest among all professions, and there is no one else. In addition, the strongest point of this chameleon is sneak attack and poison, and if a melee player like Tai Feng gets close to it, it will naturally not have a good result. At this time, Shui Na suddenly appeared behind Tai Feng, blocking Xiaoyu and Elder Diana. Tai Feng, leave it behind and run away. Shui Na saw that Tai Feng was fighting hard with the chameleon, and she didn't dare to make a move. The helmet is stuck, I can't leave it behind. Tai Feng said while panting. In fact, he had wanted to drop this heavy chameleon a long time ago, but in the fight with this chameleon just now, he found that his helmet had been deeply inserted into the tense muscles of this chameleon, and he couldn't pull it out for a while. Moreover, now this chameleon boss who had been annoyed obviously didn't want to let him go, and the claws hitting him became heavier and heavier. Seeing this, Mina didn't know what to say. As a last resort, Mina had to attack Tai Feng as well. Under the attack of 3 consecutive chain lightning, Mina finally electrocuted this chameleon boss to the ground, while Tai Feng had been electrocuted long ago. Rushing forward, pulling the bloody Tai Feng out from under the chameleon, Mina saw that he still had half a breath, so he relaxed and quickly dragged him away from this chameleon boss. Now, the chameleon has been surrounded and beaten by several elf sword dancers, but the thin light swords of the elves did not have much killing power on it. In addition, they were already exhausted and had no way to control its hatred. The chameleon boss ignored the sword light around him, opened his mouth, and spit out a long and thin tongue. A sticky tongue came towards Mina and the others. Dragging Tai Feng, who was electrocuted and unable to move, Minako was no longer as agile as before, and when he heard the strong wind behind him, Minako immediately turned around and blocked it with his magic wand. But when he saw a tongue in front of him, his face changed. The tongue of a chameleon is their most powerful weapon. It has a large attack range, great power, and is also poisonous. With a snap, Minako's elemental magic wand has been rolled up by the tongue of the chameleon, and is now being pulled over by it. When the mucus on the tongue splashed on Minako, he only felt a burning pain on his skin, and his health began to drop sharply. Damn, this poison is too strong. Minako didn't expect that with nearly 100 points of poison resistance, he was actually poisoned by the boss's poison. He couldn't help but be a little scared. However, now he is not worried about the problem of venom. The elemental magic wand caught by the tongue was receiving a huge force. Even though Shuai had turned on the violent power, she still couldn't support it. Her feet plowed 2 scratches on the ground. At this moment, Shuai felt her feet tightened and she was caught by someone, and her body stabilized. Looking down, it turned out to be Taifeng's hands. Add blood, shoot its tongue. Taifeng saw that everyone around was a little stunned, so he shouted. Because the incident happened too suddenly, coupled with Taifeng's fearless performance and Shuai's amazing fighting style, what happened in just a dozen seconds was completely beyond the reaction of these NPCs. Therefore, for a while, most of them were watching Shuai and Taifeng's performance. And the people who were yelled by Taifeng immediately woke up, adding blood and attacking. At one time, countless green recovery magic appeared on Shuai and Taifeng, and the nearly 10-meter-long tongue began to be covered by arrows and magic, and the vital damage values kept popping up from the top of the chameleon's head. Damn, so this boss is going to be beaten like this. Taifeng looked at the chameleon who couldn't retract his tongue and was hurt by the damage and kept rolling on the ground. He couldn't help but look at Shuai's tongue in front of him with some amusement. However, the power value of this tongue is too great, much greater than the power of the chameleon boss itself. If Taifeng's own armor was not very heavy, and he was a powerful minotaur, otherwise, he might not be able to hold Shuai. In the end, the tongue of the chameleon boss was cut off by someone, and then ran towards the tree of life like the wind. Shuai and Taifeng were obviously relieved when they saw this scene, because just now, Qun Lixu and Xiaoyu had already sent Elder Diana away. But the faces of the NPCs around them obviously changed, and they began to use all their limited strength without regard for their lives, looking ferocious as if they were going to kill him. Chapter 649, Flame Fantasy Dragon Lizard. Shuai originally thought that the chameleon, which was already at the end of its strength, would be quickly dealt with, but he did not expect that such a low-level boss would become more and more courageous. However, this also proves the truth that injured beasts will become more and more fierce as they fight. Watching this chameleon rush over the defenses of several sword dancers in a row and start to pounce on the tree of life. When the elders saw this scene, they were all stunned at the same time, because they did not expect that the final attack of this chameleon would be so powerful. With a pop sound, the chameleon boss actually broke a section of the tree of life's roots, and then greedily sucked the sap from the broken end. Xiaoyu, stop it! Seeing the reactions of these NPCs, Shuai suddenly felt uneasy. And the emerald green sap flowing out of the tree of life was obviously not an ordinary thing. The wounds on the chameleon boss's body were healing quickly, and the health value was recovering instantly. A strong green light appeared on his body, which made it difficult for people to see. However, what made Shuai feel a little incredible was that the health value recovered very quickly, and it seemed that there was no peak. When the health value had returned to the current upper limit, the red blood bar on its body trembled slightly, and then broke through the original shackles and continued to soar. Damn, what is this thing, and it can be used like this? When Taifeng saw this, he immediately thought of the sap of the tree of life and his pet. At this moment, Xiaoyu's lightning arrows came over, and Mina's ice cones came from another direction. Pa, pa. 2 sounds, and appeared one after another. Seeing that Xiaoyu's lightning arrows were completely ineffective, Mina was stunned for a moment, but he found that his ice cones were much stronger. But after seeing a burst of heat suddenly coming out of the chameleon, Mina knew that the freezing effect of his ice cone magic had been lifted. Go! Don't stand there! Mina could already feel the life energy that had just been replenished on the tree of life. The amount of energy was being absorbed by the chameleon boss, which was like a bottomless pit, and he couldn't help but remind the elders around him. If someone could fly to the tree of life at this time, he would see that there was an extremely huge blood bar on the huge tree of life, but it was only about 55% and the numbers were constantly changing. This blood bar increased with the influx of life energy, but it decreased due to the absorption of the chameleon boss, and it was like a tug of war. Although they were stunned for a short time, only less than 3 seconds, the life energy of the juice of the tree of life was too strong and powerful. Not only did it save the seriously injured and dying chameleon boss in an instant, but the chameleon boss also obviously evolved and mutated. When the chameleon boss was beaten away by several elders and left the tree of life, Mina, who had already rushed up, found that the chameleon wrapped in green light was slowly transforming. As the green light on the chameleon boss slowly disappeared, it was seen that the size of the chameleon boss had doubled, and several red bone spurs grew on its back and limbs, and a huge bone hammer grew on its tail, which also had sharp bone spurs. And 3 long horns like the sharp horns of 3 dragons grew on its head. Looking at these bone spurs as sharp as swords, Mina felt that he was getting closer to the boss. In addition to this change, Mina also found that the chameleon had turned red all over, and where the limbs touched the ground, streaks of scorched smoke began to appear, which made him feel a breath of fire. It seems that the chameleon boss has evolved into a magic beast, and it is a fire magic beast. The boss, whose evolution and mutation was interrupted, suddenly took a breath and roared at the people around him angrily. Then he ran towards the nearest Mizuno, but at this time, a tall figure suddenly appeared between the two. Tai Feng was holding a giant axe, looking excitedly at the level 80 white boss named Flame Fantasy Dragon Lizard. This beast level boss, which was originally only level 60, not only evolved into a magic beast in just a few seconds, but also greatly increased its level. However, Tai Feng was not afraid of this, because there were all level 100 strong men around. Although most of them had been dragged down by this long battle, the remaining strength was not weak. If they fought, they would still have the strength to fight, so Tai Feng was not afraid that these people would not help him. What he was most afraid of now was that he had no way to fight this mutated dragon lizard. Just for the word dragon in its name, Tai Feng was already excited. Without thinking too much, Tai Feng rushed over, swung his giant axe, and took advantage of the time when the Flame Fantasy Dragon Lizard was frightened by him to smash it hard on the top of its head. With a bang, the lizard head with 3 new red horns on its head was immediately smashed into the mud. However, the defense of the mutated dragon lizard was surprisingly strong. After being hit hard by Tai Feng, it only lost less than 1,000 points of its health. After that, it roared to the sky and rushed towards Tai Feng. The 3 long horns on the top of the head went towards Tai Feng's lower 3 rods. Damn! Looking at the longhorn stabbing at his crotch, Tai Feng's face changed, and he immediately smashed the giant axe down, hurriedly hitting the direction of this attack. There was a sharp friction sound, and a series of sparks immediately appeared on the steel leggings on the inner thigh of Tai Feng, and a hideous gap appeared on Tai Feng's leggings. Damn, is this a dragon horn? So sharp! Tai Feng was shocked by this blow, and then he was flipped by the dragon lizard and flew backwards. However, at this moment, Shui Na's ice spear had already been thrown. The dragon lizard instinctively dodged after seeing Shui Na's ice spear, but the ice spear came very quickly and pierced the waist of the dragon lizard in a blink of an eye. 2589. After this red number, there was a slowly rising steam. Tai Feng, find a way to block its defense. Xiaoyu, watch the opportunity. Shui Na looked at the thick and shiny red scales on the dragon lizard, and knew in his heart that if the scales were not removed, there would be no way to increase his damage. If it is attribute restraint, then the damage of Shui Nai's ice spear will be much weaker. It seems that the powerful effect of attribute restraint can only be exerted after the scale armor is broken. Okay, wait. Tai Feng took a look at the cooldown of his skills, and then directly launched a brutal charge, and hit the waist of the dragon lizard with a bang. After that, the Minotaur suddenly stomped the ground a few times, and 10 white shock waves visible to the naked eye appeared directly under his feet, covering the dragon lizard in an instant. Seeing Tai Feng directly use war trampling to control the dragon lizard, Shui Nai couldn't help but feel relieved. Just now, when he saw Tai Feng rushing over like this, he was also very worried, because this boss can be said to be covered with spikes that can be comparable to divine weapons. Once the dragon lizard rolls around, Tai Feng will probably be in tatters. After seeing Tai Feng stun the dragon lizard, he did not rest and began to continuously shoot ice cones to try to weaken its armor. However, what surprised him was that the scales on the dragon lizard were obviously resistant to ice. Shui Nai's ice magic did not produce any ice special effects when it hit it, but instead increased the damage a lot. With a bang sound of iron and stone clashing, Tai Feng's giant axe had already had a violent collision with the scales on the dragon lizard. Roar! When Tai Feng's shattering effect was applied to the dragon lizard, only a few cracks appeared on the scales of the hit part, and a few drops of blood with red flames splashed out from the wound. Seeing this, Tai Feng immediately retreated. Both Shui Nai and Tai Feng had thought of this result, because with Tai Feng's current strength, there was a gap of more than 10 levels between him and this boss had evolved into a monster, and its strength far exceeded Tai Feng. In this case, Tai Feng's specialization effect could still take effect, which showed that this specialization effect was extremely powerful, so Shui Nai and Tai Feng did not cipher it. As Tai Feng retreated, Xiaoyu's arrow almost hit the wound close to Tai Feng's armor. 305. 205. Although the powerful arrow immunity effect of this part of the dragon lizard's scales had not completely disappeared, Xiaoyu's freezing arrows could already cause damage. You know, the elemental arrows of the elemental archers are mainly physical arrows, supplemented by elemental damage. If the physical arrows are bounced off the moment they hit the target, then the elemental damage cannot be launched. However, after being hit by Tai Feng, it is obvious that the effect has been achieved. Seeing this, Shui Nai immediately wanted to expand the results of the battle. His magic did not leave this position at all, and he went towards the seal ring while hitting. At this time, the elders and other NPCs around had also rearranged the defense line, and several elders were assigned to start all-out efforts to annihilate this big guy who dared to hurt the Tree of Life. For a while, the sky was full of arrows and magic with high-level skill halos, which quickly enveloped the dragon lizard, which made Tai Feng, who had already retreated, regret it and was so anxious that he was about to go berserk. Chapter 650 Taming the Beast. Under a violent storm-like attack, the huge figure of the flame fantasy dragon lizard actually disappeared in these skill light effects. Is this Frost Nova? Is this Ice Storm? Wow, is this Ice Roar? Hey, this is Ice Tornado. Shui Na looked at the regular ice magic released by these elders with some excitement, and began to match them one by one with the information on the official website. Looking at the magic released by these elders, at least at the level of magician, Shui Na wanted to become their apprentice. Xiao Yu, like Shui Na, kept reading the skill arrows shot by these elders. All these skill arrows are aimed at special armor, such as armor-breaking arrows and armor-piercing arrows. Although these arrows have a success rate, the level and strength of these elders themselves are far higher than this flame fantasy dragon lizard, so basically every arrow can produce an effect. And their violent attack actually reduced the health of this flame fantasy dragon lizard to 30% in just a dozen seconds. You know, after this flame fantasy dragon lizard sucked the juice of the Tree of Life, its health was many times stronger. It has nearly 900,000 HP, which is much stronger than the less than 100,000 HP before. However, as the price of mutation, its fire attribute has become a fatal injury, and it is extremely afraid of ice. A higher level ice magic can also cause several thousand points of damage, and the magic used by these elders is even more than 10,000. If it weren't for the fact that the cooling time of these extremely high level magics is a bit too long, and the magic power of these NPCs is really limited. Otherwise, this newly evolved mutated flame fantasy dragon lizard might have died here. Seeing these NPCs start to lose their fire, Tai Feng rushed over at the first time, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he cursed in his heart, "Fuck you." Because when the Huiguang disappeared and the ice mist settled, what appeared in front of him was a huge block of ice with a flame fantasy dragon lizard frozen inside. Looking at this block of ice with a diameter of at least 10 meters, Tai Feng wanted to die. The NPCs around him were obviously relieved. Although the mutated chameleon had an incredibly high ice resistance, it was still frozen. My fire dragon bloodline. Tai Feng stared at the huge ice and murmured. Next time. There will be. Shui Na patted Tai Feng's shoulder, and then walked outside. When all the energy of the wood chapter was injected into the Tree of Life, the green light on the entire Tree of Life disappeared immediately, as if everything had fallen silent. After not feeling the life energy, the dark creatures outside also began to disperse in confusion, but less than 10% of the dark creatures were able to leave alive. For these dark creatures, the elves no longer had the strength to fight, otherwise they would probably be buried here forever, accompanying the Tree of Life. Are they going to take this piece of ice out? Tai Feng looked at the flame fantasy dragon lizard in the ice, and he obviously had not given up the dragon blood that might be on the flame fantasy dragon lizard. For this boss with fire attributes and obvious dragon blood, Tai Feng's first thought was to take the blood from his body to see if he could help him impact the flame dragon blood. However, in this state, it is obviously impossible to act. It should be. For this kind of boss, I am afraid that this seal ring has no ability to stop it. If it is not brought out, it is afraid that the tree of life will be eaten up by it in a few days. Shui Na guessed. But he did not understand why they did not solve it directly here, but instead spent so much effort to bring this scarred flame fantasy dragon lizard out. However, Shui Na and Tai Feng had no power to stop the ideas of these high-level NPCs, and could only work according to their wishes. As coolies, Shui Na and Tai Feng were impeccable. They were seen on each side, and a few elf warriors with stronger strength were found in the middle, and the ice block weighing several tons was carried back to a large teleportation array. After that, they appeared directly at another entrance and exit of the Dark Tree Demon Forest. In this entrance and exit, Shui Na only saw a large number of NPCs, and did not see other players. I think this place is specially designed for NPCs who guard the Tree of Life, and those NPCs who wander around and issue small tasks scattered in this Dark Tree Demon Forest use the same entrance as the players. After waiting at this entrance, Shui Na and the others finally saw the figures of the elders. It seems that they have completed the sealing ceremony of the sealing altar and sealed the vitality of the Tree of Life. Only in this way will the dark creatures in the Dark Tree Demon Forest no longer attack the Tree of Life. Otherwise, based on the number of elves, I am afraid that if they cannot protect the Tree of Life, the elves will be finished. Now, Shui Na and the others already know this way to inject life energy into the Tree of Life to ensure that it will not wither and die under the erosion of dark energy. Lui, how to deal with this guy? Should we take him out? Shui Na saw Lui not far away and came to find him immediately. Now Lui is covered in dust, and the word tired is almost written on his face. Yes. It has obtained the power of the Tree of Life and can sense the location of the Tree of Life. The sealing altar can't do anything to it. Lui said, pursing his lips and yawning, looking like he was about to fall asleep. Then why not put it in there? Before Shui Na finished speaking, Lui covered her mouth with her palm. Now it has obtained the power of the Tree of Life, although the way it obtained it is a bit dark and cruel. However, this is something that cannot be changed. We can only recognize its existence as a sacred beast, and naturally there is no way to kill it. Lui looked at the flame fantasy dragon lizard in the ice and said unwillingly. Sacred beast. Yes, it has become a sacred beast. Although we don't know whether it can be tamed, its status as a sacred beast has made it an object that our elves must protect. This world is too impermanent. It was promoted from a dark creature to a sacred beast just by sucking the juice of the Tree of Life. However, after the evolution and mutation, the flame fantasy dragon lizard did not have the dark and cold aura it had before. Just when the four of them were planning to kill some more dark tree demons in this Dark Tree Demon Forest, a petite and beautiful female priest suddenly came over and held Xiaoyu's hand. After a closer look, it turned out to be Lan Xi who had met her last time. This time she was wearing the emerald green life priest robe of a life priest, and Shui Na could not recognize her. Don't leave yet. Elder Diana is looking for you. Is there something? Xiaoyu asked. This, I don't know, but it seems to be about that big guy. Lan Xi didn't know the name of the flame fantasy dragon lizard, so she could only describe it as a big guy. When she came to the elders, Shui Na found that some of the elders had already left with their respective tribesmen, and only a small number of people were left to command others to complete the final finishing work. Today is also thanks to you, thank you very much for your help. Diana said to Tai Feng as soon as they met, talking politely to Shui Na. There, actually, we don't have anything to do. Shui Na and Tai Feng said very modestly. I asked you to come here, but I actually wanted to follow you. I wonder if you have any objections. After coming to Diana, she pointed at the flame fantasy dragon lizard in the ice. Give it to us. Tai Feng asked stupidly when he heard this. Yes, but it must follow you voluntarily, otherwise we can only release it back to the Magic Beast Mountain range. We can't raise such carnivorous creatures in the village. Diana added a condition. No objection, we have no objection. Tai Feng nodded immediately. When the ice on the flame fantasy dragon lizard melted, the blood-stained dragon lizard was no longer as brave as before, and actually looked at the elders around who had prepared ice magic with some fear. I'll go first. Seeing the dragon lizard so scared, Tai Feng immediately planned to come to tame the beast. In the Orc Kingdom, there are many cases of taming wild beasts, but Tai Feng has never tried to tame a magic beast, especially such a powerful one. In the Orc Kingdom, the most effective way to tame wild beasts is to use force directly, but here, I am afraid that cannot be used. Tai Feng first took out a few pieces of dried meat from his backpack, which were the rations for his fire lizard. However, seeing that the flame fantasy dragon lizard ignored it and looked at Tai Feng angrily, Shui Nai and the others immediately knew that the flame fantasy dragon lizard was a master who held grudges. Tai Feng, who had tried many methods but failed to make it recognize its master, walked away dejectedly. Then came Qun Lixu. She was very nervous about this boss-level pet, because with such a boss pet, a priest's survivability often soared. Qun Lixu walked up to the dragon lizard, gently stroked its head, and continued to use anti-light magic to treat it. However, I don't know if this guy is born to be hard-hearted, or he looks down on Qun Lixu, a weak woman, and actually ignored Qun Lixu's kindness and almost bit off her palm. Brother, it's up to you. You must keep it, otherwise it will be troublesome to find it later. Let Qun Lixu step back, Tai Feng immediately said in the team chat. Let's take a look. Shui Nai looked at the dragon lizard and said uncertainly. He has no experience in taming animals, but he knows from the eyes of the dragon lizard that this guy actually looks down on him and looks disdainful. Seeing this, Shui Nai immediately activated the flame dragon possession, and then activated the true forest dragon possession. I saw two colors, one green and one red, constantly changing and cooperating on Shui Nai's body. Finally, for some unknown reason, the flames on Shui Nai's body became stronger and stronger, and the heat waves generated made the elders around them afraid to get close. Then Shui Nai walked towards the flame fantasy dragon lizard with an expressionless face, and looked down at it using his height advantage.